Yes, guys, you know what time it is. It's your boy David at the Irish Hotspur, Ireland's #1 Spurs fan, bringing you the Tottenham fan call-in show for all you guys out there. Look, today is all about getting you guys on, let you frustrate your anger, vent your anger, get out what you need to get out, and then after tonight, we dust ourselves down, we pick ourselves up for Burnley and United coming at the weekend. That's what we need to do. That's what this show is all about. Of course, we are joined by co-host Jack. We do already have a few people in the background. But Jack, of course, you know, you're away at your mother's birthday at the weekend. You know, a bit of a birthday celebration for your mother. I told you to turn off your phone and have nothing to do with this. You know, go and relax. So, look, let's quickly get your thoughts on yesterday's game, man.
You know, it was kind of interesting to not be watching it alongside you and Marcelo or Josh or, whoever else joins us for the watch along. I was able to a degree, maybe even pay attention to the game, in a kind of a different way. To be honest, Dave, it's just a huge letdown in every single way. I thought we actually were going to take it after the first half, but, it was kind of a bit of a kiss of death with Spurs. But David, I wish I could be returning on better circumstances. That's all. And, hopefully maybe I can get a bit of solace, a bit of recuperation, a bit of therapy from the Harris Army for this one.
No, 100%. I couldn't agree more. Look, we all need the therapy, and this is what it's all about. And before we do get into it, guys, this show is sponsored by Manscaped. Look, if you want to treat your crown jewels, Christmas is coming up. If you want that big Christmas Eve with your loved one, that nice night in on Christmas Eve. If they're going out to get some nice underwear for you, why not treat your crown jewels, guys? Use the code FLATCAP and get the 20% off discount using the code FLATCAP over at manscaped.com, guys. I can assure you it is worth it. The toner, the ball deodorant, it's absolutely phenomenal stuff. It's a new feat in male grooming. It's unbelievable. The Lawnmower 4.0, it's an unbelievably smooth, close shave. Shave that six-yard box. That's what you need to do. Get it nice and shaven with the Lawnmower 4.0. No scratches, no little nicks like before when it used to be a bit of hassle, Now it's just nice, clean and easy. Jack, Manscaped, honestly, it's taken men's grooming to a new level, hasn't it?
Certainly has, David. And, I kind of wish I had it back in the day, probably, considering I used to be in a long distance relationship at one stage. You kind of want to look your best, you get the haircut, you get the new deodorant, you get everything nice, to look your best for the missus. And, if I had Manscaped back then, David, I could have honestly been, the complete man, as we said before. I could have been the total playmaker, and probably that long distance relationship, probably, could have been a bit closer distance, maybe a bit sooner rather than later if I had maybe the full Manscaped package. And as well, David, again, Manscaped have actually been so generous enough to give us the full package themselves. They gave us everything from the underwear to the shave kit to a t-shirt, and as well as, of course, the Lawnmower 4.0. And I will say, David, I'm using it a bit too much at this rate, because, it's just a bit addicting. You kind of, sometimes Saturdays, like I said, are for the boys. And part of those boys are the boys downstairs that we always want to keep nice and fresh. And again, everybody, if you haven't already used that code FLATCAP for 20% off, please do, because again, Christmas is coming up, maybe a certain birthday or something is coming up, maybe, and as well, maybe if you want to treat a certain special someone in your life, might as well do it with this code FLATCAP at manscaped.com. It's in the banner down below. So please use it if you haven't already, everybody. But big yourselves up, Manscaped, because David, they really did give us a full performance package for us to, test out ourselves. I mean, we have them, sitting in our washroom right now.
Yeah, no, we definitely do, and in a nice travel bag that comes in, Jack. But look, there's going to be some long evenings. Two reasons as well, just quickly, and then we will crack on. But there's going to be some long winter evenings in now. It's going to be cold, Why not already get ahead of the situation? You have no option but to spend time with your loved one. So why not get ahead of the situation now and get that order in? And second of all, I bet you your favorite players at Tottenham are using it. I can't say they are, but I reckon they could be, So again, another reason to do it. But look, let's crack into it. Let's see what Harris Army we have in the building tonight. We have Dermot says, ladies and gentlemen, it's the main event of the evening. In the blue corner, Jack Statman, Kaniki, and in the red corner, David, the Irish Hotspur. Let's get ready to rumble. Big up, guys. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. Big yourself up, Dermot. He is in the background waiting to go. He's super excited today. Paul Markey with the super chat. I'm just going to read out what his thoughts are on the game. He emailed me them, so I'm going to get onto it. And guys, the reason why he has emailed them, I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, is because he's not up to date with the technology and stuff like that. So, if there is anybody out there that is like that, why not email email me or Jack. Everything you need to know is in the description below. Get them in and we can read out your thoughts. And I might bring a new thing that after the game, if you want to record your thoughts, send them in to us. Maybe we put up the best 5 or 6 of them after the game onto the channel and stuff like that. Maybe that's a new thing we can add in. But just back to Paul Markey's thoughts here. He says he has a 5-point plan and a conclusion. So the first one is, on 5 occasions, Kane got the ball to feet at the edge of the area and fumbled and lost the ball. Previous seasons, he'd have 2 of them in the net. Second, we are paying the price of no decent backup for Kane. 3, Ndombele, although skillful, doesn't last a game, and this is a luxury, and he is a luxury. 4, Reggie is pissed at Nuno and could now opt to return to Real Madrid. 5, Nuno knows his time is temporary, and it shows with his demeanour. And his conclusion is, we need a proper manager, Poch or Gallardo. Fire sale required of the following: Doherty, Dyer, Davies, Winks, Sanchez, Dele, Bergwijn, plus a few others. Give the manager funding to build. If this doesn't happen, we are doomed to be a bottom half team. Jack, what would you say to Paul Markey?
Paul Markey, I don't know how you could cover so many things so efficiently as well as, in an email. I would have probably left it to an entire essay, probably an entire paragraph, and probably would have left out even some of those points. So big yourself up, Paul Markey. In the case of Region, that's not a bad shout, actually, that potentially Region, might not be accepting Nuno or his philosophy or his plan. That's not a bad shout. In the case of Tanguy, I feel like Tanguy, again, he just is so hot and cold. He just runs so hot and cold, and it's really too frustrating at this rate. At the same time, I kind of thought he was at the same level of, kind of shittiness as the rest of the players. Maybe in that match, I don't think he really was too much worse than other players, but at the same time, he wasn't really giving himself much credit. At the same time, I think it kind of cuts both ways as well. Though I would say Nuno, his demeanor and everything, it does maybe reek of somebody who isn't really, maybe fully confident, and maybe either the backing behind him or just the fact that his tenure, he knows, might not be too long, as well as when you might say in the case of Nuno. Yeah, Dave.
I guess what he's trying to say, Jack, is, and I'm going to put it to you like this is kind of sum it up, is that, do you think, right, that maybe the club are trying to make the rebuild as less painful as possible, that they want to do it gradually, it looks like, and they are taking their time with it. It looks like they want to do it gradually. Or do you think it's what needs to happen is what Paul Markey is saying, is that, yeah, look, come the summer, or maybe even January, or come the summer, you need to get a manager in the long term that you do believe in. And second of all, that you need to let him to be able to get whatever he wants out and bring in what he needs.
I feel like he does need to get in whatever he wants out and bring in what he needs. But at the same time, like Nuno, as everybody has said before, wasn't maybe their favorite choice. In fact, wasn't really, the best choice. So do you really cater to all the signings that Nuno maybe wants? I'd probably say no. And to a degree, I still stand by a lot of the signings that we made. But again, with the Deadwood as well, though, the Deadwood list has only gotten longer and longer and longer, it seems like every week. But when you think about some of the players that are on the top of that Deadwood list, think about a pandemic transfer market, David. I mean, who on earth is going to be buying some of those players? Like, who on earth would buy Ben Davies? Who on earth would buy Harry Winks? I don't care, when it comes to the fact that maybe we could have canceled their contracts, like the likes of Aurier and whatnot. That probably would be the best choice. But knowing the man upstairs, he's definitely not going to do that, especially considering how much those guys are being paid a week. But yeah, I do feel like, as much as we got a lot of the Deadwood out, we know the job isn't done, but how much does that really fall on Paratici? I don't really think very much. And Paul Markey, though, I just want to echo again. I mean, I don't know how you could hit so many points on the head so quickly as well, so efficiently. So big yourself up.
And a conclusion.
And a conclusion as well.
What a man! That's not an easy feat to achieve in an email. Big yourself up, Paul Markey. But look, we'll keep cracking on. Let's see what other Harris Army are in to join us. We have Catman Jess. He says, come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. Paul Markey also says, I see a mirror. Nuno, Christian Gross. The regular says, 4 losses in 9 games is bad enough, but all the losses being London derbies is shocking. That one is hard to take. I'll give you that. Kuva99 says, I'd just rather not bother wasting 2 hours watching the sort of football we're playing. That is fair enough. I think a lot of people are starting to get like that. But look, at the end of the day, I'll be honest with you. I'm going to be here all during the week watching all the games again. I can't help it, my man. Also, 53 says, big up, lads and ladies. Positive side, Man United is worse. yeah, if you could take that positive from it, I suppose. Look, I'm not really going to celebrate that, but I can get why other people would. And look, I hope you enjoyed your Mrs. Plum Tart also. I know you said she made
That was a
some
great
mean ones, so I
comment.
hope you enjoyed it. Chris says, evening all, big up Chris. He is in the background. I'm sure he'll have a lot to say, guys. D-Trex Kane says, I can't stand Nuno and those players. We need to change ASAP. Nuno is clueless and those players want Mason back. It's so obvious. Kane's son, Lucas Reguilon, should be ashamed after that game. Look, a lot of players can't really come out and hold their head high, I believe. Zanuska Ramchunder says, evening, guys, we've been absolutely shocking against Vitesse and West Ham. I don't know if I can put full blame on Nuno, but the attitude from the players at least needs to change. Couldn't agree more. HB is saying Nuno out, Levy out, Enoch out. Para Miguel Escobardo, evening fam. Good up, my man. I hope things are well. Tim Man 007 says, Levy out. Looking forward to seeing my buddy Chris on tonight. Let it go, Chris. Bit of hype for Chris already. DMT says, this intro song is banging. Big up. Come on, you Spurs. Yeah, appreciate that, my man. I appreciate that. Big yourself up. Brad Matthews says, groovy new intro. Look, I have to confess, it wasn't me that made it. Will Stewart didn't make it for me ages ago, and I completely forgot about it and then found it, so I uploaded it. Ken the Long Shot says, digging the intro. Big up, boys. Look, I just thought, it'd be nice to put something there for you to maybe listen to while we're getting ready and coming on, guys. So, look, it's good to see everyone enjoying it. Seb Shah says, big up David, Jack, and all the Tottenham crew watching. Come on, Seb. Come on. Absolutely love it. American Toff says, should play. It's the end of the world as we know it, but I don't feel fine. Big yourself up. Big up Mr. Socrates. He's in the house. Big up David and Jack and all the Harris Army. Oliver Freeman is saying, cool intro. Big up, Oliver. I hope things are well with you, brother. We have Golden Cock says, big up, everyone. For me, apart from Levy, blame is with the players first and Nuno second. I hope as Paratici's man of the two of them now know for sure who's got to go and do something about it. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. Couldn't agree more with Golden Cox. Good to see you in, brother. Who else have we got in the house? We've got Zoe. Big up, Zoe. I hope things are well. She says, big up, boys. Big yourself up, Zoe. Tango Bin Rashid is in the house. He wants a jack attack. And big yourself up. Who else have we got? Kuva says, Jack, we've all given up on football, so we're coming over to take your mum out for dinner next week. Is that okay?
You're going to have to. I think she's already up in Canada. So anybody that's up in Canada now, I think she went to Philly, flew from my hometown of Seattle. Now she's up in, she was in Philly where I was visiting her. And then now she's up in, I believe, not Nova Scotia. I think she's up in Montreal, actually. So if anybody near Montreal, feel free to go down, maybe go to a few beer gardens or whatnot. I know she would enjoy that. Have you meet up with her. I'm sure she would enjoy it.
Cody's wife is putting the bolt across the door now as we speak, Jack. Ian Harper says, we need a new captain. Yeah, look, fair point. Slow Jamrod says, I'm losing the fight in me defending Tottenham. Big up the Harris Army. Man, always defend Tottenham. Everybody else in the league, in the world, hates Tottenham, bar Tottenham fans. So always defend your club, no matter how bad things get. David says, hi, boys. Spurs are really annoying me now. Forward players didn't do enough yesterday and really need to step up against United. Good to see the GOAT Jack back again. Big yourself up, David.
Big up yourself.
Good to see you, my man. Look, no matter what, keep supporting the club, guys. We will have our day. Always hold on to that. Ken the Long Shot says, we may not feel the best team in London right now, but we have the best fans in the world. Certainly the best of any London club. And that's exactly it, my man. We do have the best fans in the world. And I guess I was alluding to that yesterday, that, hopefully these players and that now can realize that they have the best fans in the world and really step up. Great point, Ken and Longshot. My man. Sims Orlov says, hello, big yourself up, my man. I hope things are well. Adam says,
hope things are well in Netherlands. Hope things are well in Holland, Sims. Hope things are well in Holland. I know the weather's a bit better, I think, probably than in the UK sometimes in Holland. So let us know. Hopefully everything's all right.
What a legend. Big up. Adam says, we're such a bloody mess right now. Big up, Adam. I hope you're keeping well, brother. JC's in the house. He says, Dave and Jack on a Monday night. Excellent. Every single Monday throughout this year, my man. Every single Monday fan show. We're always here, JC. Look, we'll pick up the pieces, get everybody pumped up again for the week. At the end of the day, as much as the results have not gone our way, we still have to love the club no matter what. We have a couple of super chats we will get to now in a minute. Daniela Stewart, look, I'll be honest with you. I hope you enjoyed your day yesterday. I'm absolutely butthurt and sickened, but it is what it is. She says, thank you for the 3 points from Hammer. But you boys should not be afraid of United. They have some really big issues, more than new man can sort out in less than a week. No, I agree with you 100%. Spurs Savage says, what's up, lads? I'm still fuming. Yeah, look, I completely get it. But like I said, today, You know, we get over it. We vent now, get it all out, and we pick ourselves up back for the week. Because if we don't defend our club, nobody else will. And that's why you cannot give up. Big up Killian Kenny. There's your shout out, my brother. Phil Latis is in the house. Big yourself up, Phil Latis. Ryan Showell, he said we should move to playing at the Den and training on the marshes. This team has been soft for about 4 years. Too comfy in the best training ground, stadium, etc. Yeah, fair point. I like your style. Ryan. Old school, my man. Claude Murphy says, respect, guys. Big up to you, Claude Murphy. Kenneth, Tottenham Hotspur says, only solution is sack Enoch. Daughter of Joe Lewis loves Tottenham to win. One hinder Levy. Jack, what would you say to Kenneth?
I mean, I think everybody knows that it needs to be Enoch and Joe and Joe Lewis as well as Daniel Levy out. I think it's the easiest solution of them all. It's probably not the easiest to achieve, but at the same time, I think it would wipe away practically every problem we would have. It'd be like putting a nice little, kind of a, sanitized cloth over kind of, the kitchen counter. It just wipes everything off at once. Kind of Tottenham Hotspur. At the same time, though, how soon can I see that happening? I can't give a good answer to that. I really can't, and I'm sorry, but, I do feel like there's being more and more added pressure every single week towards Enoch and Levy and towards Joe Lewis. And so hopefully maybe eventually they might find some sort of pressure where they just can't handle the heat. They just can't handle maybe, the negativity or the pressure from Tottenham Hotspur fans. But at the same time, I don't see it happening too soon, but, I know that might be a bit too kind of negative, or maybe I'm just not really in, kind of the mood to be super optimistic about it. But at the same time, I completely agree. I think it would wipe away all our problems. And it certainly would be also putting us in a whole new position as a club, because we are, to a degree, I think, a bit of a sleeping giant in that aspect. With how little we spend, we certainly could be spending a whole lot more, and we certainly be a whole lot higher up. So really big yourself up, kind of Tottenham Hotspur. I think it'd be definitely the easiest solution in terms of fixing all our problems all at once.
100%. And I hope you're keeping well, my man. I really do hope you're keeping well. Big up, Ken. We'll welcome a few more Harris Army into the building, and then we'll get into the show. Rasta County says, evening, guys. It might look bad currently, but there's always someone worse off. Imagine being a Man U fan. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you fat cat Army. This guy is an optimist. He lives on the bright side of life. Absolutely love it, Rasta. My man, I want what you're on. Big yourself
Big up, Rasta.
Dave Tyson's in the house. Says, big up, lads. Big yourself up, man. I hope things are well with you. We have Kieran Keys ready for some Tottenham therapy. Big up, lads. Come on, you Spurs. Enoch out. We all need it, man. We all need it. Look, I need it just as much. You guys help me. We'll get through these dark times. So big yourselves up, Harris Army. Terry, you're right. Big up the dynamic duo. It's good to see you in, Terry. I hope things are good with you, brother. We have Big Boss Man. He says, woo! Big up, Big Boss Man. I hope things are well, my man. Hope things are well. We have
Legend.
Mac in the house as well. He says, come on, you Spurs. Shamu says Jack Hannan is torn a muscle in his hip flexor and he's out to next year. Big up, Shamu.
Whoa.
Adam says, evening, boys. Do you think if we lose to Burnley and Man U, Noonan will get the boot? It'll be a lot of pressure on him, that's for sure, Adam.
Yep.
That's for sure. And Brian T. Socrates with the super chat with the big one. Big up, Brian, my man. I hope things are well, brother. He says, two big problems. One, team and manager performance for London Derby's test failed miserably. Two, the bigger picture, Lenik, and how fans can unite via protest, social media for change. What happened to the game is about glory. Yeah, look, the 4 London derbies, it hurts. It really, really hurts. And you know what? It's a difficult one to dissect because it always can't be the manager's fault. The same thing has happened under Poch. The same thing happened under Mourinho, where we weren't showing up for these sort of games. It's a mentality problem with the players. But then you also do have to look at Nuno's game management. Not making a sub till 82 minutes. He was asked why. He says, because we were on top of the game. I mean, we may have well been on top of the game, may well have been the better team, but we didn't take a shot in the second half. Once you go 1-0 down, we still failed to have a shot on goal. How do you expect to get back into these games if you're not going to put the ball in the box? Look, none of the players were at the races yesterday either. None of them. Nuno wasn't on the sidelines giving them a rollicking. I doubt he did it at halftime either, judging by what he said after the game. Then obviously, you do go upstairs. You look, the funds haven't been provided properly. They missed the boat on several occasions, and all that sort of stuff. They didn't. The thing is, look, Conte wanted to come. He wanted about 200 million to overturn the squad. They're not going to give it to him. That Ten Hag didn't want to come. He was not going to risk his reputation on Tottenham. And the reason, no matter what route you go down, if you want a world-class manager in here or a good a good, decent manager in here, like a Ten Hag or something like that. They're not coming in unless they're giving assurances that certain players can go. Make no mistake about it. They know the bag eggs in the dressing room. They know the players that are holding us back. If they don't have assurances that they will go and they can replace them, they're not coming here. We have to learn our lesson from the whole Ten Hag situation, or not Ten Hag, the whole Nagelsmann situation.
Yeah.
Us as a fan base decided, yeah, we can go and get Nagelsmann. I said at the time, Nagelsmann's not coming to Tottenham. He's going to Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, or Barcelona. He went to Bayern Munich. He was never coming to Tottenham to risk his reputation on what's going on here at the minute. We are in a very, very tricky situation. And I think the only way of solving it is maybe the second part here that Brian says. Fans have to come together now. They have to unite. And they have to make their voices heard and their displeasure known. That's my theory on it. Jack, what's your thoughts?
I think David hit a lot of nails on the head there, Brian C. And I know you probably, absolutely just have it all. I mean, the philosopher, I don't have to tell the philosopher twice, how to maybe best solve the situation because he even created the win and learn, even prompt. But Brian, to you, what I would maybe say is Nuno he's failed to prepare this team for any of our London derbies. I mean, mentally, it seems like he fails to prepare them. They seem sluggish every single time they come into it. They don't seem well prepared, even also as well at halftime. He doesn't give them any sort of, walloping or any sort of, kind of embarrassment, to kind of motivate them. He doesn't seem to stress the importance even of the matches. He just says, oh, well, they know that the importance, it's a given. That's not very convincing when you kind of think about it as well. I don't think he's prepared any of these teams at all, mentally for these London derbies. And that's what kind of comes for, maybe first is just as well, maybe you can get the tactics right, but you need to also prepare them mentally. And that's the part that I'm just not really, I don't know. I just have no faith in him anymore in terms of, getting the mental side over these players. And we all know world-class managers, they do help players a lot in the mental side, everything from Conte to Jose to Jurgen Klopp to Tuchel to Guardiola. They prepare them in the mental side. And, I think that's a certain facet that, Nuno sincerely lacks, like really lacks actually. And then as well, maybe I think David hit the nail on the head. It is obviously Lenik or Enoch up top. They do absolutely poison this club, and they also hold back this club significantly. But at the same time, I feel like even with them at the helm and maybe with this summer window and whatnot, I feel like we could still be doing a bit better than maybe what we have done. And that's maybe my answer to it. But I know, like I said before, Brian C., they're poisoning everything from the top. And once it gets poisoned down from the top, just trickles down to everything, to the manager, to the players, and to the budget, and to Paratici for sure.
And the thing is, the reason why it's a tricky one to negotiate is because as Spurs fans, there will come a point where we do have to get behind a manager and really give him a chance. Look, I'm not sitting here calling for Nuno's head yet. No way am I going to do it. I believe he needs to be given a little bit longer. Look, I think the next 2 weeks is crucial. We have Burnley in the Cup, we have United in the league, we have a Europa Conference League game, and then we have another league game after that. I think the next 2 weeks is very crucial. But as Spurs fans, say even if Nuno does go and we get in another manager, there comes a point where we will actually have to sit by and give a guy time. We can't wish for overnight instant success if the board are not going to give that money to be able to do that. You can go down the route of changing managers all you want if you're Chelsea with the money you're willing to throw at. Oh, you want a new manager and what players do you need? Go and get them.
Or even the caliber of managers you can attract. Yeah.
Yeah. And at Tottenham Hotspur, that is not going to happen. So it's a tricky situation to be in. It really is. It's a very difficult one to negotiate right now. But big up, Brian. I really appreciate the support, brother.
And the big one from Dermot.
Wow. A massive one. Jesus.
Jeez,
my man,
Dermot.
You really didn't
Big
have to do
up.
that, Dermot. Big yourself up, my man. I really appreciate the support, brother. Way, way, way too kind, my man. Honestly, stuff like that, it's really heartwarming. He says, for 20 years, Levy and Enoch have slowly took apart our club. We have no identity. Our DNA has gone. We're not a football club. We are our brand. The house that Bill Nick built has been knocked down. Spurs is not just a club. It's a way of life for us fans. Come on, you Spurs. And I think
it's a mic drop as well, Dermot, as well as being way too generous. So generous with that one, but that's also a huge mic drop as well, Dermot, especially mentioning Bill Nick in this content. Jesus, I mean, that's such a mic drop. That is such a mic drop, Dermot. Big yourself up. As well, is it a coincidence, David, that Bill Nick statue isn't there? Because it feels like with Levy, it'd just be a constant reminder to him, that he probably isn't, willing to look at, look at someone who actually cared about this club, someone who actually built the reputation of this club, someone who actually gave, the fans every single working week something to look forward to, something Levy has not really been doing in his entire 20-year period. And when you think about it in those terms, that's probably why that statue isn't even there. It's probably too harsh of a reminder to Levy that, this is the standard that actually was set at this club, and he knows he's well below it. And that's probably why that statue isn't even there for Bill Nick. When I think about it, it's just too harsh of a reminder for him, too harsh for his own ego, probably.
Well, look, Jack, he talks about Spurs DNA, but let's be honest, this guy couldn't give a toss about our past. He couldn't. There's no statues. There's nothing to commemorate what Bill Nick done, any of the great teams before them. Absolutely nothing. There should be a statue outside for the likes of Bill Nick and some of the players, to be honest with you, of the past. But there's absolutely nothing. With Daniel Levy, he's always thinking about the future, how he can make more money. He couldn't give a crap about the past. Could not give a crap. And look, if he maybe looked into the past and really, soaked in the culture, and like Dermot says, it's a way of life for people. I know it's a way of life for me, Jack. I've said this many times. I have nothing in life but this football club. And I know some people will come and say, well, you shouldn't take football that seriously, this, that, and the other. But it's hard when it's the only thing you enjoy. You know what I mean? And right now, the life and the soul has been absolutely sucked out of it. You're not even looking at good football. You're not even looking at us create chances, really any decent chances. It's not exciting anymore. That excitement that we had on the Pochettino, it's gone. It's gone.
It takes a lot
to like it feels like a second job to most people now. It's getting to the point where, look, I speak to so many people, Jack, and it's actually starting to affect some people's mental health now, and it's never a good place to be. Look, I just wish that some of these players really did, because at the end of the day, look, the bigger picture is the owners and that, but you also have to hold Nuno and the players accountable for yesterday. Look, we may have been the better team, but we didn't even run about. There was no movement off the ball. There was no desire to close down and win back the ball, and it was kind of like a half-assed effort to do. Now, these guys had a week off. What were they doing during the week? What was Nuno saying to them before the game at half-time? But as well, these players, if Nuno's not motivating them, should be motivating themselves. It's a very disappointing performance yesterday, in my opinion. It's a really hard one to take. Like, I can take losing, but at least go down trying. You know what I mean? At least go down trying. We didn't. Nuno got the game management wrong yesterday and everything else. It's just a bad time to be in. I just wish everyone could maybe take a look at the past, the double winning side. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. Like, Tottenham are a club that every decade you can guarantee there was one or two trophies you'd be able to enjoy and you pick up along the way. It's gone. It's gone. You used to look at players, absolutely running their bollocks off, dying and bleeding for the shirt, putting their bodies on the line. Last year, under Jose Mourinho, it's got that bad that players just stop defending, stop throwing their bodies on the line. When should that ever happen? This year, it's not really happening. But when you're talking about turning up and representing your club, making your fans being the proudest team in the city, you're turning up against your rivals, you want to give your fans the bragging rights. Well, I'm sorry, but no one can tell me that any of them players really tried yesterday or that they cared about it. They were just so nonchalant walking around. It's kind of like, well, we're going to get paid anyway. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. And something has to change at this club. And I don't know what. I do not know what. There's so many things you can look at right now and just say it's wrong.
And final thing I would say to Dermot, and big yourself up, Dermot. Again, that's way too generous of you, way too generous, brother. And I'm looking forward to speaking to you and catching up with you. But I would just say, Dermot, I just don't even know what it's like to be in your position, Philip's position, Brad Matthews' position, plenty of other people's position, Ellie's position, plenty of fans, David, that have seen Tottenham in their glory days. And, someone that's a bit younger like myself, this is kind of more or less what I've been used to, and so maybe I have better coping mechanisms or something than these guys, because they've seen us be at the height stage. They've seen us be at the glory stage. And now they just watched it, like Dermot said, just become uncrumbling, come crashing down. The foundations of Bill Nick are almost hardly to be seen anymore. And I don't know if I could be able to cope with that. I actually don't really know if I would be able to. So Dermot, big yourself up, brother.
It's just getting hard right now, but we all have to stick through it. Now is the time to stop the fighting and start uniting. Now is the time to do that as fans. Let's welcome more people in. We have some more super chats to get to, and then we'll start bringing on the guests. Ben says, hello, guys. Big up, Ben. I hope things are well, my man. Big yourself up. Who else have we got that's in the house? Flasher Al says, if we get rid of Nuno, bring in somebody else. Nothing's going to change. That's my fear, my man. Tino Constantino says, am I the only Spurs fan that feels when it go down at 90% of the team, I don't see us coming back? Yeah, yep. No, you're not, my man. You're not. Spurs Savages in the house. Big yourself up. Says, I'm still 6th until next week, where we could go down to 12th place, 100%, my man. Terry Wright, big yourself up, my man. Really appreciate the support, brother. He says, making my payment for my weekly Spurs therapy session. Thanks, man. Keep up the great work. Come on, you Spurs. Look, I always
see you next week, Terry. See you next week.
Yeah, exactly. Same time next week. No, look, I always joke when we are Tottenham TV. You know, that get the channel membership is the cheapest therapy session around. You know, you'll never get a cheaper therapy session. But look, Terry, you know, look, as much as everyone else out there needs it, I need it. You know, it's a massive help for me. I was really down in the dump chest. I felt really let down. I felt really disappointed by the whole club in general, everything. The manager, the players, the owners. You know, I felt really down yesterday. And it's just, it's not a good way to be, you know. And look, we all need the therapy, Terry. So big yourself up, my man. I really do
cheapest
appreciate
therapy there is, Terry. Hopefully we can provide. Big yourself up.
Big yourself up, my man. Kenneth Tottenham Hotspur says, Tommy, do know that Joe Lewis' daughter loves Tottenham like us. She is golden. I'll be honest with you, I haven't really, I'm not the FBI. I haven't gone digging into Joe Lewis's family and, you know, what his daughter's doing and stuff like that. I'm not the FBI, my man. But look, if she does love Tottenham like us, fair play, you know what I mean? But then tell her to get onto the fire and get it sorted out. You can't tell me, you know, it can't be pulling on her heartstrings right now what's going on at Tottenham. She may be golden, my man, but get her to get the outlet to pull the finger out. That's what I say, Kenneth. If you know her personally, you know, tell her what she needs to do, Kenneth. Big up, my man.
Tell her that, you know, the games do not look as great. You know, maybe it looks great on the yacht that she's probably watching it on with all the artwork and everything surrounding the TV screen. But for us, it doesn't look as good. The football does not look as good. But yeah, tell her that, Kenneth Tottenham Hotspur. Big yourself up.
Spurs 72 says, evening, Jack and David. Jack, my man, you left David alone for that performance. Good team. David has strong, thick Spurs skin.
It's like crocodile skin, Spurs 72. That's what he has. It's like crocodile skin. You know, it's almost impossible to penetrate. David has, you know, probably a turtle shell, you know, on top of him when it comes to some of these performances. No matter how David gets down on it, I know that he's going to bounce back from it. And 2 degrees Spurs 72, you know, it did feel like it was a really hard one to leave David alone for. I know he was able to hold the fort down probably better than I know I could. And as well, though, it just speaks to the fact that David, you know, especially holding it down on the weekend, you know, especially with a loss like that, I would just say, you know, props to David, and maybe everybody in the comments give David a bit of props, give him, you know, a bit of GGs, you know, give him, you know, a bit of praise, because especially over the weekend, it's, you know, it's really, really hard. You have to psych yourself up. You got to big yourself up. You know, you got to get everybody pumped and excited. And then if it, you know, you're disappointed, then you also have to provide the therapy the following day, you know. So, I mean, everybody big up David. And it was very sad to, you know, leave him alone for this one. But, you know, you got to celebrate the mother. So, you know, birthday was her 60th, you know, so she's on to a new decade, everybody. But maybe if anybody's in Montreal, like I said, feel free to maybe find her at a local beer garden or something like that. But Spurs 72, it did pain me to leave David alone. I didn't even watch the watch along. I just kind of was sitting there kind of a bit hungover after, you know, the birthday party and everything, you know, in the morning, just watching it. And yeah, I didn't want to see how David was coping, and I bet it wasn't well, but big yourself up, Spurs 72. It did hurt me to leave him alone on it.
What I'd say there, lads, is look, you know me, I'll always front it. I sat there, I enjoyed the abuse West Ham fans were giving me, because I know their time will come. And believe me, once we beat them, I'll be on all their fan channels giving it to them. You know, I like a bit of rivalry, you know. Look, at the end of the day, it didn't go our way. But no matter what, I'll always front it. I'll never, ever cave into any other fan of any team, no matter what they say about my team. Even if it's true, I'll never, ever cave in. And that's just the sort of fan I am. I will never, ever give them an inch. But big up Spurs 72. Paul Markey says we all want to support the manager, but when he knows he's a caretaker and the players also know there is only one result, failure, Enix to blame. No, look, 100%, I couldn't agree more with you. I could not agree more with you. Look, do I think he's the man? I'll be honest with you, I don't believe it. I don't believe so, but I'm not going to sit here and call for his head yet. Not just yet. Look, I think the next 2 weeks is absolutely crucial. There's no point in getting rid of him now, because you can't guarantee you're going to be able to get someone in over this next 2 weeks. and you probably will end up going out of some of the cups or losing some of them games. Right now, I believe we have to stick with them at least until the November international break and see what happens. I think that would make a bit of sense in my opinion. I think now it would be too knee-jerk. Look, I'm not being funny. We slapped United 6-1 last season at home. There's no reason why we can't go out there and beat them at the weekend. There's no reason why we can't beat Burnley during the week. No reason whatsoever. Look, at the end of the day, yes, that happened. Yes, Vitesse happened, and it's disappointing. But don't worry. Times will get better. It will get better. You just have to stick. I'm a firm believer. You stick with the bad, you'll always get the good. You will always get the good. But big up Paul Mark, my man. I really appreciate the support, brother. And Kenneth, Tottenham Hotspur says, open the stream yards. David Harris, loads of us want to say something. Golden open. No, look, we will. Members get priority. Then after that, providing it's not too late over here in my time, because sometimes these ones, members, they want to come on. Everyone wants to get their say. It could be going on till 1 a.m. But look, if there's time, my man, I will put it out there for everybody to come on, my man. But big yourself up, Kenneth. I really appreciate the support, brother. And he also says, Tottenham trust, big up. Even them was spit on. Now I am angry. Yeah, look, the trust as well. But look, with the trust, honestly, I'm going to do a bit more looking into it and stuff like that. But I don't believe they played their cards correctly too, to be honest with you. Look, it takes two to tango. I am more on the trust side than what I ever will be on the board side. You can believe that. That's for sure. But look, hopefully the trust can do something for us now. Hopefully they can get their voices heard and stuff like that and really find out what's going on. I did like what they've done, putting the questions in public. So, look, let's see what comes of that. I know the board said, well, the Paratici video kind of answers them and stuff like that. But let's see what the Trust next move is.
Big up Brian C, though.
What the next move is.
Big up Brian C. Big up Kenneth Tottenham Hotspur. Big up Kenneth Tottenham Hotspur. Big yourself up, my man. Big up Brian C. Big up Dermot with the absolutely massive one.
Terry, right? The whole lot. Everyone big yourselves up. But look, we are going to start getting on the guests now. We're going to give everyone 15 minutes, let them get whatever they need off their chest. Guys, make sure everyone has smashed that like button. And make sure every once in a while when you see new people come in, get on them to smash the like button. As well, if you're new to the channel, smash that subscribe button. The big push for 4.5K is on. We're so close, I can almost feel it. And look, guys, already the chat is absolutely hopping. I know not everybody is in the position to be able to do it, so do not worry. I will get everybody's comment up on screen the very least. I can guarantee you that. I'm usually very good at getting everyone's comment up on screen. But look, sometimes you just need to pay that bit extra, skip the queue in life. Feel free to get in a super chat, guys, and it is a great way to help support me and Jack on the channel. It just means we skip the queue and get straight to you. But look, enough of me and Jack now. You want to hear what the Harris Army has to say. Let's bring on the first guest. I know Tim Man 007 is going to be absolutely loving this. So let's bring him on. It's Chris. Chris, my man, just take it away. What's your thoughts on yesterday's game and everything else you want to say?
Right. Can we just skip yesterday's game for a second? I just want to go back to Thursday, the actual horror show in Holland.
Yeah,
right.
Start there.
A couple of points I want to make up straight away. Ben Davis's comments about, the pitch wasn't on his side, the ref wasn't on his side, the team wasn't up for it. That's a load of bollocks. Who the hell does he think he is coming out with comments like that? He's paid enough to play the game. And Harry Winks as well. Who the hell does he think he is? Oh, I'm not being paid enough. Does he not realise why he's not being paid enough? Because he's shit. No, seriously, David. I was listening to all their comments on Thursday after that game. And I swear, my laptop nearly went out the window.
What do you think of them rolling out Harry Winks? What do you think of them rolling out Harry Winks? The whole, feel sorry for me sort of jargon that was going on.
Did I feel, David, that feeling sorry for him is a load of crap. I'm sorry. There's a reason he hasn't been picked for the first team. There's a reason he's not in England squad, because he's not good enough. He's not even a championship player. He's a League One player at best. Same with Dele Alli. Same with Ben Davis. And I swear to God, if I see one more person defending, I think it's going to be a verbal assault from me. They're not good enough. They're simply not good enough.
Was it the usual suspects for you, Chris, Thursday night? Usual suspects? Just, the Winks, Dele Alli?
Add one more to that, Galini. He's no better than Joe Hart.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that as well. I'm starting to think that as well, Chris.
What is it with them bringing up backup goalkeepers that provide entertainment? Galini's rapping for them. Joe Hart was playing cricket. I don't get what's going on. But
it's beyond me. I don't know. But after the comments I heard on Thursday from Ben Davis, that was enough for me to say I don't want to see anybody else defend him.
Yeah.
I can't.
I don't want to see any more of them in his first jersey, to be honest.
David, I played football on slanted pitches before. I played on shit surfaces. There's no excuses. There's not anything for it. Deli Raro sit there playing his Rasta music and playing football. Can't do nothing. Bergwijn just running like a headless chicken. Rode and Tanganga, the whole back four, absolutely atrocious.
Yeah.
The midfield, non-existent. Up front,
from them.
nothing at all. That's Thursday's game. Let's go on to yesterday's game now. Yesterday's game, our fullbacks can't cross a ball. Can't hit the first. It can only hit the first player. Our midfield overhitting passes. Our forwards going on at Lucas standard where they're just running around like headless chickens. David, our first team yesterday was not better than what I played on Thursday.
I agree.
We couldn't even square each other also, Chris. We couldn't even square a ball across the six to each other. I mean, Tongi couldn't do it at one stage. Sonny couldn't do it. Kane couldn't do it.
Region couldn't even get past his first man, put across him. Romero, Emerson the same. Get hit the first man every single time.
Yeah, I agree
every
with you.
Single time. Well, absolutely disgrace.
I think the balls into the box were absolutely shocking. I think they were shocking yesterday.
A few times yesterday, overhitting his pass.
Yeah.
A basic through ball, over the top, straight off the pitch. Skip, the same. Romero put some good tackles in. I think he was the only one who actually put a bit of effort in.
I agree.
The rest of them, nah. Yesterday they've embarrassed us again.
Chris, what do you make of Harry Kane's performance yesterday? Look, a lot of people are on Kane's back. I'll be honest with you, I agree with it. But a lot of people are saying he just wasn't trying. But for me, he wasn't the only one. I think everyone bar Skip and Romero were probably the only ones were probably the only ones trying yesterday. But look, he was
9 out of 11 players. 9 out of 11 players. 9 out of 11 players, David, didn't give a shit. 2 players did. Romero and Skip. The only 2. The rest of them. And you've got Nuno standing on the side with his arms folded. Doesn't know what to do. Doesn't know how to inspire them.
How concerning is it for you then, Chris, that 2 very, very new players into this team were the only ones that could be up for this match, the only ones that were inspired for that match, and that being Skippy and Romero? How concerning is it to you that they were the only ones that were like a shining light? Because those are brand new players. They should be the last ones that you need to motivate.
Very concerning. Son, Kane, Lucas, Højbjerg, Dyer, Region, Emerson, Luis, all the same. Nothing from them at all. Kane just wandering around. Son could easily put Kane in for the goal. Didn't. Lucas running into dead ends. Højbjerg overhitting passes. Yeah. Region can't cross the ball. Emerson, the other side, exactly the same. What chance did we have yesterday? Okay, we had the possession, big deal. Second half, not a single shot on goal. Not a single shot.
Do you know what, Chris? My biggest concern yesterday was just the lack of energy, the lack of sharpness, the lack of intensity,
they had a week off.
The lack of movement. Why is that happening after them having a week off?
I don't think they're getting that motivation from the coaches. The coaches are supposed to be the ones firing them up before the game and at halftime saying, listen, we've got them on the ropes, go at them. Nuno just looks so discontent on the pitch, on the sideline. He's delaying his substitutions yesterday. We're 1-0 down after 72nd minute, waste the 83rd minute to make a substitution. For me, Nuno's not a proactive manager, he's a reactive manager, and he reacts at the wrong time.
Mm.
What do you think of him making a sub on the 91st minute, running down the clock when we're 1 down?
What can we say? It was West Ham's cup final for us, wasn't it? Like always.
Yeah, it was. Look, I'm going to read this super chat out for you because Tim Man's a huge fan. He says, "Big up, boys. Regardless how poor you were yesterday, they will spank us next week. This club is dead and going nowhere. He's so fed up. # leave you out." Chris, what would you say to Tim Man?
First of all, big up Tim Man 007. Big up to yourself, mate. Always got good support from you from there. Do you know what? As poor as United are, David, I have to be gutlessly honest and say I don't think we'll beat them. I think we might get our asses turned again. Our players just don't give a damn. It's like they're doing exactly what they did to every other manager. Oh, do you know what? We don't really like him. Maybe Delhi's doing his old, let's touch the cap and see if we can get the manager sacked again. Winks knocking on the manager's door. Oh, can I play? Look, there's too many temporary players, man. And this is going to cost him his job.
Yeah.
And do you know what? They've done the same under Jose. They've done the same under Poch. And do you know what? I can't see us beating Man United on Saturday. I think we're going to scrape a win against Burnley. Just about. But we're not going to beat United. As much as I want us to beat United, realistically, I can't see it.
Do you know what? Just to answer Tim Man as well. Look, I understand where everyone's coming from. You look at it and you say, maybe not. Look, defensively, we were good yesterday, I thought. Maybe we might be able to beat United out.
Romero was good.
Might get a rocket up their arse, and hopefully we can catch United. Look, I'll always believe. That's the thing. I will always believe. I'm just that sort of fan. That's why I'm called delusionist, and I'm never really delusional. I'm never really called a realist. But look, it is what it is. Look, I'm not going to tell people. I want to believe. Everyone sees football through a different lens. So, look, my belief is that I think we have a chance, but I can understand why people think we didn't. But big up, Tim, man. I really appreciate the support. But go on, Chris.
But Dave, don't get me wrong. I want to believe that we can beat United, but after some of the drab performances we've put in, it's hard to see it.
They at least have individual brilliance, to rely on, Chris, where I feel like at this rate, I don't know if we even have that anymore. We can't rely on individuals, the
wins against Villa
when they're playing bad.
Look, the wins against Villa and the wins against Newcastle are just papered the cracks over how bad the situation really is. Newcastle are truly an awful team. Villa, okay, we got lucky and we got caught them on a bad day and we beat them, but I'm not so sure about Man United. I really ain't. I want to believe that we can beat them, and I'll always believe my team can win. But I'm not so sure on this one. I really not. And that's me being bluntly honest.
Yeah. I can tell, Chris. I can tell. I mean, what would need to be different, next match, maybe against Man United? Is it is that all it is?
Desire, passion to want to win. Go into those tackles ferocious. Leave your mark on the game. Don't leave the spaces open like what they did against West Ham. Leaving it wide open in the middle of the pitch. Letting them play around us. At least learn to cross the ball into the area, not hit the first man.
Yeah.
We need something.
The pings across the pitch, to Region, we just missed them every single time, from Højbjerg to Dyer to Emerson.
Højbjerg yesterday misplaced so many passes. I've never seen him miss that many passes in a game since he joined us. He was really having an off day yesterday.
Yeah, and you never see him have an off day like that. That was the worst game I've ever seen him play. That was the worst game I've ever seen him play.
Jack, but being honest, as much as I know Ellie's loves him to death here, but I have to say Højbjerg was one of the worst players on the pitch yesterday.
He was atrocious.
He was one of the worst, along with Tanguy, along with Son, along with Kane, along with Lucas, the headless chicken. It was just too many blue players yesterday to go through. Luis didn't have much to do, but the goal they scored took the three players around Antonio. One of those could have tried to get the ball. Not one of them moved. Kane's right next to it. Stick a leg out. Didn't move. Skip's there. Region's there. Any one of those three could have tried to put a challenge in, and not one moved.
Skippy was the only one that jumped for it from the looks of it as well.
Yeah. But you got Region and Kane there, Jack. Not one of them actually bothered to move. It's like they weren't interested. And for me to see a passionate performance again in 3 weeks, I'm beyond the point of going on a rant. There's no point. Because I half expect it when we play that now. And I don't want to keep seeing it.
Yeah.
I sat there, and do you know what? My missus came in the bedroom and she goes, "You're quiet. What's going on?" I went, "Am I actually watching this paint dry? Am I actually watching it?" No, it's the second half. I just thought, shall I just switch it off? Can't be bothered.
Yeah.
And you know what? When people are getting to that point, it really is bad, when it's getting to that point where people want to be turned off the game. And you're not the only one, Chris. Jeez, I felt like doing that at times. I know a lot of other people have felt like turned off. I know people turned off against Vitesse, it's getting beyond the joke now. Do you think that these players actually care about us fans and about the club, Chris?
Do you know what? If the players really cared about the fans and the supporters, they wouldn't play like that. All they stinking care about is their little bubble baths at the end of the game, going back to their mansion in their 150 grand cars. They don't give a shit about the fans, because if they did, David, they would put their asses on the line for the club, fight for the badge, fight for the club. But they don't. And we've seen it week in, week out now. Kane says he loves the club. Does he really? Prove it. Son says he loves the club. Prove it. Skip says he loves the club. Prove it. All of them who say they love the club, stick your ass on the line and prove it.
Yeah.
That's actually well
David,
said,
as much as I love the Harry Kane and Son and Skip, they're one of my favorite players, along with Romero. Yeah? If they really love the club as much as they say they do, about time they stuck their fucking heads up in the air and proved it.
No, look, I'm actually of agreement with you. Look, for me, Harry Kane's performance yesterday is indefendable. Look, I watched him half-ass close down people. I watched him not put in tackles where he usually would have. And I'm sorry, but that goal is shocking defending. He has to be close-sided with Antonio there. He's standing behind him like he wants to give him a hug.
All he had to do
you know
was
what I mean?
boot him.
And I'm not being funny. I'm not being funny, Chris, but Antonio didn't do anything special. All he done was stick out a leg and hope.
Yeah.
All he done was stick out a leg and hope. And Kane couldn't even do that, you know. It's absolutely
all Kane had to do.
Son was crap. Højbjerg was crap. Well, from 1 to 11, the only ones that I think come out with the heads held high is Romero, Skip. And I'd even probably go as far as Dyer, but again, he pisses me off. But I'd even say them three. Everyone else did not give a crap yesterday. And that is what's so hard to take from the game, Chris.
Exactly. The goal from Kane. All he had to do, David, was stick his leg out, and he clears it. And he just stood there like a statue. Like, okay, David, I understand he wants to leave. He doesn't feel the clubs have got impatient. But you're still wearing that Tottenham shirt. Represent the damn club. If you want to leave, fine. At the end of the season, go. No one's.
I remember last season, Chris, when Harry Kane was clearing all of those, balls inside the box. He was the man at the front, or he was even, he would take that on from, Antonio. He wouldn't let that happen last season by the looks of it.
No. He's made his feelings perfectly clear to the supporters, David. I know how much you love Harry Kane, David. So, but I'm starting to lose all respect for him. He's just too many times he's done it. He did it against Arsenal a few weeks ago. He's done it again yesterday against West Ham. He did it against Chelsea. He's done it in every single fucking London derby. He's done the same thing. Not just one. Crystal Palace, he's done it. Chelsea, he did the same thing. Arsenal, and now West Ham. Four in a flipping row.
Yeah. No, I get it.
And he can only do something decent against a shit team like Newcastle.
No, I agree. But look, Chris, any final thoughts there before we let you go, my man?
I'm hoping for we beat Burnley on Wednesday. At least we'll have a mini cup run. Man United, as much as I want us to beat Man United, David, I don't know what to say about that. I hope we beat them, but realistically, in my heart, I don't think so. The way these a bunch of lazy, spineless, uncaring players we've got, I can't see it. As much as
is it imperative we win against Burnley? Maybe final answer, Chris. Is it imperative? Like, is it just has to because we have to continue in the cups. Like, we can't lose in the cups.
If we lose to Burnley, those players should have all their contracts torn up. They should put their Tottenham shirts down and never come back to the club. Have some respect for the club at least. Okay, you don't like the manager. You don't like the owner. Fine, we get it. But what about the supporters who are paying 40, 60, 100, 200 pounds a week to come and watch you play? Have some respect for them.
Yeah. I agree. And respect for all fans worldwide that get up at stupid hours to watch them.
Yeah,
fans that pay subscriptions to watch them. But look, Chris, before we let you go, I know you're angry. But look, just to show that you're still behind Tottenham Hotspur and that you still love the club.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Louder than that,
David, to be honest with you, I don't think I've got the energy, but come on, you Spurs.
That'll do.
But David, if we win on Wednesday, it'll be a bigger come on, you Spurs. And if we beat Man United on Saturday by some small miracle, it will be a humongous from Newcastle come on, you Spurs. But we'll soon see. Let's see if these spineless gits actually get their heads out of the arses and do something like they're supposed to.
Hopefully they develop some spine, Chris. Hopefully they develop some spine. But well said, Chris. And honestly, way to set the tone. Way to set the tone, Chris.
Big up, Chris. Absolutely.
Big up, lads.
And I'll
Come
see
on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Big up, Chris.
See you later, lads.
Absolutely brilliant. As always, guys, you can always rely on Chris to come with the hard-hitting home truths. You know, absolutely brilliant call. We do have Brad Matthews next. Then we have Philip. We'll have Joe. We'll have Dermot. And then we'll see who we have after that. But we have a few super chats to get through, so we're going to get through these, and then we'll start bringing on the next guest. Shane O'Neill says, I heard lads on TalkSport saying that Spurs' defeat is not very surprising anymore, and that it is beyond alarming and hit me like a ton of bricks. Do you know what? I agree with you. It's not surprising anymore. I think, you know, people are starting to expect it now and all that sort of stuff, and it is a bad way to be. It is a bad way to be. It's like something happens last year, it's Tottenham, you know. Look, we need to get rid of this. We do have to get rid of it. Look, it starts with the board, it starts with the players, and then, you know, it'll work its way out into the fan base and people, you know, and then they'll start being confident and stuff like that. But at the same time, they do need to give us something to get behind as well. And that is an alarming piece of that is a great way of saying that's a great comment, Shane. Jack, what would you say to Shane?
Shane, I feel like, you know, you're kind of probably speaking to a lot of Spurs fans in this regard, because as much as I don't really want to believe it, I know a lot of Spurs fans that have said for almost all of our matches this season that they don't see us winning, whether it was Newcastle, whether it was Aston Villa, whether it was even, you know, Wolves in the Cup, you know, practically any match we played, you know, Vitesse as well. There are people who were predicting us losing in that match. You know, it makes you think, David, because, I mean, a few years ago, especially under Poch, I would say that was never going to happen. There was no way you would find such a large majority of fans saying that we were going to lose these matches, and that some fans are even saying, you know, I have no hope for going into any of these games. When that, you know, population exists, no matter how small, Shane, says something about maybe the state that we're in, says something about the type of football that we're playing as well, Shane. I mean, clearly, if the football isn't convincing enough for them, if the style of play isn't good enough for them, that's why they're making those predictions, Shane. And I think, you know, a lot of people are probably in the same mindset as you, Shane, and that's what's most concerning. And maybe that speaks a lot about Nuno, especially as well, because if we don't think that we play enough good enough football, or we don't have enough or good enough players to even be, you know, winning some of these matches that we thought that we would, especially David and I thought that we would. I think we maybe need to take a second look at maybe this manager, take a second look at some of these players, and obviously, of course, up top as well. But Shane, I think you're honestly, you know, you're not in a minority. I think you're actually, to a degree, might be in a majority in this sense, because I know a lot of Spurs fans that have predicted some horrible defeats that have actually come true this season, which is just hard. You know, it's just, David, it is depressing when you think about it, that some of us are predicting that we would lose to Vitesse or we would lose to Newcastle or things like that. You know, thank God we got by in some of them, but it still says a lot that certain fans, you know, are predicting these results.
No, I agree. I agree with you. And big up Shane O'Neill. Really do appreciate the support, brother. Big yourself up, my man. Tottenham Tantrum says players are not trying for the manager. It's not the problem. The problem is the players are no good. No investment or nothing. You know what, Dermot? It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one because, look, you know, we can't keep it can't always be the manager every single time when we keep seeing the same thing on the three managers from these players. Look, you know, we've had a good rotation of the squad as well. So you're thinking, is it the manager? Could he be getting better out of these players? But again, we don't want to be going down the route of a United, of an Arsenal, where you're stuck with someone that is not really going to take it to the next level, like an Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. They had world-class managers in there before with Van Gaal, Mourinho, and now they're stuck with him. Arsenal, they had Unai Emery, managers of that ilk, now they're stuck with Arteta. I fear that's where we're going next. I really do fear we might get one last shot at it, but after that, we will end up going there, and that is my fear. That is my fear, Dermot. And look, of course, you know, it comes from the lack of investment, you know, from the board. And the thing is, what world-class manager is going to come in here knowing that the squad is crap, knowing that he has world-class ability, but he also needs the players to be able to do what he wants to do. And he's not going to get the money to be able to get the players in to do what he wants to do. So, look, if I would just say to Spurs fans, just, I'm not saying be cautious or anything, but I will say is that think about, you know, before you start calling for Nuno out and saying that we can go and get Ten Hag, we can go and get this, we can go and get that. It's not that easy. And that was proven after the Jose Mourinho sacking. So, look, I'm not saying that should stop us, that fear should stop us from sacking a manager. But have a little think about it. That's all I'm going to say.
World-class managers need world-class players.
Exactly. Tin Man 007 says, I just can't see anything in this team that gives us any hope. Best performance was versus City without Kane. No excuse for that lethargic showing yesterday. Jack, what would you say to Tin Man 007?
I mean, the lethargic show was from everybody, though. I mean, of course, I think, Kane to a degree was, a huge example. Maybe it was more like the way Kane defended that goal was like an example or like an ethos to the entire, like performance from everybody. I would say Tin Man. But, the fact that we were missing, any sort of energy, any sort of desire, any sort of passion from some of our most dependable players, that being Sonny, that being, to a degree as well. Region, I think, has shown that he's been very dependable this season. Højbjerg, we know, is an absolute rock in the squad. That just really shows a lot. I think that's really painful to see because some of those guys, we never would question their passion. We never would question their energy. They never come out lethargic, and they did. And that really does concern me. And I don't really want to read too much and maybe us getting that performance against City, without Kane. I think it was just the opening match of the season. The fans brought the energy and were able to get us maybe through some of that performance. And we did play a better game than City did, but I don't know. There really is no excuse for some of these lethargic performances. And I think it's honestly a bit on the manager. Of course, we know that the players should motivate themselves to be able to do it, but starting to fall on the manager in that regards because Nuno hasn't prepared us for 4 different London derbies. He simply hasn't mentally, Tin Man, and I don't know how he can bounce back from that. It's honestly the most embarrassing I've ever seen in terms of a manager with London derbies. But big yourself up, Tin Man. Big yourself up.
Big up Tin Man 007. And William Kelly here with a super chat. It's a big one, my man. I really do appreciate it. And
Wow,
before I read this comment out, look, there's so many people like William around the world that are feeling like this. It's not right. And William, before I read it out, what I will say is, man, is look, everyone knows themselves better and what they need to do and everything else like that. But what I will say is, it's challenges like this that probably do make it bearable, somewhere where you can vent your anger, and it does make you feel better, my man. I'm not going to tell, people what they need to do because everyone knows themselves better and they know what they need to do. It is very sad, William, but look, man, what I will say is stick by the Spurs content creators, my man, and just, it does help, but look, do what you need to do. But he does say, I just want to start this off by saying, thank you, David and Jack, for giving me the platform for venting my frustration. But I won't be coming on the streams no more. I can't accept what's happening to my club. It's rotten to the core. The problems run so deep. And look, William, I fully get it. I completely understand. And what you say there, I can't accept what's happening to my club. It's rotten to the core. The problem runs so deep. You're absolutely spot on, my man. And look, do you know what the frustrating thing is, William? No one knows where to start to fix it, my man. Yeah. Nobody knows where to start to fix it. And it's just, it's tough. It's tough to accept at times right now. But, William, this is where we all need to stick together. And look, William, get in contact with me. My email address is at the irishshade@gmail.com. Drop me your number and I'll give you a ring, my man. I just want to be able to check in, make sure you're okay, maybe strike up a friendship, maybe, someone that you can't talk Tottenham to and that. If you don't want to be popping into the streams, I can just give you a quick ring every week, just check in on you and see how you are. I would like that to know that you are okay, my man. And look, big yourself up, but do what you need to do. But my advice would be is just stick by the content creators, man, because they do help. But like I said, everyone knows their own body better and their own mind better than what I would. So, but look, Jack, what would you say to William here?
William Kelly, I mean, I completely see where you're coming from, considering you have to wake up at ungodly hours in order to watch this team. I mean, sometimes you're probably rolling into work, maybe on 2 hours, 3 hours of sleep, and you are rolling off a defeat as well. So, and as well, David, he's probably been a fan twice, the length of my life as well, when I think about it too. So I know, like I said before, he's seen this team at the heights and then he's seen it fall so fucking low, David, so fucking low where he probably can't even recognize this club anymore. And William Kelly, I am all about, definitely everybody needs to take care of themselves when they know they need to. I'm pretty sure you definitely know how to take care of yourself, William Kelly, in that regard. But all I can say to you is I know that you'll be able to recover some way. If that means, you can't be on the streams anymore, watching us, maybe give you that false sense of hope, if that's what you can't take anymore, completely understand. But like David said, our numbers, as well as our emails on Twitter as well, William Kelly, please keep in touch with us, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that you're all right and that you're keeping well, because at the end of the day, David, we're all Spurs fans and we all are one big family, and we want William Kelly to not ever leave this family or feel like, this family can't, get him through the week. So William
Yeah.
Kelly, from the bottom of my heart, I really understand, maybe your situation. I don't know how you feel because, again, I haven't been through the pain that you have. But at the same time, I want to say to you, big yourself up, because this is a family that you can rely on to maybe get you through the week.
Yeah, and look, he also says, I'm worried for my mental health and I can't continue to put myself in this situation. I'm broken.
Yeah.
And look, William, this is why I want to stay in contact. Look, I know you're away from home as well out in Australia and stuff like that, my man. And look, I would love to stay in contact with you, And I just want to say a massive thank you to you, William, for your loyal support, everything you have done for myself and Jack. You have no idea how much you've actually really helped us out, my man. You really don't. And look, it's I really do want to stay in contact with you and make sure you're okay. So please do drop me your number, brother. Please do. And look, just again, a massive thank you for everything you've done for us, for following us the way you have, and such loyal support. And it'll I'll never go unnoticed. And that's the same to everybody out there, Everybody, you can drop me your number, no problem. We'll be in contact, and yeah, just thank you to everybody out there for the support. I really do appreciate it. But as well to you, William. Jack, do you want to say thank you to William as well, lad?
William, I'd like to thank you again for, giving us through, a lot of these months, because William Kelly, honestly, some of your optimism at times, as well as some of your realism, has gotten me through a lot of this. And also, you've certainly supported David and I, helping us, trying to reach our dream, helping us trying to get to, across this journey, really all the support that you've given us. It honestly, it really means a lot, because I know a lot of that probably would be going towards the Rum Fund or towards the Captain Morgan Fund. And, you've given a lot of it towards us and William Kelly as well. The times that you've tuned in for our streams, it's just sometimes at ungodly hours, that you've tuned in to, to support us. You tune in for almost every stream, William Kelly, and David and I mean, we can't ever thank you, but we're going to try our best. We really can, because we want to make it up to you, William Kelly. We really do. And so whatever you need from David and I, just maybe someone to talk to, just someone maybe to text, maybe some of your frustrations, feel free to do so, because David and I are both very readily available. I know David is, especially. He makes time for everybody. William Kelly makes time for everybody. But William Kelly, from the bottom of my heart, genuinely do appreciate everything that you've done for us, and feel free to take whatever time you need. But at the same time, I want you to keep in touch with us, because at the end of the day, we want to know that you're keeping well. And that's all I can say, William Kelly. But big yourself up. Absolutely love you for everything that you've done for us.
100%. And look, Brian Daigle also says it's exactly why we are protesting. Enough is enough, and we want our Tottenham back. He also says, I'm so sorry that you feel this way, and it pisses him off most about this parasite making fans that have supported the club for years and years feel this way. And I couldn't agree more. Look, everybody go and check out my post-match fan show on We Are Tottenham TV. I spoke about it all, they did clip it, so go and have a look at it.
And I'm sorry that Levy and Enoch have done this to you, William Kelly.
Yeah. It really echoes what Brian says. But William, my man, please do get in contact. Saurav Patak says, I don't get why our players wait for 3 consecutive and embarrassing losses and show up on the 4th game. Why not do it every week? I get it. Where's the consistency? Where is the consistency? It's a massive problem. Players just turn up when they want, when they feel good, when they've had a massage that morning. I'm absolutely fed up with it. I'm fed up with it. I can accept losing. I can accept losing London derbies to the better teams. No problem. But what I can't accept is not going down fighting. I cannot accept that, Saurav. I really can't, lad. It's absolutely heartbreaking, my man. It really is. But big up, Saurav. I really appreciate the support, brother.
Brother.
I don't understand why we can't do it every week. Saurav, let me know why you think we can't, my man. Let me know why you think we can't. Faz Radfar says we shouldn't lose faith in Harry. He will come good. Look, I do think he will as well, but he does need to kick up the arse. I have to be honest. He needs a massive kick up the hole, to be honest with you. Right now, he's about as useful as tits on a bull. You know what I mean? It's absolutely ridiculous. I've had enough of it. He needs to step up to the plate now. But big up, Faz, my man. I really do appreciate it. But look, let's keep cracking on. Let's keep getting on the guests because we do have a lot of people to get through. So let's bring on the next man. Let's bring on Brad Matthews. Brad, my man, how are things? 5 minutes. Tell us everything you want to talk about.
Yeah, well, first up, just like to pass on my regards to William Kelly and sort of mirror everything that you guys have said and Brian. Yeah, it is difficult. From my own point of view, it goes with everything else. It goes with all sorts of issues that we might have mentally. And I'm like everybody else. I have problems as well. And, yeah, it's these sort of shows have helped me, definitely helped me, and I've got to meet some really decent people and become friends with them, and it's a big outlet. So if you want to take time off and not be involved, that's fine. But just remember that we're always here, no matter how you feel. We're always around. David's giving you his email address. You can direct message me at Brad Hotspur. Anything, just if you want to do that. So I just like to hope that that we're all there. We're all in this together, and we've got to get out of it somehow. So anyway,
that's why we all have to stick together, Brad. It's important.
Yeah, exactly, and I mean more so than ever in the current climate we find ourselves in the world today. It's difficult. It's very, very difficult. But we have to.
I just want to say, look, I'm looking at the comments here. There's a lot of support for William right now as well. So, William, look, a lot of the Harris Army, they do love you. So make sure you do let us know that you're okay. And look, there's so many people here, man. So there's a lot of support here for you. And that's one thing that's amazing about this community is that support will always be there for any individual going through anything.
Yeah, William Kelly, clearly, the love is there from the chat, and the love is absolutely here from the Harris Army, and it's one gigantic family. It really is, but it's also a close-knit family as well, William Kelly. But do what you need to do, like David said, but just keep in touch at the end of the day. Please keep in touch.
Yeah. Agree totally. Anyway, yesterday, my safari to the London Stadium. I called it the Olympic Stadium. Apparently, it's called the London Stadium. My safari to the London Stadium yesterday. Well, that was an interesting day out. I've been to away games before. Of course I have. But normally when you go to away games, you wear your Spurs top because you know that the other fans from the other team they don't hate you. They're not going to say anything, But yesterday was different. Yesterday, when I got off at the station at Stratford, I zipped my jacket up. We're walking into the centre because I had a bit of time to spare. And I noticed that because normally in away games, you can see Tottenham fans everywhere. I couldn't spot one Tottenham fan. All I could see was West Ham shirts, West Ham this, West Ham that. And I thought, oh, okay. And any thoughts of getting a pre-match coffee or a pre-match drink in some of the bars that they got there? I thought, no. They were like checking the IDs of the West Ham fans as they're going into the bar. I thought, no, I'm not going to try that. But found my way to the ground, got in there, and it was bizarre. It is an awful, awful stadium. It is a shithole. It really is. It is not a football stadium. West Ham have been conned because it's an Olympic stadium. It's built for Olympics. That's why it was called the Olympic Stadium. But it's not for football, and it's really, really it's awful. There's the atmosphere. You have two tiers. If anyone's seen my pictures on the WhatsApp group, you've got the upper tier where I was and the lower tier. But in there, you've got this massive space. So you can put a tennis court. You can put two tennis courts in there. So what happens there is that when the upper tier sings, the lower tier don't join in because they can't hear the upper tier singing. Or when the lower tier sings, the upper tier don't join in because you can't. There's no.
They're different songs.
Yeah, they're in different songs, and it is awful. And the only one thing I will say about it was they've actually got safe standing in those tiers, or certainly where I was, and that was actually quite good. Actually, I'm not one for standing. I don't mind sitting down. And actually, I found that quite good with a little bar to sort of hang on, that sort of thing. But a strange incident. Well, not an incident, but so I'm sitting there in the concourse with my beer, having a pint of beer, and a couple of young lads come up to me, probably in their 20s, I guess. And one of them said, "Oh, what's your prediction on the score?" And I sort of told him my prediction, which was a draw, by the way. And they started chatting to me, and they said, "Oh, you're a season ticket holder?" I said, Yeah. He said, "Oh, well, we're members." And I thought, "All right. How'd you get to the game today, He said, "Oh, yeah, we paid $200 or whatever it was for our £200 or whatever it was for our tickets, blah, blah, blah." So they start chatting to me. And then one said, "Oh, how about a beer?" I said, "Yeah, okay." And not wanting to turn down a free drink. So he gets a beer now and chatting away. And he goes, "Oh, look, how do you feel about if you get tickets for away games? How do you feel about selling your tickets to us sort of thing?" And I sort of said, "Well, no, I'm a bit funny about that, because that puts my season ticket in danger if I get found out, blah, blah, blah." So, "Oh, that's fine. No problems, mate. No, fully understand. Yeah, okay, mate. Anyway, fancy another drink?" I said, "Yeah, okay, yeah, no problems." So get another drink. Another chat. So about football, this sort of thing. No, so, look, if, you buy your ticket, £30 and we'll pay you £100, £200. I said, "Look, I'm really not. I'm really sorry, guys, but I'm not really." "Oh, look, what's your phone number? What's your phone number? You give us a call anytime, sort of thing, if you want to. So I gave him my phone number, and then he sort of phoned me, so it's on my sort of phone. By the way, I've deleted it since, by the way. But
we get phone calls at all hours now.
Yeah. So again, I said, I don't really want to. Oh, that's okay. Fully understand. So eventually, they're in the lower tier, and I mean, look, they might have been just genuine guys, being friendly and buying me a drink. So the names was Ben and Brett. So if I mentioned the Tottenham content on YouTube, and they said, "I know we don't watch it," sort of thing. So they're probably not watching tonight. But
what's their names? Brendan and Brett.
Ben and Brett, because I was Brad, so it's 3 Bs. So
Ben and Brett, if you ever
bad
do
boys.
decide to tune in, Brad, text him and tell him to watch this part. But look, you need to tune in. You need the therapy just as much as everyone else does.
But the funny thing was that every night they tried to get the crowd singing. They kept on saying, sort of thing. And I suddenly thought to myself, maybe they're undercover coppers checking into like fraud for selling tickets. And if I say, "Oh yeah, I'll sell you a ticket," you're done, sort of thing. And I, because they were young enough to be police, So I don't know.
And they were dressed kind of normally, and
yeah, but the thing was, they really started singing, and were really up to get, like they're overdoing it in a way. I don't know. It was bizarre.
Maybe it was the first day away day. Like I remember when I had my first beer sort of situation.
Yeah, it was. It was
in Berlin, Brad, they do the ticket controllers for the U-Bahn. They all dress really normally, like in fact they dress super hipster, and then they look like normal guys walking on the train. And then before people can leave the train, the moment the doors shut, they get everybody, and then because it's like an honor system, so maybe it's a bit similar. Maybe Levy's taking a page out of their book.
I mean, it was. I mean, they're probably just normal fans that get to games by buying tickets off of people that sell them tickets, that sort of thing.
Maybe so.
They do. I mean, it happens. As a guy, I'm waiting in the actual outside area before they open the doors, and the guy walking through there. So anyone buy any tickets? Anyone buy any tickets, sort of thing. So it's outside the ground. There's police there. But anyway, the game. I mean, half time. And we were talking about this off air. Half time. Because where that is, they got a couple of places to buy food and drink. And then they got like the wall or the fence, and that's where the West Ham fans, the Tottenham fans, try to get at the West Ham fans at half time. You could hear them sort of banging on the fence and singing, sort of thing. And I'm sort of trying to find, a toilet that wasn't so crowded so I could have a wee. Yeah. And there's suddenly all these cops running past me, sort of thing. So they were worried. They were worried something was going to kick off. So there were police everywhere. And not the normal cops, the ones that got the caps on, the sort of the special one. But it was, and then outside, exactly outside wasn't too bad because there's police everywhere. But all you could hear, and I'd zip my jacket up again, kind of the Tottenham thing underneath it. And all you could hear was West Ham fans singing, and we're going to get Tottenham, sort of thing. And it was, it was very, not very nice. And I just sort of basically thought, well, I'm not going to Stratford because that'd be packed.
Yeah.
I tend to, what I do is I tend to walk and just follow my nose, basically. So I just walk with the fans like I'm, the worst thing you can do is look like you're lost. You can't, you just got to walk and make out that, I've been here many, many times. So I'm walking down the road, just got, and I thought, well, I'll find a road and then I can just sort of find a bus. There's got to be a bus into central London, and do there. But I eventually got, I think I was in Bromley by Bow. And and then 2 or 3 times, police vans went past me, 5 or 6 of them, sirens blazing, they happened about 2 or 3 times. So it was kicking off somewhere, definitely.
Yeah, I've seen videos of the Pikey boys trying to attack the Spurs boys as they were coming out of the stadium. So,
we seemed pretty loud in the first half, Brad. So maybe that's what it was. I mean, genuinely, I was, and I was really, really hungover after, the mother's birthday party and everything, watching it in the morning. And I could hear it from the laptop, and I didn't have it on a very big volume as well, but I could hear the Spurs fans singing more than the West Ham fans, at least in the first half. In the first half, they were.
Yeah.
I had to turn on my hearing aid. Everyone was so far away.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. In the actual crowd itself, you can't really sort of. It doesn't seem that loud because it's sort of, the atmosphere. One thing about our stadium, the atmosphere stays in, but at this stadium, it sort of disappears into the ether, sort of thing. But I mean, I basically at final whistle, I let crowds go anyway. I do that at Tottenham, but obviously you can't get a drink there. You got to go walk straight out. So when I walked out, then I didn't see any trouble, but there were loads and loads of police there, But I eventually sort of kept walking. I saw a sign that pointed central London, so I thought, I'll keep walking. I like going the right way. And eventually I found my way to Mile End tube station, and that's sort of one stop down from Stratford. So I got on the tube there and got home. And but yeah, it was an interesting day for sure.
But it always is at the London Stadium, the new Olympic Stadium. But
Oh,
how were you feeling after the first half, Brad? Or maybe even during the first half? It looked like, to a degree, even though we didn't have a lot of urgency, we seemed like we were kind of controlling the game. It's, even the second half, I think, is a different story. But I mean, how were you feeling being at the ground at the first half? Were you kind of happy with what you were seeing?
spot on. I felt, I wouldn't say we were in control, but I thought we looked really comfortable. First sort of 10 minutes, bit of a shaky start, but after that, we looked really, really comfortable. West Ham didn't really threaten, to be honest.
Yeah.
And I thought at half time, well, we're not playing brilliantly, but we're in this game as much as West Ham are.
And they had 11 men behind the ball at certain stages as well.
But the second half, we had a little bit of a 10 minutes where I think we had the two crosses where, I mean, I'm from behind the goal, I'm thinking, oh, this is in. This is, when I went across to Sonny and, of course, the keeper cut it out. So there was a couple of times that happened. But yeah, all I could see was us getting the ball and then passing it side to side, side to side, side to side, back, side to side, side to side. Yeah. And not even trying to get it in the penalty. The West Ham fans just sort of standing there saying, oh, go on then, do it, And I think if you look at the stats, we had 63% and had 6 less shots on goal than West Ham did. So that's just disaster. I mean, you can't win football that way. And
what do you make of us not having a shot at all in the second half?
No one wants to take responsibility. Yeah. It's
no risks.
Yeah, I shout out. The guy next to me shout out. For God's sake, someone hit the fucking thing. Have a shot. Try. If you have a shot, it goes over. Great. At least you had a go. And you're right. I think it was one shot. No, did we have any shots in the second half?
No, not one.
No, and it's crazy because we had a lot of the ball, and it's. I didn't see the obviously because I'm not I didn't see the Arthur Rowe push and run team, but that was it says it in the name, push and run, pass the ball, run to receive it somewhere. There was none of that going on. There was no one making runs for space. Kane, I'm sorry, he looked like he wasn't trying. When the ball's going back to the keeper, Kane normally would have gone and tried to press the keeper, but no, he was let it go sort of thing. And that was a problem in that half. The only bright side of the second half was that I missed the goal because I went to find the loo. So, as I'm working my way back to Soho, a big cheer, and it was like, no, that wasn't. It was big enough to be West Ham scoring. And and when I saw the goal, I only actually saw it for the first time today properly. That's conceding from the first kick of a corner. You
shocking.
Don't do that. Professional teams don't do that.
No.
And it was, you're right. What you said earlier, he just put his leg out and went in. Do you
want to help us get through these 2 super chats here?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Kuva99 says we won't get a great manager, but we may be able to get someone that the players like enough to play some football for. Even Mason. It's disgraceful that the players have power like this, but they seem to. What would you say to Kuva99?
Well, we had the manager. But we sacked him. That's simple as. And let's face it, in the 20 or so years that ENIC have been there, we've had one decent manager. All right, Harry Redknapp probably did a fair bit, but we've had one decent manager. And let's face it, we weren't even trying to get him. Yeah, it was just luck of the draw we got him because we tried the 2 ones we wanted to get, we didn't get.
And they didn't know Poch was going to be that great either, probably.
Exactly. So.
Do you think sacking Nuno, maybe giving Mason a chance, is the answer? I don't.
No. I mean, Mason, he may go on to become a decent manager, but he's got to learn his trade. He's got to go to the League 1, League 2 teams and do it there. And and if he can't be taking charge of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, no matter what we think of our club, and we all think pretty negatively of them at the moment. It is still Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. A big club. So
and he also says it's disgraceful that players have power like this. What do you make on the player power situation? I mean,
it's they seem to do it all the time. Don't know? They always seem to sort of say, we don't like the training, we don't like this, we don't like that, and it's like, hang on a minute, you're professional footballers, you'll get paid decent money, and it's not like you've had really poor managers. You've had decent managers. I did it with Pochettino. It's like, oh no, we're getting bored of it now. And it's like, well, no, sorry. Well, get out the club then. If you go somewhere else, somewhere else will take you on. So it's nice. It's player power. I mean, there's more player power now than there ever was, but I don't go with that excuse. I can't criticize my manager and say, oh, I'm not gonna work for you anymore because I don't like the way you. It just so happens I don't like the way that my managers have worked sometimes, but I can't sort of say, oh, I'm not going to work anymore. Sorry, it's.
Especially on the money they're on. I absolutely agree. And it is actually painful, Cuba 99 at this rate, how much power that, these players have. They're able to get managers sacked single-handedly. The only thing I would maybe say, and Brad, maybe some final thoughts, the risk I think with Mason is he played a lot of players that, we've seen constantly underperform. And he played Dele Alli over Gio and Tanguy. He put other players in that probably didn't deserve a shout at all. Is kind of getting them back into the fray. So that I think is the big issue with Mason is he kind of plays to a degree a bit of his buddies or, the players that, he plays Harry Winks, what we saw, he plays Harry Winks in, cup finals. So I would say maybe that's the risk with Mason as well.
I think no, Mason's too young. He's too young. He might go on to be a decent coach, a decent manager, but he's too young. He can't. You can't gain respect from managing players that are older than you. It's like it's ridiculous. I don't know if you want to read this one from Jerome.
He says you guys told me not to blame Nuno against Vitesse, but again, what was the point to rest 11 players when they looked like they played on Thursday? He's not the right fit for us. But who else is to bring? Just quickly, because the first part is towards me. Look, I'll be honest with you. I still don't blame Nuno for Vitesse because I see the same players out there causing the same sort of results. I still do not blame Nuno for Vitesse, and I stand by that. I still blame them players. They crib and cry that they want a chance. He gives them a chance, and that's the shit they do. But look, I still think he was right to rest the 11. But where he got it wrong is somewhere between the Newcastle game and the one against West Ham, and I'm not sure what. And look, I think the players have to take blame for yesterday as well, Jerome. But look, I can see why people think he's starting to think he's not the right fit. Look, I'll be honest with you. When he was announced, I was fuming, and Jack knows I was fuming about it. But I always said, and I always maintain this: once a manager's announced, there's no point in sitting there fuming. I want him out, and then constantly every bad result be like, oh, I told you so. At the end of the day, you have to give every manager that is announced a chance because there's nothing you can do about it. He's here whether you like it or lump it. So you have to give him a chance. But I can see what you're saying, Jerome. Brad.
A lot of people probably agree with you too, Jerome. So big yourself up, actually.
Yeah, big up, Jerome. And look, Brad, maybe give Jerome an answer and then give us your final thoughts, my man.
Well, I agree with you, David. I think he was right to do that, to rest the pick the 11 players and to go through tactics. Now, the 11 players that played against Vitesse on Thursday, if they'd have put any sort of effort in, should have won that game. They were good enough to beat Vitesse. We had some internationals out there playing in that game. I mean, even Harry Winks used to be an international, so and I mean, yesterday we'll never know what they taught them during the week, what they trained them tactic wise. If Nuno, because Nuno doesn't seem the sort of person to blame the players now. So he might have told them to do this. He might have told them to do push and run and make, shoot, blah, blah, blah. But they just didn't, So we don't know. We don't know what happened last week in training and why they didn't play. And that's the most annoying thing about Sunday was that West Ham were awful. I mean, that's probably the worst West Ham have played this season. And if we'd have just upped our game by 10%, 20%, we would have won it.
Even the effort by 20%, we would have won the game. But Brad, I completely agree. Any final thoughts, though? Any parting words? Any words of wisdom? Any optimism?
Yeah, words of wisdom. I got home last night and I wasn't going to have a drink, but I thought, I'll sod it, I'll have one. And I bought myself 4 cans of lager. And I thought, I'm going to have 2 and I'm going to save 2. But no. And then I started watching the recording of the We Are Tottenham TV fan show. And I ended up having all of them. I thought, well, I'll get a pizza, but I won't get Ben and Jerry's. Ended up getting a pizza and Ben and Jerry's. Trying to get this. So Sunday night, and then I couldn't get up for the life of me this morning. Eventually got up. The other thing I will say is I was tweeting a bit last night as well to Spurs official. It's not a new comment, but it's Tottenham Hotspur Property Management and Entertainment Company now. We're not a football team anymore. It's not a football club anymore. And that to me is the saddest thing about all of this is that, it's at the end of the day, we're there to win things. And I've said it before, I've seen Tottenham win 7 or 8 trophies up until when Enoch took over. And in 20 years, we've won one trophy. And you can quote all money in, net spend, whatever you want. But one trophy in 20 years is not good enough.
Diabolical.
Yeah, and that is the sad thing about it. One thing I will say is try and check out as a tribute to Jimmy Greaves on YouTube, done by Norman Giller, who's an old writer who knew him as a friend, and he had to. It's the actual about the service, the funeral service, and the he read a what they call a requiem or whatever they call it. Read that out, and it's very moving, and I think it's worth watching, not only for us old Tottenham fans, but for all new ones as well.
I'll take a look at it, Brad. I'll need it.
Maybe you can share it on your Twitter and just give everyone your Twitter handle so they know where to go.
I have at Brad Hotspur is my Twitter handle, and I'm pretty sure I've retweeted it, and I think I might have. I'll tell you what, I'll put it on the WhatsApp group as well. I don't think I have yet. Yeah,
throw it in there.
I'll share it to the WhatsApp group, but it's worth watching, and it's very moving. And yes, I said that we don't seem to have that now, and actually one of my friends said to me, he said, we don't feel the same about our players anymore like that, like Jimmy Greaves had that same feeling, these players today. And I thought, well, probably maybe Sonny might be the only one that we would have that sort of feeling and connection with.
But they're a dying breed. They are a
dying breed. Yeah.
Well, fantastic call-in, Brad. Fantastic call-in, I will say. Also, thank you for taking us through the stands and the experience. Sounds like it was a bit of a weird day.
It's an experience, put it that way.
Definitely is. But look, before we let you go, my man, give me a big end on the biggest. Come on, you Spurs.
You know what? I was thinking about the pump up show, and I'm gonna get my guitar and amplifier out and put it on full volume and do a. Unfortunately, I've got time to do that tonight, but So it's 20 to 11. I don't want to wake up people, but come on, you Spurs!
Come on, you Spurs! Big yourself up, Brad. Big yourself up, Brad.
Big up, Brad.
Thank you for joining, Brad. Thanks for waiting as well.
What a legend. What a legend we're Brad. Look, we've 2 super chats to get to, and then we're going to get on Philip. Then we have Joe. Then we have Dermot. And then we will have Phil Latis as well. Timman 007 says, majority of fans know where the problems lie. Want to big up Brian Daigle for calling out Levy for a while now. And every fan should not put up with this. We need to stick together and get him out of this club before it gets worse. I couldn't agree more. Look, we have to stick together. Fans have to unite. In times like this, fans have to come together and unite. We really do. There's no point having different factions. Everybody arguing. It's not going to do the club any good. It's not going to do any of us any good. So I fully agree with you. And look, if people, if they have the time, please get down and help Daigle, when he is out there protesting and stuff like that, please do get down and help him. He is trying. But look, big up to Daigle as well. And look, we do know where the problems lie. You're 100% right, Tim Man. What would you say to Tim Man, Jack? He's right about the owners, isn't he?
No, he's absolutely right. And Tim Man as well, though. I like how you kind of said, I mean, we all know where the problems lie. We all know, that this club can be easily fixed and, a big swoop of, just getting out Enoch and Levy. We all know that would practically solve every problem, every poison that we have. And, that's why maybe accurately we describe them as poison to this club. But also, I do appreciate also the love that you're showing Brian Daigle. He's an absolute cult hero, and honestly, to a degree, a knight in shining armor when it comes to this, because he's been there, no matter the numbers, no matter maybe what's in front of him, and been that, kind of that voice as well. He's traveled across the freaking ocean, David, to get there in order to do it when, some people, to a degree, I can't say this because, I'm also across the ocean, but some people, probably could have come and they decided not to. Then, they thought they had better things to do. But, Daigle was the one that, knew that this is what means so much to him. He knows what his message is. He knows what he stands for. And I think that's where, a lot of people could take a big page out of Daigle's book. A lot of people, because we know how much this club means to him with how much he's been willing to sacrifice in order to get there. I think we could learn a lot from him in that regard. And I appreciate the love that you're showing Brian Daigle. I also appreciate Tin Man for you saying that we all know where the problems lie. We all know that we need, to get them out of this club. And I also appreciate that on top of that, you said that means we need to stick together. We can't bicker at each other. We can't say my message is better than yours, or, the way I think about it is better. I think everything you said here, Tin Man, is a huge mic drop. And I couldn't agree more. I couldn't even put it even better myself, Tin Man. So big yourself up.
Big up, Tin Man, my man. And look, I really appreciate the support, brother. Big yourself up, my man. I really do appreciate it. And Jerome says 4 London derbies, boys. 4. That we lost in the most embarrassing way. I understand William Kelly, why he is frustrated. I cannot recognize this team anymore.
There you go.
Look, and I get it. I get it. Look, I don't really recognize it anymore either, to be honest with you. And look, it is embarrassing. It is absolutely embarrassing. All them rival clubs are taking a shit on our crest, and the players are helping them. It's that simple. Start showing some pride and some care and some and a good attitude about what you're out there to do. You have to realize, okay, I'm not expecting every player to come to the club that loves the club, but one thing I do expect them is to realize that they're living millions of people, millions of fans, Tottenham fans around the world. They're living their dream. So I expect them to do that with a bit of pride and represent it with a bit of pride. That's for sure. Look, I understand why people like William Kelly, there's Sue Smith there as well. And there's others. I speak to people on a daily basis, and I can understand it. I can't understand it, but all I can say is, look, we have to stick through the bad times. The good times will roll around again. I fully believe it, And look, we have to stick together. That's what I'm going to say, We have to stick together. But big up, Jerome, man, and I really appreciate the support. And I hope you're keeping well, Jerome. I hope you're keeping well down under, my man. But big up, lad. I really do appreciate it. Everyone,
big up, Jerome.
Make sure you do smash that like button. Make sure you do smash that subscribe button if you're new. If you do want to come on and have your say and you're a channel member, the link is up in the community section. Do click that and come on and have your say. And look, the chat is flying. I know not everybody is in a position. I will keep bringing up everybody's comments. But guys, get your super chats in. And plus, it's a great way to help support me and Jack on the journey. But look, let's get on the next guest. We start getting through these guests. And it's Philip Brady. Philip, my man, missed you yesterday. Missed you over the weekend. You were away, on a retreat in Donegal. You were probably right. I could probably do it with myself now, yesterday and today, to be honest with you. But look, take it away. I always love listening to your thoughts and whatever you have to say. You really keep me captured. So take it away, man.
Well, firstly, I hope Daniel Levy and the Spurs team are aware of the effect that they're having on the fans like William Kelly.
Yeah.
And I'm so full of admiration for William for coming out and actually saying it in public.
Brave.
What an effect this team is having on his mental well-being. I can only hope that by coming out now, that makes him feel better. And he a brave man, very brave man, and hats off to him for being so brave. And I would just like Daniel Levy to be sent a copy of that super chat, just to show what he is doing to people.
I nearly would clip it and send it to him in an email. I nearly would.
Yeah, I do think he needs to see it because it really knocked me for 6 when I saw that this evening. It really just hit at home how badly affected some people are by this club and by the carefree attitude they seem to have about everything and not really giving a toss about their fans.
And can I just interject there? I just thought of something. Look, these players are always out there at press conferences. They're talking about, their mental health and everything else. But that's well and good and fair enough. I agree with it. But they also have to realize that the effect they can have on supporters, in terms of their mental health. Why are we always cuddling to these babies? Why don't they step up and realize that they affect people's mental health as well? It's not just fans affecting their mental health, but they actually affect fans' mental health too.
I think they're causing. When the match is over, they're swept away in their limousines or their Ferraris and their Porsches, back to their ivory towers, where they sit in there till the next match, cosseted and told how great they are by hangers-on in a lot of the cases. It's not like the old days. Back in the 60s, you could walk into the Bell and Hare or the corner pin at White Hart Lane, and Jimmy Greaves or Alan Gilzine could be having a pint. after the match.
You could walk right up to him.
Yeah, can you see that happening now?
No.
You probably get arrested. No, I mean,
a citizen's arrest, Philip.
The citizen's arrest, yeah. And on a similar, I'm moving slightly off target here now. You see, this is meant especially for the foreign players, the players that don't have the knowledge of English clubs over the years. How many of the foreign players playing for Spurs know who Bill Nicholson was or Jimmy Greaves? Because this weekend we had the anniversary of Bill Nicholson's death, the greatest manager this club has ever had and probably ever will have.
Foundation of this club.
The sad occasion of Jimmy Greaves' funeral, the greatest striker we ever had and probably ever will have. Now, that should have been enough incentive for the players to go out there yesterday and give West Ham socks. What did they do? They went up there and they waved the white flag, apart from 2 or 3 notable exceptions. The very weekend that was in, it should have been enough to motivate that team to go out there and win for Jimmy Greaves and Bill Nicholson. They didn't. They just sat back, let West Ham walk all over them. And I say the only 3 players that came out of yesterday with any credit at all were Romero, Oliver Skipp, and the much maligned Eric Dyer.
I agree.
I mean, it really was. It was just, the players just don't seem to. I don't know. Do they think they're better than the fans just because they're earning $200,000 a week? They're not. I can assure you, they're no better. Okay, they might be better playing football than some of us are. Most of us are. But they are human beings like the rest of us who are affecting the day-to-day lives of people like you, like William Kelly, like everyone. I was going, if I had a cat yesterday, I would have kicked it around the place. I was that annoyed. I'll have the RSPCA onto me now after that. But you know where I'm coming from. It was just so annoying to see that, And then to look at Nuno on the bench. And we're talking about we want a statue outside White Hart Lane. We've got one on the touchdown every match. Nuno is like a statue standing there with the arms folded, this imperious look on his face. Show a bit of passion. Get into it.
I'm tired of that stoic look that he puts on. I used to actually kind of enjoy it, and now at this rate, Philip, it just confuses me and it actually pisses me off even further. It's like he doesn't have any emotion towards the game. He doesn't even know how to bark at his own players, Philip.
I don't want to see, maybe not something as over the top as Conte doing a 50-yard dash on his knees down the touchline every time we get a throw in. But you want to show someone with a bit of initiative, a bit of passion for the club. He just looks to me as if I'm not going to be here that long, and why should I get involved?
To a degree, I felt like he was doing that at Wolves, but maybe I just thought that I don't even know. Maybe I think even at Wolves he showed a bit more passion. I think you're right, Philip. It's either he knows the pressure that's on him and he knows that he could be sacked at any minute, or he knows that there's no confidence in him or any backing towards him, and so he can't even get too much into it himself. Like a lot of these players.
Well, do you know something? The result at Old Trafford yesterday was the luckiest result Spurs could have had, because that took all the pressure off the media. The media was straight. They left Spurs alone pretty much. We were very, very lucky in that respect. And my only worry now is after that result, if Solskjaer gets sacked and Conte comes in, imagine how pumped up they're going to be for next Saturday.
Yeah.
So it might be good for us now. It might not be good for us in the long run.
No.
I'm talking the statues. Talking of statues, I think the only statue we're ever going to see outside Tottenham Hotspur Stadium will probably be an NFL player, because that seems to be where a lot of the focus is now, is on the NFL. I hope not, but anyway.
Jesus, I think he's too afraid of the Bill Nick statue. He's just too afraid of it. I think he's afraid of it.
Yeah, well, Jimmy Greaves, that's another. There should be a statue of Jimmy Greaves outside that club.
He'd be afraid of that one too, probably.
And I hope there's a movement. I hope there's a movement now that presses for that, because the other clubs all have statues of the great players outside. Why shouldn't we?
Yeah, I agree.
Going back to the Sundays, I'm really dreading Sundays now, because before out of the last how many Sundays we've had sat on a Monday night discussing the dross we watched the night before. Jesus Christ! If Brentford beats us, that's 5 out of 5 we've lost. And who's to say that? Who's to say that will not happen? It's just I don't know. I was hoping to be positive tonight, but I'm finding it very difficult.
I mean, you
The
can't
one thing I
be.
will say, there's a lot of fans maybe coming in the chat, and they're well entitled to their opinion. So we're going to get hammered by United on Saturday. I think Saturday, if United still have the same manager as they have tonight, Saturday is the greatest opportunity we have to get back into the game here. Because that United team now are so low on confidence, so delicate. We go at them from the very start like we should be doing every home match. Score an early goal, and that could be another Liverpool on them.
Might even get them an early red card with the way they were swiping at players as well. I mean,
Well,
3 of their players should have been sent off.
And Paul Pogba's out. Paul Pogba's missing. He got sent off yesterday, so he's out.
Well, yeah, and Ronaldo should have been sent off as well.
Yeah, and I even think Bruno Fernandes at one point too.
But they're never going to send off Ronaldo, are they? Philip, he should have been sent off against Ireland as well, but that never happened. I just want to take the super chat. It's for you, Philip, and it's from Dermot. He says, "Big up, Philip. Very well said. You are a legend and a gentleman."
Oh, thanks, Dermot. I appreciate that. But I mean, I'm just saying it as I see it. I mean, it's I would love to be coming on here all whistles and but it's difficult just at the moment. It really is. I can only hope that we get a couple of good results this week, and that makes us feel a whole lot better. But I'm not holding my breath, I'm afraid.
Philip, look, we're in a bit of a precarious situation right now, and Cody Mack, I fully agree with you. I can't defend him either, my man. But Philip, we're in a bit of a precarious situation, and for me, look, I genuinely don't know where we go. Look, I do believe we have to give Nuno at least till the November international break. I don't think it'd be right to sack him now in terms of for our club with the big 2 weeks that are ahead of us. But where do we go from here, Philip? Is the manager, the players, the owners, what do we need to do first? You're a wise man. Look, I love listening to you, and I think you have great solutions a lot of the time. So look, where do we go? What do we do? How do we sort this mess out? Well,
I mean, okay, let's face it. We were in a false dawn last week when we beat Newcastle. Right? Now, if we really sit down and look at it, 3/4 of the team in the Premiership would beat Newcastle. Because Newcastle were a crap and are a crap team. We've now been brought down to earth a bit by a team that we always used to do. We used to beat without even thinking about it, and now they're beating us all of a sudden.
Yeah.
It seems to me that the problem is that for whatever reason, the players are either not accepting what Nuno's telling them, they're not listening to what Nuno's telling them, or they don't think Nuno is good enough to be their manager. Because there's certainly, if you can't get pumped up for a local derby like West Ham and can't get out there and fight for your badge like there's no tomorrow, there's something wrong. There's too many players out there strolling around the pitch. And I'm sorry, Harry Kane was probably the biggest offender yesterday. I know, David, that you don't want to hear that, but
no, I do. At the end of the day, let's talk about it. He was not good enough yesterday. He was absolutely useless. He was strolling around. His lack of closing down was pissing me off. His lack of tackling was pissing me off. And the goal we conceded really ultimately fucked me off, to be honest with you, Philip. So look, let's get into it. Let's have your say. And just quickly, Tommy, is that you that was on the pre-match pump up yesterday? Let me know, my man. But yeah, look, Philip, take it away. Talk about Harry Kane. Look, I can't defend it no longer. I can't. Until he proves otherwise, I cannot defend him no longer.
I thought last week when he scored the goal that here we are, we've got our Harry back. We all thought that. Okay, we couldn't tell in midweek because that was another aberration by Nuno for not at least putting a few of the stronger players on the bench for Thursday night to maybe come back and at least get a point off that match. But that's another day's work. But the players yesterday who were supposed to have been rested looked like he had them climbing mountains all week. Because they look knackered. They look really knackered and, not fresh, not fit. So, I don't know. And poor Harry, I mean, he's like, I really don't know if his head is in the right place still. It still seems to be halfway up the M6. He does not, he says he loves Tottenham, but does he love his paycheck more than he loves the club at the moment? That's my biggest fear, and I don't know. I'm beginning to think now maybe we should have let him go in August. Maybe we should have. Who knows? But then again, if we let him go, we wouldn't have the time to get a replacement in. So we'd really be snookered then.
We didn't know the hindsight though as well at the time. We didn't have the hindsight.
That's it. You see, hindsight's perfect vision. I mean, it really is. And even Sonny yesterday. Now, although I find it very hard to criticize Son because he always gives 100%. Maybe yesterday was just a bad day for him. Maybe. Just not it wasn't one of those better days. But I'll tell you one thing: if those guys go out next Saturday against Manchester United and sit back and fart around the pitch that they did yesterday, I will never forgive them, because they've got an opportunity to go out there, rub Manchester United's nose in it, which I would love to them to do. I would literally, of all the MAC teams, I want to see United ground into the dust next Saturday.
It'd be nice to be if we were the ones to get them sacked.
Give me more of this energy. I love it, man.
The pleasurable result I've had in the last couple of years was a 6-1 at Old Trafford last season. I was dancing around the place that night. And I want to be doing the same thing. Yeah, no, it wasn't that now. It was more like clogs. But anyway, I would love to see them do the same again. And we've got every chance. If Nuno does his job right, he will have that team so pumped up when they go out next Saturday, that they'll be going for United jugular straight away, because that United defence is absolutely diabolical. Mm-hmm. It's there for the taking.
I kind of agree there, and I think they rely on individual brilliance, which hopefully we can take away.
Don't let their likes of Ronaldo get into the match at all. Put him in Rosette in the first couple of minutes, break his bloody leg, whatever you have to do, but slow him down.
Get him sent off at this rate. It seems like you can easily do that.
Who knows?
No, I fully agree with you.
We've got a few reasonably good matches coming up. We've got a few games, but I mean, Burnley during the week now is going to be tricky, because Burnley are going to smell blood here. So it really depends. Like, put it this: if Nuno puts out a team like he put out against Vitesse last week, Burnley are going to beat us. There's no doubt about it. So we need to mix it up a wee bit. Keep a few players in reserve for Saturday, but play at least 5 of the regulars on Wednesday night, because it's a cup that we can win, that we've come close to winning in the last few seasons. We've fallen flat in the final, which we all know about. But there's not that many more matches to go to win that trophy. So put out a strong enough team to beat Burnley. Burnley are no great shakes, but they've got a canny manager. That Sean Dyche is no idiot. He knows the Spurs are vulnerable, and he will be playing a strong team on Wednesday night, and we have to counter him.
I couldn't agree more with that, I have to say. I fully agree with you there. But look, Philip, excellent as always. I really enjoy you coming on. Great insights. But look, anything positive maybe you have in your locker that you can give us before we let you go?
Oh yeah, I mean, like, you've got to be positive. I mean, this is a bad patch. Like, we're still top 6. Let's not forget that. We're not sitting down in 17th or 18th place. We're ahead of Arsenal. Okay, we're behind West Ham. That's only temporary, because they're crap anyway, and they'll find their own level, mid-table. Yeah. So no, we will come good. We will come good. Now, whether it's with Nuno at the helm or not, I agree with you. We have to stick with him until at least the international break. But David, that's only 2 weeks away.
I know.
So it's not exactly a long-term vote of confidence we're giving him.
No, it's not. Do you know what my thinking is behind it, Philip? It's, look, we have the Carabao Cup game, we have the Europa Conference League game, and we have 2 league games. Within that 2 weeks, we will know exactly where this whole ship is going. You will know we'll either be still in 2 cups and sitting inside top 4, or be out of 2 cups and way off top 4. And at that point, I think where you can go. If you're still in top 4 and you're still in cups, you have to stick with Nuno. If not, I think it could be time to twist. And I hate saying that, Philip.
Yeah, but who's going to come in? That's the only problem. We ain't going to, like, the guys we wanted during the summer turned us down. They're not going to change their mind. In fact, they're probably thanking their lucky stars they didn't take the job now after seeing what's been going on the last few weeks. So I really don't know who's going to come in to replace Nuno. So we are probably going to be stuck with him. But like, something has to give there. Either the players have to knuckle down and realize that the fans are not happy with what's going on and very unhappy with their attitude in a lot of cases. And Nuno's going to have to realize that he's on a very sticky wicket here, that he could be, another couple of defeats and he could be gone regardless, because Levy is not going to, I don't think Levy is going to be very patient in this particular scenario,
No, I agree with you. And look, for me, it's...
The players have to realize they haven't gone from being crap.
No, sorry, go on.
Yeah. The players haven't gone from being crap to what they are, from being good to being crap in a few weeks. A lot of it's down to the training they're getting and their reaction to it. So that leads me to believe there's a bit of a problem. Like I saw a comment earlier on there that the fitness trainer is supposed to be the best there is.
Yep.
Well, if he's the best there is, he's not doing his job.
I agree.
So
he's in charge of motivating.
Something's just not right in the background. To sort that out, and the results will take care of themselves. We have decent players, the skillful players, who are not playing anywhere near their potential at the moment.
There you are.
I could
Well
not agree
said.
more. And look, look, it's all well and good. We can put all the names out there we want, but we have to realize the reason why they're not going to take the job is because of the squad right now, and because they're in a tricky situation. A world-class manager is not going to look at that squad and say, "Yeah, I can come in and get them to do something that 3 other managers previous has failed to get them to do." And you're not going to get a world-class manager that's going to come in without having the assurances that he can get what players he wants in. At the end of the day, a world-class manager needs world-class players, and it's that simple in my eyes. But look, Philip, I really appreciate it.
Can I just make one comment? I see a comment coming in there that's quite offended me. It says, Philip, I'm sorry to say, but you're deluded, mate. I'm not deluded. I've got my opinions, John Fitzpatrick. If you don't like them, tough. But I would never go on a site and call you deluded. So just back off, man, right?
No, fair point. Look, the way I see it is, look, let's stop turning on each other. Let's show each other some love. The people to vent your anger and your frustrations at is the club, the players, the owners, the manager. That's who people should be venting their frustration at. At the end of the day, look, whether you like people's opinions or not, fair enough, that's up to you. I'm not going to tell you what to think, but at the end of the day, this platform is so people could come on and share their opinions. Let's not shoot them down. It's brave to come on and to be able to do this. So let's not shoot them down for giving their opinions. But Philip,
we don't need to start calling each other names. We're all in the one boat here,
I agree. I fully agree with you, my man. And John, I think you should apologize to Philip. Put in a comment and apologize to Philip, John. But look, Philip, absolutely brilliant as always, classy as always. Everyone else has actually enjoyed what you had to say apart from John. So look, don't mind John. John can just get frustrated sometimes. I know that from personal experiences. I know that from personal experiences. But look, Philip, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate you. And look, it's good to have you back now after you've had your little retreat.
Thanks, lads. Listen, come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Well done, Philip.
Big week ahead of us, Philip. We're going to have a good week. I can feel it. Come on.
Hopefully. Right, see ya.
Big up, Philip. Big up, Philip. What an absolute legend, guys. Next person on is Joe. We just get this super chat. Jerome says, big up to you, boys, for creating a platform for us international fans that wake up at ungodly hours to watch their beloved Spurs. You guys have given us a chance to voice our joy and frustration. So big up, guys. Big up, boys. Look, at the end of the day, this is what it's all about. This is what my platform is about, and so many others in the Spurs community. It's about giving everybody a voice, a place where everyone can come together, win together, lose together, get frustrated together, whatever it may be. And look, I'll be honest with you, as good as it is having this platform, providing it for all of you guys are the ones that keep us going. You guys enjoying it, you guys using this platform. It's all about you guys out there. And I really appreciate the unwavering support that everyone continues to give myself and Jack on this journey. It is absolutely amazing. You have no idea how grateful me and Jack are. Every single day we wake up, we pinch ourselves. You know what I mean? It's all because of you guys. And look, Jerome, I really appreciate it, my man. I really appreciate it. And look, we're going to keep pumping out content. We have a lot more content to come out as well, And so look, big yourself up, Jerome. I really appreciate that comment, my man. It's so nice. Jack, you want to say anything to Jerome?
Jerome, people like you, especially you, Jerome, as well, and plenty of others I know, that are also international fans, of course, have built this channel. I mean, that's also needs to be recognized. As much as David and I, enjoy talking to each other, as much as David and I love what each other have to say sometimes, it's what you guys do. It's how you guys receive us. It's how you guys respond to what we have to say. It's how you guys also express your own opinions and maybe even challenge us at certain times as well. And that's what makes this channel, I think, so great, is that the loyalty, the unity, the family, the familial atmosphere that we have here is only thanks to you guys. I mean, it's not like David and I, really, just built that out of nothing, just snapped our fingers and it happened. It's because you guys came to this channel and gave this channel the, the fire, the breath, as well as, that family atmosphere that I think is really needed in times like this. So Jerome, I would say also as well, pat yourself on the back for building up this platform and building up this channel, because as much as I really do appreciate, those very kind words, Jerome, like David said, I'm thankful every day for the atmosphere, for the channel, for I'll say it again, the family that you guys have built here. As much as we call it the Harris Army, you guys are the ones that built up the Harris Army and the Irish Hotspur Army and the Flat Cap Army. So Jerome, big yourself up, because people like you are the ones that we have to thank every single day. And I think the feeling is mutual, Jerome. Feeling is mutual.
No, exactly. Big yourself up. Trevor, look, I speak to him. I think he's just pissed off with Tottenham at the moment. He's still trying to get the right equipment and everything else in place. I don't actually know, what he's doing going forward, but I will speak to him and I'll give you an update, my man. But big up, Trevor. Keeping an eye on Matty Hayes. Big yourself up, my man. And Philip, John has said, look, sorry, Philip, for going in on you, but I do feel this fan base is sleeping. I've had enough of this football club. It's destroying my life. I couldn't agree more. But, John, we all have to stick together. We can't be turning on each other, Look, everyone's entitled to their opinion, whether you agree with it or not. But, let's agree with them without shooting people down. Let's call all the other rival fans deluded and everything else. That's what I said. Peter Singh, I really appreciate that, brother. It's nice to see a sound West Ham fan. Big yourself up, my man. Big yourself up. But look, let's keep moving on. I'll keep bringing everybody's comments up. Do not worry about that. All I ask is that you smash that like and that subscribe button if you are new. And feel free to help support the channel with a super chat too. But look, let's bring on the next guest. It's a guest that passed these exams recently. He was on a high this week, and then Tottenham let him down. And he is turning up to the United game next week, guys. So if anyone recognises him, get over and say hi to Joe. And look, why not go for a pint? Why not buy him a pint? But Joe, my man, how are things? How are you keeping?
Yeah, great, lads. Great. Thanks for having me on and giving me the opportunity to come on. I just wanted. Like Philip, I missed the game yesterday because I was away with the family, but I wasn't really surprised, and that's kind of the sad thing about it. And I missed the Vitesse game as well, Thursday because of work, and I wasn't surprised in that either because of the players that were playing.
What's your thoughts on the whole situation right now, Joe? The current situation surrounding Tottenham, everything. What's your thoughts on it? How do we get out of it? How do we sort it? Where do we begin?
That's the $1 million question, David. Well, first and foremost, I'm finished with the manager now. I think he's absolutely clueless. He doesn't know what he's doing, making subs in the 83rd minute yesterday when they've no real time to make an impact on the game.
Yeah,
that's just mind-boggling. And then the same players coming out making excuses after the game. You've seen Davis the other day blaming the pitch and the fans, and then Harry Winks going out into the press saying, "I'm going to have a chat with the manager soon about my playing time." And I'm just sick of it all, to be honest, guys. And yes, like next weekend, I'm just going over for the vibes. To be honest, just going for the vibes.
Hopefully, you can bring the look of the Irish with you, and it might rub off on them, Joe. Huh?
That's it. We've never lost when I've gone to see them at a home game. Anyways, they've lost a couple of times when I went to see them. We went to see them away. We've lost, but when I've been to the lane, we've never lost. So
come on, that's what we need. We need Joe playing more. Josh Reed says, "I'll see you there, Joe. Heading over from Dublin."
Nice one, Josh. Hopefully, I'll see you over there, and hit me up on Twitter if you're around.
Joe, what is your Twitter? Tell everybody your Twitter, so if they do want to meet up with you for a pint, whatever.
It's at Joe Grimes 8. I'm pretty sure.
There you go.
And it was one of David's and Jack's followers, so you probably find me there if you search their followers.
Yeah, exactly. There you have it. Look, Joe, what do you want to talk about the West Ham game more? Do you want to talk about the Vitesse game? Where do you want to go with this?
Yeah, the Vitesse game's a write-off, and it's copy and paste my fan reaction after the Zagreb and Antwerp games last season, and it's just repeating the same old shit. For West Ham, it's just really concerning that these players and this manager can't motivate themselves for a London derby against one of our biggest rivals, and that's the third no-show now. Like, Palace, as well, but West Ham, Chelsea, and Arsenal are our three biggest rivals, and we've seen absolutely nothing in those three games that we can hang our hat on and say, like, oh, we've actually showed a bit of pride, a bit of passion for the badge. It's just like, I just can't get my mind, I just can't figure it out, to be honest, the way that they just can't show up for these games. It's no excuse, really. And with Harry Kane as well, like, how much more time do we give him, to be honest? I kind of gave up on him after the Arsenal game. But, like, how long does this go on for?
I agree. What
do you think in the case of the, these derbies that, again, with Brentford, like someone said, I think Phillips was saying could be 5, is it on Nuno, do you feel like, for you, Joe? Or maybe how much blame do you put on Nuno for not motivating these players or maybe reminding them the importance of some of these derby matches?
Yeah, I don't know what it is about Nuno. It's just his kind of demeanor just seems kind of boring. He just seems like a very boring kind of man for some reason. He just doesn't say much in press conferences. Doesn't show much emotion on the touchline. And I just don't think the players are warming to his tactics. I think he's just a B-Tech Jose, to be honest. And the players
Yeah.
aren't buying into they're not buying into his philosophies. But
Yeah.
like you said, David, earlier, like what do we sack him? Like where do we go after we sack him? Because we're back to square one then. And the manager I've been kind of looking at recently, I've been doing my research on is Gallardo from River Plate. But does that guy even want to come to us? Would he even take the job? I don't even think he would.
Apparently,
The
now,
right,
according to someone that told me, I can't say who it is, but apparently Spurs actually offered him the job and he wouldn't leave River Plate to come and do it. He wanted to stay and finish out his contract at River Plate.
yeah, that's fair enough. But does his contract finish early next year or something? It's January or February.
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
So we'll see by then. But like, I don't even know if this guy would want this job. Like with the massive rebuild that he had to go through and trying to get some of these players to buy into his philosophy of I think it's a completely different formation and tactics and setup to Nuno's. His is like very similar to Poch kind of ball, Poch style of play. So I don't know if these players are up to that either. Like we're in the right
Let alone
mess now,
player
mind.
management as well, because the last two managers have, not been able to break through to some of these players, because I think we know why. Because, the likes of Ben Davies are blaming it on the pitch, when
Yeah.
he's never even had a good first touch, Joe, and, the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. So I doubt he's going to have a good touch on the Vitesse Stadium. But, maybe that's also the problem, is a lot of these managers know they can't even get through to some of these players.
Yeah, they would want to manage these kind of guys to know that they've been shite for 4 or 5 managers. Like
Yeah.
and yeah, it's all goes back to one man, and we know who it is. Like it's Daniel Levy, and but don't we just need to keep trying and keep trying to voice our opinions and let's try and get change at our club, because it's getting very, very difficult to find any positives going forward. Because I don't have any positives, to be honest. The only positive is I'm going to get
You shouldn't have any.
as I'm going to be getting drunk next weekend, and that's the only positive I can think of.
And maybe
Yeah.
also maybe a few people will be meeting up with you as well, Joe. So maybe
Yeah,
also you're the fact that you're the good luck charm. Maybe especially if we can't win with you as the good luck charm, that really speaks to, I think, these players in
that would
in
be
this
it.
squad.
If we get beaten next week, especially on Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, if he's still the manager, that should be it. That would demand a second straight away, because look at the state of Man United yesterday. Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
Like we put in some shambolic performances the last couple of years, but not as shambolic as that one from Man United yesterday.
Yeah, it was. It was absolutely atrocious. It was nice to see, to be honest with you. I was sitting there with a big
It was,
smile on
yeah.
my. Look,
It was.
look. Let's look forward to next week's game. Look, you're going. Do you hold
Yeah.
any hope that we can do something? Because look, if you look at yesterday's game, our defense was sturdy. Our defense was good.
Yeah.
You can rely on them to play well. And look, hopefully you see a reaction from like Højbjerg. Hopefully he'll play well. Skip, is going to turn up. I think it's just mainly who plays in the cam, who plays up front, who plays out both wings. I think Sonny probably will turn up, although he was poor yesterday. Do you think there is hope that we can maybe get a result from this job?
I think, yeah, I hope so. And I hope so. Like Romero was very good at the back yesterday, and even Dyer played all right as well. And we've seen United's shambolic defense, like their confidence is on the floor. Like we could definitely get at them, and if we get on the front foot in the first 5 minutes and get the fans behind them, and we can definitely get something out of the game. But God, it'd be just so typical if we don't get anything and we get turned over, it'd just be an absolute disaster. And fingers crossed. I don't know what the situation is with Ole. Is he close to getting sacked? But God, it's a tricky one.
It is a tricky one. It is a tricky one. Look, if he is getting sacked, I don't think they'll pull the plug till November, to be honest with you, till the international break. That's just my opinion on it. Look, what do you think of people dubbing like Sarah Pack says? What do you think of people dubbing the game El Sacico?
Yeah, definitely El Sacico. It's kind of reminds me of those WWE matches back in the day, like the loser must retire and all that sort of stuff. It's kind of get those kind of vibes off it. Like if whoever loses, their job should be gone because like Jesus Christ, like
That's pretty horrible, El Sacico.
it's
That's pretty horrible.
Yeah, but yeah, I think we just need to. I think we can win. Like if we do turn up like and play like we did against Newcastle in the first half, and maybe against Chelsea in the first half, like we created a couple of chances against Chelsea, we just didn't take them. So fingers crossed now we can get the job done.
Yeah,
There's a big game against Burnley as well. Burnley midweek is going to be tough. I don't know what sort of a team Nuno's going to put for that. That's going to be interesting to see.
Can you see us getting anything from the Burnley game?
If we play our strongest 11, we can. But if we rotate and play those the guys who shall not be named, then we probably will get better.
Yeah. No. Do you know what? It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Do you go at the same starting 11 as West Ham and hopefully you see a bounce? It's a tough situation to be in. Honestly, Joe, would you like to be manager of Tottenham Hotspur? Because I wouldn't right now.
No, because I know I wouldn't be getting the significant tools to do the job properly.
And or the players wouldn't even do anything for you.
Yeah, or the players don't give a shit either. It's just disgraceful. But yeah, that's the problem. That's the dilemma that we're in, that I can't really figure out. Like the manager at the moment is clearly not good enough, but like we're screwed. Like we can't. We're playing. I actually can't give you a proper answer of where we go because we're fucked pretty much wherever which path we go down at the moment.
I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more, Joe. Look, anything else you want to talk about, my man? Anything else? Final thoughts before we let you go?
Yeah, I don't know. The next week will tell a lot if we do get beaten. And I don't know what the fixtures are. I know we're playing Brentford. We're playing Brentford at the 3rd of December, I think, is it? I don't know I'm not sure what the fixtures are in between then.
Yeah. Honestly, I only looked at them the other day, but I have a bad memory. Don't ask why, lad, but I have a bad memory.
I don't know. Like it's very we're kind of in limbo at the minute. We're just kind of just plodding along, not really going anywhere. Win one week, lose next week. It's it's a very difficult situation to be in. But anyways, I'm gonna enjoy next weekend anyways, and hopefully I get to see Brad Matthews and Ellie and Brian Daigle and Danny Kiriakou and a couple of those guys, and just have enjoy my time over in England with my uncle as well. So I'm looking forward to that, and hopefully I'll see some of you there.
Good luck charm will be there, Joe. We'll have our good luck charm there.
You know, you're making me jealous now. You're making me jealous. But look, I'll give you a shout out on the watch along of our good luck charm is there. We sent him over there today. So hopefully we get the job done. Look, Ellie, Brad, Danny K. I'll even let the We Are Tottenham TV boys know that you're over there, Joe. And look, hopefully you can meet them all and meet up for a good drink or whatever before or after the game. But Joe,
hopefully, that's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about, man. Look, that's what it's all about. Everyone in the community, we all need each other. We can all speak to each other. Danny K has already answered. He says, yes, big up, Joe. Looking forward to meeting you in person. I'm sure Ellie as well. You know, Brian Daigle will be over there. I'm not sure. I actually think he's doing the watch along for We Are Tottenham TV. I'm not 100% sure. But look, I'll let them all know that you're heading over, Joe. But look, big yourself up. I'm not sure whether I see you before the game or not. But look, hopefully we get the win for you, my man.
No, we'll be in touch, guys, and it's always a pleasure. And come on, Spurs. Thanks a lot, guys. All the
Big
Come
best.
up,
on,
Joe.
you
He'll be
Spurs.
getting the
Big
win
up
for us, David. He'll be getting the win for us over there. Big
That's
you
it.
up. Big up,
That's
Joe.
it.
Big
If
up,
we
Joe.
win, we're keeping Joe over there. That's what we're doing. We're just going
I
to
like
keep
this
Joe over
haircut
there
as
if we
well. I
win.
couldn't even tell if he got. Maybe he didn't get a haircut, but his hair looked good as well, Joe. So I mean, looking fresh as well. You're going to be the good luck charm we all need. We're going to be the good luck charm we all need. Big yourself up, Joe.
Yeah, no, big yourself up, Joe. Faz Rafar says we should take this first 11 for Burnley to go through. Yeah, look, we do need to take our first 11. I think, look, it's a hard one. It's a hard one. Look, I don't know what changes he can make. I don't know whether I'd start in the belly. I might bring in Brian Gale, put him in there, give him a chance, see what he can do. But I would not be rewarding Davies, Winks, Dele Alli, none of them. I would not be rewarding any of them idiots because you know what result is going to happen, and it's going to annoy him because I'm going to have to sit down in the pre-match pump up and front it up, knowing that if some of these players play, we're going to lose. It's going to kill me. But big up, Faz. I really appreciate the support, brother. Let's keep cracking on. Let's bring on another channel legend, and it's Dermot. Dermot, first of all, my man, I really appreciate all the support.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to, but I really appreciate it, my man. Thank you so much. But look, you know, what's your thoughts? What do you want to say? Where do you want to take this conversation?
Right, I'm going to be positive. We're going to win Wednesday and win Saturday. We're in sixth place. We're only 2 or 3 points off top four, and that's my positive bit. Now the other bit, what a diabolical show Thursday and Sunday. Honest to God, it would send you to the pub drinking. It really would.
Yeah.
Not one of that squad has one iota how to play football.
Yep.
A blind school could do better. I mean, you could send out Ray Charles and Gold and he'd keep a clean sheet. I mean, the goalkeeper we brought in as the backup is useless.
Mm-hmm.
Don't go on about the 11 on Thursday. I mean, that was just a joke. I mean, yesterday I thought my TV had froze looking at Nuno. I had to keep mentioning it wasn't on pause. I mean, he's a great advertisement for selling gnomes. Now that he should be working in the garden centre selling gnomes because he's brilliant for that.
Or beard products, or you know, all he has to do is just do this a few times. You know, that's the only movement he even makes, apart from crossing his arms, Dermot.
But no, in all seriousness, this has been going on 20 years. You know, this is one trophy in 20 years. It's not good enough. We can keep blaming the players, but it was the same under Jose, the same under Poch, and now the same under Nuno. There is a deeper problem within the club than just blaming the players.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if you look at the documentary, how clicky Levy is with some of them players. Do you know what I mean? It actually showed how clicky he was. They're all mates. Oh, don't worry about it. Do you know, when they were trying to sell Ericsson, oh, Josie, will you have a word with him for me? I haven't got the balls. I haven't got the balls to do it myself, but you do it. So I look good in telly.
That would be like your manager telling you, maybe as like a server or something, to fire someone else on his behalf when it's in his job description, Dermot, you know, for Levy to talk to Ericsson. It's not Jose's job.
No, I mean, Jose, look in his face is, why am I doing this? Do you know? It is the whole club's rotten from top to bottom. And you can try to be as positive as you can, but sometimes you can't. I mean, yesterday's show was dreadful. I mean, I enjoyed doing the watch along with David. Absolute thrill for doing that, but it was just a shy performance. Kane for the goal. Normally they put Kane on the front post and Holberg, you know, marking the striker. So why did they swap it around? Kane's always going to get to the ball first with his headers.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just, he just stood there. What will happen now if I don't put out a leg? Oh dear, the ball's gone in the net. Oh dear, what do I do now? It was just...
Yeah. No, sorry, Dermot. I was just going to ask you, what did you make of the fact that we had two players that were basically entirely new to the squad that were setting the example of that desire, of that passion that energy that we're all looking for? Skippy and Romero were the only two that were showing any sort of fight, and these are brand new players into the squad. I mean, how does that make any sense?
I thought it was brilliant. I mean, Skippy he'll be a club legend. He will go all the way.
Mm-hmm.
And as for Morero, we need that bit of Argentinian steel. Do you know what I mean? A bit of grit and determination.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I said yesterday the team looked a bit puffy. It was like, we'll go for 10 minutes and do nothing. We'll go for another 10 minutes. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't good enough. And I felt sorry for the fans yesterday, for the likes of Brad and the people who went there. I felt so sorry for the fans who went to Holland on Thursday.
Yeah.
They paid good money to go and watch Tottenham play. And we're not a football club anymore. We're just a brand.
Yeah.
Keith Birkinshaw once said there used to be a football club over there. Well, he said that back in the 80s. By Jesus, he's right.
Wow. And he said that back then as well. I mean, imagine what's happened now. I mean, geez.
Yeah. Just quickly, I just want to say to John, look, my man, I think a lot of people are negative. You're not on your own there with the negativity, my man. Look, it's not even negativity. It's the truth. It's what we're seeing. It's frustration. Look, stick with us, John. Stick with us, my man. Please do. And look, if you want to talk, my man, drop me your number into my email. My email is theirishheat@gmail.com. And that goes for anyone out there that wants to chat, that's feeling down or whatever it is. Drop me an email and I will be in contact.
And John, I'm going to be seeing you as well, John. I think we're going to be meeting up for a curry, and that's going to be on me as well, John. So just, maybe, stick with us, and then I'll cheer you up by then, John. I'll cheer you up by then because we're going to be going out for curries, maybe with Brad Matthews as well.
Big up, John. Big up, John. But sorry, Dermot, take it away.
No, you're grand. I mean, the likes of William Kelly, that really brought it home to me tonight.
Yeah.
How our club can make people feel.
Right.
And he shouldn't leave us because we are a tight group and we will look out for one another.
That we will.
And if he wants to get hold of me, he can always get hold of me on my Twitter page, Tottenham Tantrum. He can send me a private message. I'm always there for him. Like I'm there for any of the Harris Army.
Big up,
Dermot. Big up, Dermot.
Like they're all for me. So don't give up hope. We will get better. And we will get there. It may take us a year. It may take us 2 years. But we will look back on this in 2 years' time or a year's time and think, oh, that was a rocky road. But look at us now.
Mm.
You've got to keep looking forward. Good days are coming. And I know we can sit now with Levy and Enoch and Brian Durgel and all them lads need a big shout out as well. And they're doing the best and they should be commended for what they're doing. Because there's too many people on shows, not like yours or We Are Tottenham TV or any other show. There's some shows are too middle in the road. They care about viewers and money. They don't care about the club. And we should be all together, shoulder to shoulder, backing each other up all the way to get Levy and Enoch out.
Yeah.
We were quick enough to get Sugar out. So why can we not do the same thing again?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And look, maybe, Dermot, you can help us answer Socrates, the philosopher's super chat here. He says, lads, I'm deflated with all the false thorns. Do you think the house has to be fully knocked down before it's built up brand new? We've been randomly building over rocky foundations for 20 years, plus scar tissue is still there from the Potch era. And do you know what? It's kind of like what Paul Markey was at the start was saying, and what I asked Jack is, look, my opinion is that they're trying to do it and do it as little as possible and do it on a gradual basis because they probably fear that doing it so quickly might be the demise of Tottenham Hotspur. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of, that the reason why it might be happening this way. But look, at the end of the day, look, the house does have to be knocked down, Dermot. It does. Look, there's still so many players here that have to go. They have to go. I'm sorry, but they have to go. There's too many players here that have held on for far too long. And until you get them gone and get better players in, you'll never get the mentality change. You'll always ultimately, the managers will end up taking the can because it's the cheapest option. And you won't get change. And it's just going to be even longer before you might even see a good Tottenham team again. And that's my fear, That is my fear. But look, Dermot, I'm just going to run off and take my medication quickly. I'll be back in 2 minutes. But Dermot, take it away. Do you think the house has to be knocked down before it's built back up?
Especially with Bill Nick's foundations. Yeah.
What house? The house is already gone.
Because Bill Nick is gone.
The foundations Bill Nick said are broken.
Yeah.
The house is not there. All they built is a timber frame house that is burning. And it's like headless chickens running. It's like a headless chicken running around and don't know what to do.
The house is on fire and we're trying to build on top of it.
It's like they're going for everything by water to put the fire out.
Yeah.
That's what it's like. You will never get rid of Winks. You will never get rid of Dyer. You will all them because Levy won't let them go. They're all close mates, and they will never go while Levy's there.
And maybe because also it's practically because the whole house is on fire, because it all stems from Levy at the top, Dermot. But then, we've seen it, stem to the fact that then Levy, doesn't get in the right manager, again, that can, help these players or even, somehow get through to these horrible players as well. We have a bunch of players that are absolute rotten and absolute poison to this club. So that also may be something where it's just like from actual top to bottom, it's a burning house. And might just need to knock it all down.
Yeah, there's been a cancer in that club for 20 years. Actually, you could say 30 years, because in the middle of Sugar's tenure as chairman as well. So you could say the cancer started there. He brought Enoch in back in 91 as one of the investors. They were in that, and they gradually, over the years, they've bought shares after shares after shares, bought people out to gain more control of the club.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the cancer started.
Yeah, and then maybe the problem is then because do you think maybe that if the house is on fire and we know that, the person who practically set the house on fire is Levy, at a certain point, will Levy, do you feel like recognize that it's on fire? Or does he even need to care that it's on fire in his eyes? How do you, because he at a certain point might be realizing himself that he set this house on fire.
Levy's deluded. He's so disconnected from the real world. He doesn't care. He cares about NFL. He cares about the boxing. He cares about Lady Gaga and Guns N' Roses coming.
Property management.
Yeah, exactly. And as Brian said, Levy land.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? We're not, as I said before, we're not a football club or a brand. We're like an American franchise. And that's not what we were built on. When Tottenham was formed, 4 lads formed it under a lamppost just yards away from White Hart Lane in 1882.
Yep.
That was so they could play football in the winter months when they couldn't play cricket in the summer.
Right.
That was built on a foundation, and then you had Arthur Rowe and the Pusher on side that the great Bill Nick played in. Then you had the Bill Nick years. Then you had the Keith Birkinshaw years. And then you had Terry Venables winning the cup in 91. We were going bust in 91, and we won a trophy. And we're now probably we're apparently the 11th richest club, I think, in the Premier League. And we haven't won one trophy in 20 years.
And we can't fucking show for it.
No,
Brian, I hope that's somewhat of an answer from Dermot and I. I really hope that's somewhat of an answer, but I think maybe Dermot, I think you and I both said, and maybe, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the whole house is burning from top to bottom, and Levy's the one who poured the gasoline all over it when you think about it. And maybe it's just up to him, Brian C, because I want to give you always a solution, Brian C, of some sort. Obviously getting Levy out, Enoch out, everybody under the sun knows that that's the solution that we all need, and that's the solution we all want. But maybe to a potential other solution would be at a certain point, maybe Levy will start realizing that he's the one that set it on fire, Dermot.
We can all look back in the Poch era and think that was amazing. And I think you said it earlier, we were lucky that we locked ourselves into that. But whatever Levy was thinking when they sacked him, he must have had a mental breakdown or something along them lines. Because we had 2 world-class managers and we let them both go. For what? For what we see now.
Yeah.
We've had 13 managers since they took over and 5 caretaker managers. and not one of them lasted 2 years, apart from Poch and Harry Redknapp. Now, does that mean Levy can't pick a manager or whoever was the director of football at the time? Because I'm getting fed up with this. I'm getting fed up with my team and my club. And I've been supporting Tottenham for 40 years.
Do you feel like you don't recognize it anymore? Maybe final thoughts to, Brian C. That's also the problem.
I haven't recognized this club since just after Poch left.
Yeah.
I don't recognize the Jose years when he was in charge was hard to watch at time, but you always knew he would win us a trophy.
Yeah.
And then Levy took that away from us.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Ryan Mason. He's probably a great under-21s coach or a great youth coach. But surely to God, whoever made that decision must have been brain dead.
Yeah.
And look where we are now.
Big up, Brian C. Big up, Brian C. Just want to say, really big yourself up. And again, the philosopher, he's always coming through. So big yourself up, the philosopher. And Dermot, I think he really answered his questions and his thoughts, Brian C. Very, very well there.
Just before we let him go, maybe Neil Shafton, just to follow up from Brian C's super chat, is Dermot, who do you keep as the foundation if you do burn it down? And by the way, just quickly for everybody out there, we're not planning on burning down the club. It's hypothetical.
Very, very metaphorical.
Oh, damn, you took my good idea away now. Oh, sorry. Right. All right. I think you keep the players like Gil and the young players, and you keep Romero, sorry. But you get rid of the rest. You I can't name all the other good players. I mean, Harry Kane his brain's not in his head. He's thinking he's still playing. He thinks he's playing for Manchester City, and then when he goes in on Saturday, he gets the shock he's putting on the Tottenham shirt.
Yeah.
No disrespect, David. I know you loved. I know you're a big fan.
Everyone that comes on, you don't need to say to me no disrespect. Look, I'm not oblivious to it. I'm not stupid. Look, I think you deserved my backing up until recently, but look, after yesterday's game, I can't. Nothing I can say. It was shocking.
Yeah, it's. But we will become great again. This is a cycle, and these cycles will end. It's a longer cycle than what we used to, but we will come good again. And we will get there. And we will be successful. We will win trophies. Maybe not in my lifetime, but maybe in your two lifetime, you will see them lift trophies.
Look, Dermot, I'm not that much younger than you, my man. So if it's not done in your lifetime, I doubt it'll be done in my lifetime, my man.
Well, I'm only 5 years off being 50, so I'm a bit older than you, Dave.
No, look, Dermot, I think we'll end it off on the positive, my man. So look, big yourself up. Really appreciate you coming in. A lot of love for you in the comments there. A lot of people saying you're speaking pure facts.
Yeah.
For me, you could have probably just walked out of the room and had a mic drop moment to come back in during it.
He's dropped the mic a few times tonight.
He has. But look, Dermot, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate everything you do for.
Can I just say something very quickly before I go?
Of course.
I want to thank you two, from all of us. You put your time and effort into these shows, and you're there for us day and night, and we all thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts, because if it wasn't for you two, we've been a lot worse place than we are. So thank you, both of you, for what you do for us.
No, look, do you know what, Dermot? It's really heartwarming, and I really appreciate it. You know, I don't know what to say in things like this. I'll be honest, I don't know how to take praise. I really don't. Look, at the end of the day, look, there's no need to praise me and Jack. You know, at the end of the day, everything we do, we owe to you guys, because without you guys, we are absolutely nothing. And I keep saying it, without the fan base, without the people tuning in, without people sending the super chats and getting the memberships and help supporting us financially, and you know, everyone tuning in, without people liking the stream, sharing them, subscribing to the channel, it's absolutely nothing without any of you guys. So Dermot, I really appreciate the praise, my man. I really do. I just don't know how to take it. So I appreciate it. Jack, do you want to say something to Dermot before he goes?
Dermot, I just want to say, I mean, look at the love that you've gotten in the chat tonight. I mean, everybody also has appreciated what you've had to say. As much as David and I have provided therapy, clearly you've hit, the nail on the head, and even, maybe hit even, a bit of the tone with a lot of the fans here as well, because I've seen maybe multiple times people saying, Dermot, facts as always. Dermot always speaks perfectly. And so Dermot as well, I mean, you also give us, obviously today you've given us so much support.
I'm
Always
very
been, but you've
touched.
shown up for every show, Dermot. You show up for, now that you're coming on the fan shows all the time as well. Again, the people like you, there are lots like you, but especially you, Dermot, I will say you've been so loyal to this channel. And I think also that's what Dave and I are trying to express to you is people like you are the ones that still built this channel, the ones that, still recommend us, the ones that give us your time and your effort in the chat and whatnot, sticking by us no matter what. And Dermot, that's why David and we don't know what to say to that. I mean, because we don't know how we deserved it. We don't know how we received it. And just want to say big up, brother. Absolutely love you.
I'm very humbled by the comments in the comments. I'm not good at taking compliments, but thank you very much, everyone. I'm very humbled.
You're a bit like me. Well, there you are, Dermot. Smash that as usual. Really appreciate you giving up your time and coming on, my man, and the kind words. Big yourself up. But before we let you go,
you Spurs.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm talking about.
Come on, Dermot. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Colin, man.
I do apologize. I did promise I'd get you on before 11. It hasn't
No,
panned out.
you're grand.
I really appreciate you waiting around as well.
Can I just say one thing for Philip, though? Come on, you lily whites, because that's probably what he said when he was a young lad watching Spurs.
100%. Look, my old lad says it as well.
Yeah.
Big up, Dermot, and I'll see you again soon, brother.
See you soon now. Take care, lads. Bye.
Everyone give Dermot more love in the comments.
What a legend.
And we have William Kelly here, and then we will get on Phil. Then we have Ellie, and then we have the bun. William Kelly says, just want to say thank you to the Tottenham fans for your support. I can never express my appreciation and love for that support. I just need to do this for myself at this stage in my life, but I promise I will be back. Look, William, no problem at all. I fully understand it. Look, I don't really like saying it. I don't really like talking about it, but look, I have a sister who's gone through a lot in terms of mental health and everything else. I do know a bit about it, Look, all I can say, man, is just look after yourself, and I do hope to see you back. I would appreciate if you drop me an email. My email is theirishshield@gmail.com. Maybe drop me your number, and we can keep in contact that way. I would just like to make sure you are okay. Look, I think we've built up a good friendship, a good relationship over the channel, and I really would like to keep in contact with you, my man. And look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this club is doing this to you, man. I'm sorry. I apologize, And look, all I can say is William, it will get better. It will get better one day, my man. It will. Trust me. Just stick by it, And look, just pop in whenever you feel like you can, my man. But look, I fully get it. I really get it, William. I really do. But look, if you ever do want to chat, my man, please do drop me that email.
Do what you need to do, William. I mean, I don't have to tell you. I mean, you're wiser beyond your years, wiser than me. Like I said, before, I feel like William Kelly, we already know you too well. But I will say to you, William Kelly, do what you need to do. And then whenever you feel ready, come on back. What I can say from experience is, We Are Tom TV, as well as other channels, they built me up. They built up my confidence also as well. They gave me a voice where I felt like I didn't have one before, David, when I was fed up with this club. And Ken shows, we're still in the same situation as before. But William Kelly, I just want to say, do what you need to do. I echo exactly what David said. Whatever you feel like is best in order to get you in the right headspace, the right mind space, because at the end of the day, I can totally see, especially someone like you who's seen the club in greatness, who's seen the club, build you up. It's now taken you down. And I can only understand that in the best of my ability. But whatever you need, William Kelly, I absolutely, I stand by it. Just when you do come back, just know that Dave and I will take you back in open arms and continue to give you that positive optimism, that hopeless, optimism, and we'll be back and always willing to speak with you as well, whether it's on these channels or whether it's just David and I's number as well. Big up, William Kelly, and really do appreciate you, brother, because you've helped out David and I a lot. You've helped out us on this journey. And so we just want to make sure that you're doing okay, because at the end of the day, mental health is, especially when it comes to Spurs, is the biggest thing we can ever stress, because this club can really tear you apart. And we just want to make sure that, there are people, as you maybe have seen in the chat, and you've echoed that before, there are a lot of people in this chat that do care about you, William Kelly, whether you knew it or not.
There is. It's so heartwarming to see. It's not the first time I've seen him. I've seen him running. Jiminy was having problems and people rallied around him. I see it so many times. So big up to everybody in the chat. That makes it such an incredible community to be a part. And William Kelly says he will be in touch. Good man, William. I really hope you are. I sincerely actually hope you are, my man. I do want to speak to you. like I said, I think we have built up a bit of a relationship and a friendship and everything else as well. I think everybody that tunes in is my friend. I'm just one of them people, whether you actually are or not. I don't know whether you consider me as a friend or not, but I consider you all as friends. So, William, I really would appreciate everything you need to know is below this video. Just get below this video. All my contact details, my social media, my emails, they're all open. Please do get in contact. And that goes to everybody else out there. Tels says, thanks, guys. Big up, Tels. I really appreciate that, my man. Really appreciate the support, brother. Really,
Legend.
really appreciate
Big yourself
it.
up.
And Zanuska Ramshunder, wow, Zanuska, I really appreciate it. She says, David and Jack, you need to give yourselves more credit. You both provided amazing platforms and given so many people the opportunity to express themselves. You should be proud.
Sanuska, that's hard to receive because you've honestly, again, kind of like Dermot as well. Like, she's been here for every episode, David. I mean, she tunes in. She's one of the first ones, especially she's on her way home from work, David. She's on her way home for doing charity work, and she still will, even apologize to us. She'll say, sorry, I missed the show. I was doing a bit of charity work. I mean, Sanuska, I don't know how to receive that because you've been such a legend, such a devoted follower to this channel, also over to our sister channel as well. So I don't know how to receive that, Sanuska, because really, I mean, you've honestly built up my confidence as well, Sanuska, with how much you and Para Miguel, especially, constantly comment under my videos on our sister channel. So Sanuska, I don't even know what to say. I really don't, because again, you're such a loyal follower. You're such a loyal fan of this channel. And you're just such an integral member of this family. In fact, a queen of this family. So big yourself up, Sanuska.
Yeah, and look, I didn't start this because I want praise or anything else. I started it because I'm like every single one of you, just a normal person who gets pissed off with Spurs at times and needs somewhere to come and vent, somewhere to come and gloat when we win. There's no better place to do it. And look, just somewhere where I could connect with other Spurs fans who were like me in a situation where, yeah, look, I have my dad. That's fantastic. That's great. I can always speak to my dad, and my best friend is a Spurs fan. I corrupted him when he was younger. But, outside of that, sometimes you need more. Sometimes you can't sleep at night. And, your out lad, you can't ring your out lad because you don't want to wake him up. You can't ring your best friend because you don't want to wake him up. And look, I just can connect with so many people and, really, really share my thoughts. And it's just good. It's good for me. And I think it's good for everybody else to be able to connect with so many like-minded people, especially when you maybe don't have them people to talk about Tottenham about, or people that don't understand about Tottenham. I'll be honest, there's no point in bringing my mother and complaining to her about Tottenham. You know what I mean? She'd just say, look, Dave, it's football, suck it up. Whereas when I can go to my outlet understands because he's like me when it comes to Tottenham. But, look, I didn't do any of this for praise. I just wanted to give people, connect with people. Just connect with so many like-minded Spurs fans. But Sanuska, look, I really appreciate this, the praise. And, yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know how to take it. So all I can say is thank you very much, Sanuska, and thank you for the support. You're an absolute gem.
Thank you, Sanuska. Legend. Big up yourself. Legend.
And look, let's keep kicking on. We have 3 more guests to get to, and then we will be ending it off. And look, the first one is
got eager.
Hello, man. How are things?
Yeah, good. I'm just going to say big up to William Kelly. Fair shout to him for what he's going through. I know a bit about it as well, and I know that's tough going, and it doesn't matter what it is that sets you off or anything like that. But whatever he needs, he's got a big family on here that can help him. So look after yourself, William.
Exactly. Good, great message, Phil. Great message, I have to say. Look, what's your thoughts on yesterday's debacle?
Well, I've obviously spent a lot of time waiting to come on, thinking about where we go. Is it the manager? Is it the players? Is it the club? I think there's an element of all of it. That the players yesterday with their attitude it just sucked, and you could tell that from within about 10 minutes of the game starting. That front four were just off the pace. There were 3 or 4 chances where we got in, and we didn't have any shots on target in the second half, but we had 3 chances where if you're doing your FIFA, you had the clear AB. It's a little ball across, land it on the penalty spot. It's a tap in. Yeah. But we were just, it felt like it was like the July friendly, Kane who could put a ball on anything, from miles out, can't square it to Son. Same with Dombele a little bit later on. And Okay, maybe Romero went the wrong way when he was clean through, but him and Skip, and I know we've already talked about it, they were the only shining lights for yesterday. And you ask yourself the question, you keep saying, why is it the two new people almost didn't need to be built up for that game? I don't know. Is it Nuno's, downfall that he can't motivate the players, or is it the players' downfall for not being able to motivate to get them into winning a game to put them into the top four so they get out of playing, obviously, a tournament they don't want to be in? None of them want to be in that Conference League. They want to be in the Champions League. Well, you got to earn that right. Yesterday, they had that chance. They played a poor-looking West Ham. West Ham were not great yesterday. That game was there for the taking. But what Tottenham always do is when the teams around us give us some hope or give us some help. So you knew Man U were going to lose. Brighton lost. West Ham were already behind us. Everton lost. So you're like, a win and we're 4 points ahead. We just don't take it. And it was a lackluster, piss poor performance, that just unfortunately stunk of Tottenham and the latest Tottenham and what we've become accustomed to for probably 2.5, 3 years now. And I don't know where that goes. If it is a mentality problem, surely there's enough money in the club that you get some psychologists in or some therapists or something like that to be able to help the players get over what's going on. But I honestly think it's just about their aptitude. They don't know what it feels like. But they all used to be fans, so they may not have supported Tottenham when they were growing up. But if your team loses at the weekend, it ruins your weekend. So this weekend we've got the risk that our weekends are going to get ruined early because it's going to be Saturday evening potentially. So if you lose that, you're pissed off all day Sunday. You're down in the dumps. All the shows next Monday are 4 or 5 hours long instead of the 2 hours buoyant. Look at us, we're back. So they know that, but they don't apply themselves. I can't for the life of me figure out Nuno or the players, or is it just a poor combination of both?
Wow, Phil, you've covered so much there. Actually, you've covered so much. I'm starting to think
I love
that
it. I love it. Keep going.
I was just going to maybe build on that. Let me know what you think, Phil. It felt like after the North London Derby defeat, against the Scum, they knew they had to step up and they had to just do something, and maybe in order to not practically have riots, outside, towards the players. And maybe it's just like 3 games go by. And it's almost like it's a little clock in, their wrist or something like that. Probably a very nice watch when you think about it. And they just realize, no more, don't need to actually give it up, don't need to give very much effort anymore. They probably have forgotten about it. And that's what people are saying. There's just no consistency. It's almost like they can do it for a few games, but God forbid that, they do it for more than that.
Well, I think you guys covered it off earlier. I just think they're over pampered. And at this point, maybe there is a point of taking them down the Tottenham marshes and going, right, you can frigging train there. I watched something with Shearer the other day, and he was talking about when he went, I'm sure it's when he went to, it was Newcastle. When he first went to Newcastle, and basically they went down the local park, and he was like, where do we get changed? And he went, well, you can go behind the trees in the corner. They went there, and there were thousands and thousands of fans. I mean, you can imagine if Tottenham were training in your local park, everyone would be there. They don't have any of that intrusion. No real people scrutinizing them or telling them how they are. I reckon they've just got people around them going, oh, you did your best. You were great. I mean, if you, honest to God, I've watched it about 4 times now, but I watched Nuno's press conference and it's like, oh, do you think you should have made the changes earlier? No. And they're like, but, we're not off the pace. I want to watch the game that Nuno went to because whoever that Tottenham was, they were superb. They were on the pace. They were fit. They were creating chances. They looked solid. That's not the Tottenham I watched on Sky. So maybe I need to challenge Sky and get the right channel sent to me because it didn't happen. But that's when he showed. And I guess there's a part of him that he's got the players back, but they haven't got his back because they seem to be doing their level best to put him in the firing line. I mean, any manager that's the threat of having the sack after 9 games at a top Premier League club says there's a bigger problem than just football, and that's what we've got.
It's like he's lying to our faces in that press conference, actually, when you think about it, Phil. It's like he's taking us for being stupid, to a degree.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite normal with 6 minutes to go to take your left back off and put a winger on. So you're like, right, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Not. Then it's like we give Gio no time to even warm up into the game, and then we get to the 90th minute and we go, right, how many minutes of extra time? 3 minutes. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll delay 40 seconds of it while I bring Bergwijn on, because I think I've got him on 10-1 as we'll get on but won't touch the ball. I think that's the only thing I'm thinking.
And even I actually heard the commentator saying that Nuno never looked behind at his dugout. He never motioned at anybody to warm up. In fact, even I heard some of the players that even subbed on barely even warmed up at all, actually.
But surely if on the 55th minute you're like, right, guys, go and bloody warm up. So I'm Lucas Moura now, and I'm doing my bit, and I'm thinking, cool, I'm probably not quite as good today. And I look round, and then Brian Hill and Stephen Bergwijn's warming up. Doesn't that give me a bit of incentive to go?
Yep.
Well, I tell you what, it's not going to be me you're bringing off. You're going to do Tanguy, because I will show you. It's that extra bit of incentive, but there isn't that challenge. It's kind of like. It's just like, yeah, well, just go out there, guys. We've got a plan. And I did watch a bit of on Match of the Day too, and they obviously did a little bit of focus. And they were talking there about that we had no width. And there was a couple of times where I saw Royale a lot further forward than I remember seeing him in the game. But the ball kind of goes as if it's going to go out to him. They turn round and it comes back. I mean, the amount of times Reggie got down the left and you're thinking, right, cross the ball. Okay, we're probably not going to win the header, but you might get a knockdown. You might get a shot on the outside. He goes all the way to the corner and it comes back. We had so much possession, but 60% of our possession was Romero to Dyer. It was just those two doing a little bit of warm-up stuff. There was just no penetration. I mean, Tanguy dropped off and he did go looking for the ball, but wasn't quite at pace yesterday. But that front four yesterday were shocking, and those three, what I call the three ABs, there was three clear ABs that were easy goals on another day, and maybe on another day they would have done it. But the fact that they didn't yesterday gives you the poor stats of no shots in the second half. 60% possession with 8 or 9 shots less than West Ham, and a poor West Ham.
It's like how Barcelona play right now. Is actually they were more concerned with keeping possession than even creating chances when you think about it.
Yeah. And just before I let Philip off on what he thinks about the no shots is, like where it says United versus Spurs is going to be a big game, 3 points needed. I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. Like, look, United are there for the taking. They are really seriously there to be humbled, like Philip was saying earlier. And I can't see why we can't beat them. Our defence is solid enough. We just need to get the front four clicking going forward, get Højbjerg back into form. He was poor yesterday, but like work, I agree with you. Look, it's going to be a massive game, my man. It's going to be a massive game. But sorry, Phil. Sorry to cut you off. Go on.
No, it's fine. I think, it's another one, I'm going to bring it back to my FIFA. I think if you put FIFA on and played this game this weekend and simmed it without playing, I think it would be a Spurs win. You look at the Man U stats, they're like 20th for chances conceded, 20th for clean sheets. They are at the bottom of all their stats. So you look at us and you think, right, the only way to play Man U next week is front foot. Liverpool absolutely put them to the sword yesterday. The travesty was that they got to 5-0 and basically went, right, that's enough. We're not going to humiliate them. But they should be they should have been hitting 7 or 8 yesterday, because they were there for the taking, but they might get their second wind. But then there's the risk now that Conte's I honestly wouldn't be shocked to see Conte at Man U with a big paycheck, and that will put them right back where they need to. That 4th spot, they'll pick it up. So it's just a matter of time, whereas we can't go out and do that. And I know there's a lot of Nuno out, but the biggest point is, who the hell is coming in? There is nobody out there that hasn't already turned us down. You're not getting anyone mid-season.
I think you're absolutely right, actually. It's great tactical insight as well, Man U, because I think we saw with Leicester City as well. If you press them, if you make those defenders uncomfortable, if you take the game to them, if you make the game uncomfortable to them, basically what Liverpool did as well, if you do just press the living shit out of them and make it very, very difficult for them, they will bottle it and they will, struggle. And I think that's not too much to ask, because that's basically what, horrible word to use. That's what our DNA is supposed to be, is that type of play. And we've somehow fallen out of favor with that. And I just pray to God, Phil. I really do pray to God that we've somehow rekindled that.
Yeah. Liverpool did yesterday what we were doing 3 or 4 years ago. And basically they hunt in packs. And again, they showed the bit after match of the day, and they showed Bruno going after, the first one. So he goes after the keeper, and the keeper just side passes it away. And then he's in no man's land. And the next two that were kind of following up didn't go, oh, well, I'll follow it up. Whereas Liverpool hunted in packs. So, even if you turn me, there's two behind me you've got to get through. They just had no time whatsoever. Yeah. I mean, Jesus, if we played Liverpool yesterday, that would have been scary. They just looked phenomenal, but Man U looked woeful. And I think they lost 3 on the bounce, either 3 or 4 out of the last. They haven't won since middle of September. But, I'm sitting here today going, I'm absolutely confident, because as usual, we've played badly for 2 games and now we'll have reaction. And it's like, Liverpool don't need a reaction. Man City don't need a reaction. They just go consistent all the time. We are up and down. We never know which Tottenham are going to turn up. Is it going to be the Newcastle team that were absolutely phenomenal? Or is it going to be the West Ham team that didn't want to be there? We don't know.
Wow. Well said. Well said again. Completely agree.
Absolutely well said. I couldn't disagree with anything you said there, Phil. Look, anything else you want to talk about before we let you go, my man?
No. I think that was it. Just a lot to get off my chest, and I know I've covered a lot, but it's just the DNA at the club, and I know he talked about it in the summer. It's about getting our DNA back. Yeah. Do any of us really now know what the DNA is? Because at the moment, the DNA is, let's try and get a cheap deal or no deal. Let's try and get linked with a world-class player just before an important time like season tickets or the start of the season. Then it will just go wrong, but we've tried, and deep down we don't try. I was listening to Brian last night. He was talking about David Pleat a few years ago, and he'd gone to Levy and said, there's this kid playing for Coventry, and it was James Maddison, and he's like, he was at 12 million then, which again, 6 years ago, 12 million, it's still a lot of money for normal people, but for a big club, it's nothing. He haggled, he didn't get it. Then a few years later, they tried it again at Norwich. He haggled, he didn't get it. The kid's now worth, 50, 60 million and cutting it up at Leicester. And realistically, it's a backward step for him if he moves from Leicester to us now because of where we've gone. And there's so many examples of that. It's just that's unfortunately now that is part of our DNA, that we've got awkward people at the top that just will not support the club. They're on a different path to us. I think I can't remember whether it was Dermot or Brad, but their part is Tottenham PLC. We're Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. And that's the be all and end all of it.
I couldn't agree more.
You've been very efficient tonight, Phil. David and I need to take a page out of your book on that, because you're a lot more efficient than David and I, when getting these points across. So pick yourself up in that.
It's great to be able to come on and sound off. I don't, where I am, I haven't got any of my Tottenham friends here. It's all on the phone, and it's not quite the same. Whereas when you're in here and you can read the comments and you're all in the same boat. So when we sit there and we go, oh my God, what horrendous Monday. We were awful yesterday. This was good. That was awful. We're all in the same boat. We all wake up this morning. And the first thing is like, oh God, yeah, it did happen, didn't it? We were awful again. And, on to the next one. So, long live Burnley.
Look, I know you're going to be back here for Burnley and Man United. I know you will be. Look, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, we love our club, and look, we'll always tune in to be disappointed, I suppose, won't we? But look, Philip, I think you've been absolutely brilliant. Another great call tonight, and look, I would have said it's hard to follow up everyone else tonight: Chris, Joe, Dermot, Philip, and Brad Matthews, of course. You know, I thought it'd be hard to follow up, but you've done a stellar job. So big yourself up, my man. I'll see you again soon.
All right. Come on, you Spurs.
And thanks for coming on Sunday morning as well. I really appreciate it, brother.
No worries. It was great to be on.
See you again soon.
All right. Take care. Thanks, guys.
See you, Phil. Well done. Great calling.
Absolute brilliant call in from Phil there, guys. You know, give him a bit of love in the comments. To distinguish between Philip and Phil. Philip is Philip, and just call Phil Latis. That's Phil Latis, guys. Super chat here from Brad Matthews before we get Ellie on. And it says, getting a message to the bench at the London Stadium requires a taxi. Maybe that's why Nuno didn't make any chances earlier. Yeah, look, you know, Brad, maybe you could have pulled out the phone and got an Uber to send out the message. That's why I said you need to bring the megaphone with you so that you can be heard, my man. But look, I couldn't agree more. Look, the substitutions, my man, I just do not get it, Brad. I do not get it. I still can't. I've been racking my brain all day. Why? Trying to figure out why I always do that. Try and see it from their point of view. I couldn't. And it also makes me believe that no wonder why we came out in the second half the way we did. Because if the message was just keep going the way you're going, boys, we're going to win this game. I'm sorry, then he's got it completely wrong. Because what he should have done is put a fucking rocket up their ass because they weren't running about. But look, Brad, big yourself up, my man. And I really appreciate the support, Brad. Look, Brad, you let me know when your music channel is coming out. You should be sitting there playing guitar, singing Spurs songs, keeping us all entertained, my man. But big up, Brad. Really appreciate the support, brother. Guys, we have 2 guests left. Make sure everyone is smashing that like button. Make sure everyone is smashing that subscribe button. And look, feel free to send in a super chat too to keep helping the cause, guys. Keep helping the cause. Look, I know not everybody's in a position to do it, so I will keep bringing up everybody's comments. Do not worry about that. We like to try and keep everybody included as best as we can. But let's bring on the next guest. She's an absolute channel legend. I know a lot of people want to hear what she has to say. So let's hear Ellie's thoughts. She always comes with the big smack of realism. Ellie, how are you keeping, love?
Well, I mean, realism is the word, David. You know, I'm sitting here listening to all the other fans agreeing with 99.9% of it, except for the delusion thing aimed at Phil. That was a bit off. But, you know, some people, they vent their anger and they don't really mean it. So we can forgive John. We can forgive him because at the end of the day, we're all a big family. We've all got to support each other. And also we've got to support the team because, all right, it's not the team that we want to have at the club. And it's not really, it's not the team. It's, you know what it is? It's Levy. He's such, like I said, he's a leech. I said, we all live for Spurs. We all live for Spurs. He lives for his livelihood. That's what I said in the comments, He's a leech. He's the landlord that we need to ship out. Because this guy, he's ruining our club. Look, I've got this book, what I showed you before. Who's that? That's Bill Nicholson with Pat Jennings, a great Irishman like you, David. Yeah. I'll put you equal with him, and that's saying something.
Oh, geez, I'm nowhere near equal to him, Dad. Definitely not. I'm not
taking that.
You are the bee's knees. When it comes to Irish people who support the club, I've never, ever seen anybody so passionate. And you, Jack, as an American supporting Spurs, you've got more heart in that short time you've been supporting Spurs compared to some of the other fans on this stream. But you've got more heart and more love for the club than Levy. He says he supports Spurs. What if he supported Arsenal? Yeah, everybody's saying that he supports Arsenal because basically the bloke's ruining our club.
Right.
He's ruining our club. He's put like what's it? Who said he was like a disease, like a cancer?
Yeah, Dermot did.
21 years we've had a cancer. When you have cancer, you treat it, don't you?
Yeah.
You treat it with medicine.
You rid it out.
Yeah, you get rid of it. Get out of our club, for God's sake. He's just, all he is there for is to make the money, to make our club. Like Bill Nicholson must be turning in his grave, boys. And I've got all this football memorabilia around me. Like this thing here, right, I've got Ready, Steady, Glow. We should show that to the players. Ready, steady, and then glow on the pitch.
Ellie, why do you think they didn't show up? Because they didn't show up from minute one. Let's be honest. No one can sit there and tell me that running around or that movement was acceptable from any team. West Ham have an excuse. They were tired
They live
after
a life of luxury. They live a life of luxury. They've got a 5-star or 7-star, they call it, training ground. They go in there, they're walks about, they're, beautiful fountain, beautiful pillows, beautiful beds. They haven't got no touch with reality. Like they said about Alan Shearer going down the marshes or whatever, where he was playing, right? They haven't got no touch. No, they're not in touch with what reality is. So when they go on that football pitch, they haven't got the same passion as the players that played under Arthur Rowe. You know, Arthur Rowe's.
Ellie, can you imagine? Can you imagine the players back in the day that trained on the marshes and stuff like that, and trained?
You know what I mean?
Listening to Ben Davies' press conference the other day talking about the state of the pitch. Could you imagine that?
What I mean? It's like shameful. What are these players thinking by saying that? It's because they're living the life of Riley, basically. They're living the life. They're getting paid for not turning up. So they're thinking, I'm going to get 200 grand this week. I'm going to get 100 grand. How much are you getting? How much are you getting? You know, they haven't got no clue of what reality is. There's the working man earning 25, 30 grand a year.
Yeah.
If he's lucky.
Yeah.
And these guys are earning it. They just step on the pitch and they get 20 grand.
Yep. Yep.
You know what I mean? They haven't even kicked the ball yet. It's ridiculous what's happening in football in general, guys.
No, it is.
I feel like, Ellie, they were saving their own ass at a certain point, because I brought this up with Phil earlier where I said, after the North London derby, it felt like, they just knew that they had to show up for, a few games. And that's what I'm trying to say is only for a few games, because it's almost like they take us for granted in that regard. Even the players almost take us for granted.
Yeah.
Don't you feel like, Ellie, they show up for a few games and then they're so ready to just forget all about it and just let us down again.
Yeah, they just that Newcastle game. There was good, bad, and the ugly in that game as well, right? Because the good was the team performance. The bad, Eric Dyer, and the ugly, Eric Dyer. He's not an ugly bloke. He's quite a good-looking guy, but he plays ugly.
Just a very good-looking for all of us.
Isn't he, guys? What a gaff! You know what I mean? He's always got 1 or 2 gaffes in every game. It's either a pass that's a gaff, or an own goal, or he'll do something stupid. And he gets into our team. So what does that tell you about our manager? He picks him week in, week out. He makes an awful mistake against Newcastle and he gets picked for this game.
Yeah.
What is that? What message is that sending to the other players? That I can make a gaffe and I'm still going to be picked.
Yeah.
There must be a punishment somewhere down the line. Jose did it to him. You know when he done that gaff against Chelsea? He dropped his ass.
But you know what, Ellie? The thing is, loads of people fell for it under Jose. They wanted the manager to come in and white winks his backside, kiss Ben Davies good night, fondle fucking Doherty, kiss Ellie's soup, even though they don't deserve it. This is what people wanted,
What you sow is what you reap, isn't it?
There you go.
Right?
There
Basically, we're sowing a web of Levy, catching all the little spiders coming in and eating them all. He's the big spider who controls everything. So everything we try to be good, like we put Paratici in, he's the good, right? And then he dampens Paratici's thing by saying you can't be on the bench. So he's moved him from the bench because the players, we don't like him on the bench. He's shouting at us. What sort of men are these?
I don't even understand how we as fans even had a problem with it, because I see it, at other clubs, and I've given Bayern as the example every time. That one guy, Sali Madzic, sits there every single time. He's going to stay there and look how successful they are. I'm not going to say, that's the reason you're successful. It's not the reason you're successful that your director of football is sitting right there. But a big club like that doesn't have a problem with it.
But you know what? Do you know what it is, though?
They need to kick up the arse.
Yeah, but you know what it is with Bayern Munich? There's accountability. And they're ruthless. If you are not good enough, you don't come through their academy. If you're brought in and you're not good enough, you will not get your chance again and you will be sold. No. And that way you create an environment like Bayern Munich have, where your players are at every single day in training and then turn up on a match day. And make no mistake about it, if you're not at every single day in training, It doesn't just magically appear on match day. That's only a select few players that will ever happen for because they're just that gifted. But if you're not in training, you can't expect to turn up on a Sunday. It's that simple.
And Ajax, haven't they, David and Jack? Ajax have got a fabulous football academy run by ex-players who were at the top of their game. Who have we got? Ryan Mason.
And Steve Hitchen.
Who is Ryan Mason in the game? He's nobody. He didn't even play good for us. All right, the poor lad had the injury. We got to sympathise with him because he had a major injury, but he's not a top footballer. If we want to go top footballers, like top football standard, we've got to get top people. We tried to get Conte. He ran away because of Levy. He wouldn't give him what he wanted. So that shows you what our club's ambition. Bob Spurs said it ages ago. And I thought, yes, you're right, mate. We have to get the right people in charge of our football academies as well. Why isn't Glenn Hoddle? Why isn't Ledley King coaching our academy? He's the pinnacle of what a defender is.
Do you know why, Ellie? Because they'll tell Daniel Levy what's wrong and what needs to be fixed, and they'd walk away from it if it wasn't being done their way. At the minute, you just have yes men.
Championing all our chances of becoming a successful club. Liverpool, they're the pinnacle of football. They've won everything. They've won 6 European Cups. Right, they're the most celebrated club in England, even better than Manchester United. Manchester United can't touch them, and they showed it the other day. When they trounced them 5-0, they made them look stupid. They could have gone on to win 9, 10, 11-0 easily if they put their foot on the gas. But they took it off because they thought, we better, like Phil Letitia said, we better not embarrass them too much, you know. But Liverpool are a very honoured club. I love the way they nurture their talent and then they buy the best. They don't shop at Lidl like we do. Yeah. Daniel Levy is... When it comes to outside of football, he shops at the very best outside football matters. Like he's getting Lady Gaga, Anthony Joshua. He's going to probably get Tyson Fury later on. He's getting all the best people outside of... What is he doing for the football club? He's shopping at the worst pan shop.
Yeah.
And we're getting pan shop quality.
Quickly, I just want to take one comment here, and then I will get back to the super chats. Tommy G says Bob Spurs doesn't milk the live stream for money. Look, honestly, Tommy, I would say go and educate yourself. No one does. I don't know where people get this myth from about channels because no channel does. Look, at the end of the day, everyone has to sit there and put the hours of content in, the hours of research to be able to be able to get to a monetized state. Hours and hours, months and months before you can even get to that stage. And after that, it's up to people. People to be put in the super chats if they want to. Nobody's forcing them. So I don't think any channel is what did he say? Is for the
milking it
for the money. No channel whatsoever. It's a stupid comment. Go and do your research. I'll be honest, it is a stupid comment.
I think it's irresponsible as well to say that. You guys.
I'll be honest with you. I don't have to sit here for 3 hours and 20 minutes. You know what I mean? And let everyone provide a platform for people to come on and have their say. You know what I mean? But I do it because I love the club and I love the people and I want to hear what Spurs fans have to say. You know?
Yeah, true. Well said, David. You guys are the pinnacle of what the streams are about. You let the fans talk. There's not many streams around because I watch them all. Just to see what the competition is, right? And there's streams that purport to being good, and there's streams like yours who are the goodness of this club. You want the best for our club, and you let fans come on and voice their opinions, their heartfelt opinions, like myself, Phil Letitia, Philip Brady, Brad Matthews, Danny Kiriakou, Brian Daigle, all these people. Bob Spur as well. Mustn't forget Bob Spur because he's a very good guy. You know, all these people love the club. They don't love Levy.
Yeah.
nobody loves Levy apart from himself and maybe hopefully his wife and children. Yeah. But this club, look, I've got a book here, Steve Perryman. He's the pinnacle of what Spurs are all about. 657 games, I think he played, if I'm right. That man is Spurs through and through. He died for Spurs. What player can you put hand on heart now, apart from maybe Harry Kane? But he's lost his way. You must admit, David, he has lost his way.
Yeah, no, he has.
Yeah. He wants to go because he wants to spite Levy. That's what it is. He wants, because Levy didn't let him go. So he's thinking, right, if I spite him like he spited me, you know, because you know Harry Kane is better than what he's showing, 100%.
Yeah.
We know, because we saw last season he was the best player in the league by far, even better than Mo Salah, and that's saying something. To be better than Mo Salah, to like make more assists, more goals, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
We know he's got it in him, but he's lost his heart because of Levy. He's drained all his heart of blood, and it's a dry heart.
It really is a dry heart.
It's a dry heart.
Look,
it's not a pumping heart.
Yesterday wasn't acceptable from Harry Kane. It's not. Look, I love Harry Kane. I love him till I die. But at the end of the day, I can't condone yesterday's performance. I cannot do it. It's completely unacceptable. If you're going to put on a jersey, go out there and fucking perform. It's that simple. Yeah. Go out and do it for the people that have backed you up. Go out and do it for all the fans that pay their hard-earned money to watch the games, go to the games, that buy the merchandise, that buy the jersey because they love the club. Do it for them. You know, at the end of the day, he better buck up, because if he wants his move, he's going to have to start performing.
Look, you know, I played for Tottenham Hotspur ladies, right? Whenever I pulled on this shirt, right? This shirt here, I'll show you. Hold on. This isn't my original shirt, obviously. It's one that I've had done. Number 10, Ellie. Yeah. Right? When I pull on this shirt, my heart is beating for the club. I'm playing for my badge. I want to compete for everything. Even if my coach is not as good as the club, even if my manager, but even if the owner of Tottenham Hotspur ladies is not pulling, I will still play for my badge. So I do big up Harry Kane, because he's always been Spurs through and through, but he's been bled dry. So he's only human, David and Jack. Yeah. He's human.
It's just sad, though, you know, Ellie. It's just sad.
His family loves Spurs. There's only one
member. His brother doesn't. His brother's an arsehole. I think his brother's a good
his brother Charlie's a gooner. How did that happen?
Shitbag.
Just being jealous, probably.
They should have disowned him.
That's what I would have done, to be honest with you. Look, if someone in my family was an arsehole fan, they'd be the black sheep. I'd make sure of it, you know. Couldn't be having that.
I'll give you a funny story, lads, right? My brother Scully, he was estranged from his brother.
Yeah.
From his son, sorry, not his brother, his son. And his son came and he had an Arsenal. The first time he came to my house, he was in Norwich. He came with an Arsenal scarf. I took it off. I said, "You're not coming in my house with that Arsenal scarf." I cut it into
Leave it outside.
No, I actually cut it into pieces and flushed it down the toilet and showed him. I flushed it and I said, "You're not an Arsenal fan anymore, James. You're a Spurs fan." And he's
absolutely
a Spurs fan.
Well done, Ali.
He's going to the Man United game. But he was going to go to the Man United game, but he can't go, so we're giving it to Brian Daigle. I've actually bought the ticket off my nephew and given it to Brian Daigle.
Oh, fair play.
He deserves to go. Yeah, Brian, a big shout out to you. I'm not sure if he's coming on tonight.
No, I don't think he's your last guest.
Okay, so Brian, we're gonna cheer on Spurs against Man United because we're true Spurs fans. We're disillusioned with the club, the way it's been run. But I know a lot of the players still want to play for our club. You can see it. Like you've got Romero, you've got Højbjerg. All right, he didn't have a good game, but he's allowed to have one bad game.
Yeah.
You know, you can't expect him to play 100% every single game. It's unrealistic. He's bound to have a stinker now and then, but his stinkers are few and far between. Whereas Dyer, it's every game. He doesn't pass well, and then he still gets picked. So what message is that giving to the other players?
Yeah.
When you see Eric Dyer making so many mistakes. All right, he plays good, some say 50% of the game. But 50% of the game that he doesn't, he makes so many gaffes that he loses us the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
He does. You look against last season, Chelsea, Leeds United, Liverpool, he was found out.
Yeah.
The better clubs find him out as well because they've got better players. Against Burnley and Newcastle, obviously you can look good because they're not a standard.
Yeah.
But even Burnley, right, however lower standard they are than most clubs, they got fight. They play for their badge.
Yeah.
So they can get good results.
But they have unity. They have togetherness. They have unity and togetherness between manager and squad, you know, and that is a massive part to play with it. They're all fighting for the one cause. Our squad aren't. Our squad are all fighting for their own reasons, you know. It can't keep continuing. But look, Ellie, you know, any final thoughts before I go off and have my dinner?
Yeah, I don't want Nuno to be like this against Man United. Yeah. What's that? You know, that is a barrier in body language. That's a barrier.
It is.
Yeah, it's a barrier. So obviously he's got a barrier between him and the players. He doesn't feel like he's accepted. You can tell. Mm-hmm. And when he does it substitutions, he does them weird times. Bergwijn with 3 minutes to go. What's that? What message is that sending to Bergwijn that you're shit and you're only allowed 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Even though it's a defensive body language, it's defensive.
Yeah, he's probably thinking, why didn't... Look, you're seeing a shit show develop and you don't even bring me on with 25, 30 minutes to go so I can affect the game, my pace, and all the balls that we put across, not beating the first man. How many times? I was thinking, and also my brother Boo, you know, I mentioned my brother Boo. He said, why don't we put a man on the post when we've got a set piece or a corner? Somebody who can kick the ball off the line.
West Ham. Yeah.
Why don't they do it? Because they know we fall asleep at set pieces. It's a given, isn't it? Your stats show it, don't they?
And you're right there. You're right there, Ellie. You know, if you had a man on the front post, yesterday, that stops it, you know. You
know what? Jack's stats, if he went down to Spurs and said, look, how many set pieces we've lit in goals, why don't we have a man on the post? So, because Lloris falls asleep as well, because he thinks, here they go again, they're going to score. So really, he should be alive to it, but he falls asleep as well.
Yeah, especially against West Ham, who are the hardest one to defend against. Totally right.
Shocking.
They're no better than us, West Ham.
They're shite. West Ham are absolutely shit. And that's what hurts so much. We shouldn't have lost.
Yeah, we had about 65% possession. But what did we do with it? Nothing.
Look, I always say this to Jack and FIFA, you can have all the possession you want. If you don't do anything with it, you know, well then that's it, you know. That's it.
But my final thought is get Poch back next season so that he can sort out this shit show again and actually get going towards that Champions League final again. He made it to the Champions League final with a worse team than he's got now. We had Sissoko and Trippier, and we had Wanyama, who's half deadbeat because he came back from injury, and we still made the Champions League final.
Yeah.
We had Llorente up front. Come on. You know, that team wasn't as good as this team technically, yet we're way behind them because we haven't got a good coach to coach them.
Yeah. No, I couldn't agree more. Well, look, Ellie, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time and thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. Great call as always, love.
What are you having for dinner?
Oh, I have some shredded crispy chicken and some rice there with some curry sauce.
I'll be round in 5.
Save some for 2.
Nice. But look, Ellie, hope to see you this week. We've got Brighton, we've got Burnley, and because I always have that little shit bag on in my mind, that part of that. But we have Burnley and we have United. Huh?
Vita Sarnham next week, isn't it? Or is it on Thursday this week, Vita Sarnham?
No. It's Tuesday. It's not this week. It's the following week. Tuesday is Burnley. I think it's Tuesday.
and then we got Thursday Vitus Arnhem.
No, we've got Saturday then, United late kickoff.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah,
Yeah, and then
following
it's into
following-
Vitesse Arnhem.
because I bought a ticket for Vitus Arnhem, but I didn't look at the date because I thought, right, I've got the Man United tickets. And then Vitus Arnhem, I bought a ticket, but it's only 20 quid for that game.
Well, go and enjoy it. Go and enjoy it.
They're giving them away.
That's because they can't sell them, not for that shit.
Yeah.
You know? But look, Ellie, thank you so
Ellie.
much, and I really appreciate
No
it.
problem. You enjoy your dinner, lads.
I will.
Speak too
And
soon,
look,
Ellie.
You enjoy
Big
your
yourself
lunch.
up.
Jack.
everybody in the comments, give Ellie a lot of love. She has broken her foot. And
Yeah,
look,
I
you know,
have.
so give her the love, get her through it. Help her get through it, show her the love.
Thank
There
you.
we are.
Thank
Big
you,
up,
guys.
Ellie.
Top
Have a good
men.
night, Ellie.
See you, Ellie.
Bye-bye.
Come on, you
legend.
Spurs. Big up,
Bye-bye.
Ellie.
Absolute legend. See you, Ellie. We have a couple of super chats to get to, and then Brian has popped in late, so we'll take Brian, and then after that, no more. I am going for my dinner. Lightwork says Nuno out, Valverde in. Nuno the slap head out. Look, Valverde is not the answer either. I don't believe. You know, look, this is what I'm saying. It's very easy to say Nuno out. Put suggestions on the table. Do you want to end up like Arsenal and United, where you're stuck with a club legend who just is not good enough to be a manager? Look, it's all well and good saying Nuno out, but honestly, think about it. A big manager ain't coming to this team. A world-class manager's not coming. A, unless they're giving the money to get the players out that they want out, the cancers in the dressing room.
Yep.
Or B, you know, they're not coming to work under Nuno's restraints or under Levy's restraints. It's that simple. They are, regardless, no world-class managers coming to Tottenham to stake his reputation on a group of players that have failed 3 managers. It's not happening. And I'm talking about the likes of, look, Sunday is an isolated incident. You have players that there that weren't under Pochettino from the time. You know, you've some new players in, but like I'm talking about, like, look, Dele Alli going around in that training ground can't be good for the rest of the team. Winks, you know, Davies, it just Doherty. It can't be good for the rest of the players. You look at Joe Rodon when he played with them the other day. Look how unsettled the guy looked compared to when he came in last season. And naturally, he's going to drift off and start hanging out with the likes of Davies, Dele, and Doherty and stuff like that. Because when you're out of the team, you're going to go to someone with the same sort of situation.
Yeah.
And they're just going to rub off on them, the negativity, everything they say. It's absolutely bullshit. It's absolutely bullshit. Oh, Danny's in. So, look, Danny was here first, Brian, so we'll have to get Danny on, and then I'll get you on. Danny's popped back on. Big up. DMT85 says he's become a YouTube member. Big yourself up, DMT85. I hope things are well, and I hope to see you on next week, my man. Joe says, get the rat out, Levy out, Lewis out, Enoch out. Couldn't agree more, man. They have to go. The club it's I've never seen it as bad in my lifetime. I haven't, man. I haven't. I've always had something I can get behind. Now I have absolutely
Get the big rat out. Get the big rat
Joe,
out.
he also says Jose was right on almost everything we are seeing. Try telling people at the time, he's not the enemy. He was not the enemy. Look, people wanted a manager to come in and butter up people's balls and everything else and tell them how great they were. And look at the result of it. They still could not give a flying shit. We should have kept Jose and rotated the squad for him. I believe if we had Jose in charge this season, you'd see something different. I really do. I really do believe that. But big up, Joe. Really appreciate the support. And Brian Socrates, wow, with a big one, my man. Really, really appreciate it, brother.
Big up.
Really appreciate it. Really appreciate the support. Blow me away. He says, lads, just in appreciation of your hard work, especially when things with Spurs are tough. It's in the hard times that the work you put in will be repaid in the good times ahead. If change at the top comes one day, we will have a day. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, you Harris Army. Look, Brian, I really appreciate Brian. Yeah, Brian, I was about to say it's Socrates. But look, Socrates, I really appreciate, you know, the kind words. Look, at the end of the day, me and Jack, look, yeah, we put in a lot of time and a lot of research to the shows and everything else, but that's because we want to be as informative as we can for all of you guys out there. And look, I really appreciate that people recognize that. And look, I appreciate, you know, the support, Brian. And look, believe me, when it's going bad, it's really tough to do these. It is really tough. I'm like you guys. I want to shy away from it. I want to go and vent my anger somewhere. I just want to be pissed off. I want to play West Ham 20 times in a row on FIFA and trash them 10-0 every time. You know, it's just, look, it's hard to do it when times are tough. But look, you know, at the same time, you guys provide me all of the therapy I need. You provide me all of the therapy I need. And look, I'm fully convinced we go through the bad times, the good times will roll. You have to go through the bad to get to the good. It's that simple. And look, hopefully change will come. But once it does, we will have our day, Brian. I couldn't agree more. Jack, do you want to say that to Socrates?
Really, thank you very much, Socrates. Thank you very much. You support this channel in ways I never thought that we'd be supported, but also as well, you even have given this channel, you know, the solutions, because sometimes we always kind of talk about, you know, what's gone wrong, but you will always bring up what's gone wrong and how can we fix it. And that's probably my favorite thing about you, Socrates. We kind of think the same way. I do really appreciate all the love that you've given us and all the support that you've given us. It does take a lot of hard work, like David said, sometimes, especially after losing a match like this. It's almost impossible for me to find the motivation to do stats with Jack because, you know, I'm trying to come up with ways on how we can beat a team when I really, in sincerity, have no hope at all, you know, especially when it's going to come maybe the Man United match. And as well as some of the other shows that we do in, from Kaniki Antony, you know, to some of our explained videos, basically everything. So Brian C., really want to pick yourself up, because honestly, really appreciate you recognizing, you know, a bit of the hard work that goes into it. But as well, Brian C., we wouldn't be here without you. We would not be here without you, and plenty of other people in this chat as well. We really appreciate all of the love. We really appreciate all the support, and do appreciate maybe you know, taking the time out of your evening, taking the time out of your night, as well as, you know, finding the therapy here, and even, you know, giving the support to this channel, especially, and even recognizing, you know, maybe some of the hard work, especially I know David has put in, you know, in order to get this channel to the place that it is today. So Brian C., I want to big yourself up, because thank you for just being there when we need you. And thank you for being here when, you know, maybe we all need a bit of therapy from each other. So Brian C., just like always, I feel like you and I think very much alike. That's why I feel like you and I would get along really well, Brian C. And hopefully we'll do a bit of that watch along where maybe you might join David for it. But big yourself up, Brian C. Honestly, absolute legend. And also love you, brother. Really big yourself up. The philosopher, the designated philosopher of the Harris Army, David. Enough said.
No, exactly. And look, big up, Brian. I really, really appreciate it, man. Absolutely blown away. And like always, next time you're down in Kildare, next time I'm down in your part of the country, we'll have a pint, my man, and it'll be on me. Big yourself up, Brian. And I really, really appreciate it. Look, we've two more guests. We'll give them 10 minutes each. You know,
I think they want to come on at the same time. I think, David, I think Brian is actually kind enough. They want to come on at the same time. So
let's crack this out. So let's crack this out. And then no more. After this, I am going for dinner, I promise you. So no more. Look, let's crack them on. Let's see what they have to say. Good evening,
gentlemen,
guys.
Good evening.
How's everyone doing?
All good, lad. Well, as good as can be after yesterday, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm brilliant. I've just come back from Amsterdam, mate. So I just had a 4-day weekend. So I'm absolutely amazing. Other than Spurs, obviously, as usual, making us depressed as they always never fail to do. But yeah, I hope everyone else as well, other than the shitty Spurs that we all love and unfortunately and support.
Glad you enjoyed it. I'm honestly very jealous. Brian, how are you keeping?
Yeah, I just want to say hello to obviously two brothers that I've got on the top row in the Irish and Jack, and then obviously to my right, my diehard brother, Mr. Danny Kiriakou. But before we get into things, there's just I wanted to come onto this show for two reasons. I just want to say these to get these out of the way. Then obviously we'll talk. First of all, I want to big up Ellie, because I had the pleasure of meeting Ellie a few days ago, and we went out for lunch. And this girl, as we know, and she was just on there, I was talking to her today, she has a broken foot.
Yeah.
Dislocated ankle, and this woman walked around the corner to go to the shops with me and have some lunch like nothing. Like you have footballers who have a broken metatarsal, like, oh my god, my foot, oh my god, oh my god. And Ellie, honestly, like a goddamn warrior. So big up to her. And then
setting the example,
unbelievable. And what do you know? What you see on the camera is exactly what you get in person. She is honestly a heart of 24 karat gold with that woman. She honestly, she gets a lot of love in here, and she deserves every bit of it, because she's just incredible. And the main reason I really wanted to come on is because obviously, thank you, David, you read the messages, is obviously what we saw with William Kelly, and obviously it means a lot to me with mental health, as everyone knows about me and mental health, but obviously everyone knows my feelings towards Levy, as with Danny, we're very, very similar in this. And when we're having fans of, and this isn't me coming on to have a rant at Levy, this isn't the time for that. What this is this is what this man is doing to fans that have been supporting the club for 50, 60, 40, 30, whatever amount of years. They're literally, because of COVID and whatever, their mental health is being affected. And their one saving grace, as we all know, for a lot of people, is our football team.
Yeah.
And when you hear a lot of people of whatever age, whether it be someone like Phil Brady or whether it be someone like the Yid Kid, it's affecting them. When it's affecting people like this, it's another reason why I get so wound up, and my hatred for him is not just because I can't stand what he's doing.
He's killing off them. Yeah.
He literally, that's what he's doing. There's people that have supported Spurs before Levy was born, before Levy was anywhere near this club, that aren't even wanting to come on streams and get therapy and wanting to speak because what's going on is so bloody horrible. That it's affecting people. Now, I've never had the pleasure of being on a stream with William Kelly. I may have seen him. I don't know if I've seen him. But when you hear that in a super chat or any chat, that this is why they're taking a break, it really winds me up that fans
I've
that
been
have...
hearing this for weeks, Brian. I've been hearing this for weeks from fans. It's not on.
Exactly. And this is the thing. And this is why I keep saying this is why... This gives me extra fuel on the fire to fight. I mean, I don't need any excuse to fight for that parasite. But when I hear things like that, where it's affecting people, where Tottenham is their release, their livelihood, their thing that, we all look forward to our football. We all love our football. And if Tottenham win, we're all happy. And if Tottenham lose, we're unhappy. But when it gets to the point where fans are doing this is unacceptable. So sorry, I just wanted to get those two things out there before we started having a very nice chat. So I just wanted to big up Ellie and big up William for what he has done. I'm sorry, but I will be fighting for you on Saturday. Trust me.
Big up, Brian. Honestly, thank you for expressing that to William Kelly. And I know you've definitely, he's the right person to talk to. William Kelly is Brian Daigle as well when it comes to maybe getting a bit of that. I don't know, bit of that sanity back or whatever Brian can provide you just to be that friend that you need. So William Kelly, feel free to reach out to David, to me, as well as to Brian Daigle, especially if you have Twitter.
If he asks for my number, guys, give my Canadian number, not my English, because I'm not going to be back for long. I'm available on WhatsApp. If William hears this and asks you guys for anything, give my number out with the greatest of pleasure.
Will do. Dermot here with another one. Dermot, honestly, again, I don't know I don't know what's happened to you tonight, Dermot, but clearly, you've been very, very, very generous, man, tonight. I guess it must have been something tonight, Dermot, but really, honestly, legendary Colin as well. He says, you two are the godfathers of our Spurs Mafia. We are also grateful for all of your hard work and content, so thank you. Big up Brian, Danny, and co for all of your hard work as well for the protest. We will get there. Come on, you Harris Army. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. Come on, you Spurs. Before I just maybe get to, David and then to the two boys down below, this is something I kept hearing Dermot say. Is he keeps saying, though, that there's some light at the tunnel. And that's what I actually, to a degree, I have to admire the man because he's seen more of this club at its greatness, at its heights than the rest of us have when you think about it. And that's where I find it kind of incredible, David, is a lot of us do feel kind of like there is no light at this tunnel. And Dermot, someone who's much more of a seasoned, experienced supporter, knows that there is no matter what going to be some sort of end to this, some sort of light at the end of this tunnel. So Dermot, again, I need to take a lot of pages out of your book. Big yourself up, brother.
Honestly, the guy is more positive than me. Look, he's always sending in motivational comments, on all platforms. He's more positive than me. And look, Dermot, I need to learn. I need to know where you get it from, man. I need to know your secret, lad. Because whatever secret juice you're on, give me some, inject it into my veins. Because honestly, my positivity is waning a little bit lately. Look, I'll always love the club. I'll always make no mistake about it. I'll always say I'm going to tune in because I always will. I'm not going to lie about it. But I need to know where you're getting your positivity from because I need some. I do need some, Dermot. And look, I appreciate the support, my man. I really appreciate the support. Look, like I keep saying, I didn't want to do this because I wanted to get famous or because, I wanted to be on YouTube or anything like that. I literally just wanted to connect with like-minded people around the world who have no one else to talk to about Tottenham Hotspur. And, connecting with so many. It's just been absolutely amazing, an amazing journey. And look, I think we've built one of the best communities ever in here. And look, Dermot, you're a massive part of it. So I appreciate you and everybody else out there. So big yourself up, Dermot, and thank you so much. I really appreciate the support, brother.
Well done, Dermot. Well done. And also, maybe to you guys, he's also recognizing, and I said this, I think, Brian, you were doing something, but I think a lot of us recognize you as a bit of that cult hero and a bit of that knight in shining armor, because there are a lot of people, that for whatever reasons decided not to show up to the protests, and you traveled across the entire fucking planet in order to get there and give up your weeks, give up your weekends, give up your time to be there and to organize it as well, and to be there standing out in front of whatever was going to meet you. And I think he's recognizing that hard work as well. So maybe you want to thank Dermot for that.
No, I mean, I do thank Dermot. Like I said, the thing is, we're talking about the protests, so they have been numbers low. But listen, I was doing the watch along with Ben and Sim yesterday, and before, when David was doing the pump up and I was just talking to him in the back end, Ben and Sim were like, Brian, I need to let you know now, you have made a difference. You have. And when Ben and Sim say that, because obviously the exposure they get and what they know, and they didn't tell me what they know or whatever, they're like, you've definitely made a difference. Like I said, I've been here for coming up 6 weeks. I'm soon going back to Toronto. The Supporters Trust have come out and done two things in the time that we've been here and changed for Spurs. We're still waiting for the minutes from the Super League, so they've known that we're about. The numbers haven't been great, but like I keep saying to people, we live in a different world from the sugar process, where the main thing now is attacking the sponsors, attacking via social media, getting media exposure, and then kicking on from there. Now we're doing that, and we're getting that, and I don't know. I mean, you're probably seeing on your channel, David and Jack, that you're seeing, and Danny watches it as well. Yes, there are the few trolls on Twitter and whatever, but the tide is turning. More people are slowly waking up to this, and slowly turning around and realizing that, wait a minute, this isn't right. And
right.
You look at it now, like the defeat in Europe, the fact that we're playing two separate teams, the poor performance in London derbies. On Wednesday, we could be out of another cup. Then we roll into it. So things are not happening. The way that the club wanted it or the trust wanted it. People are starting to come out. People are starting to wake up. Yes, we need to get more people, and hopefully, Danny, hopefully you'll come with me early, ready for the Man U one, because it's my last one, and we are gonna really push. And the good thing is, compared to the NFL, there's going to be 62,500 fans there, so hopefully there'll be a few more. But like I said, it's not now about just the numbers, Jack. I'll be talking to you when I get back, because I've got loads of people in different parts of America and Canada that want to do their bit and go for Nike, NFL stores, blah, 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 because people can't get over here to protest as easy as I have, because I just come to my parent club. So things are happening. There are a lot of things planned, and I won't go. All I will say is, I saw someone in the chat saying about a walkout in the 55th minute. There are plans for walkouts, but for plans for walkouts, there needs to be a lot of work that goes into it to try and let them be known that it's going to be doing this. And I will say,
I actually think the walkout would probably give us a good kind of view of where people that match day fans that are going, where they're at with the whole situation. I think it'd be very interesting to see,
So it will be, but there's one more thing as well that we have planned. That I won't go into too much detail, but it will be at a game, maybe very shortly, because I don't want to give anything away, and it's not official yet. And if this plan goes right, which there's no reason why it won't, it's just deciding which game to do it. There's nothing that can happen to stop this being caught on TV. Nothing. And I mean, it will be not. I can't really go into detail. It won't just be the odd thing here and there. There will be something.
Don't spoil his birthday present. Don't spoil his birthday present.
Well, that's the thing. The thing is, because listen, I saw a tweet where someone said at the Man U game, there's going to be a certain block that are going to be very, very anti-Levy, and it's going to be known. and they put it on social media. So whether it was going to happen or not, the club know where it's going to be because they would have seen it regardless. Somehow that will get back to the club. So what we have planned is being kept very, very quiet. And I promise you, you'll know when it's us. That's all I will say.
Well
No,
said, Brian.
there we
And
have it.
Dermot,
Well
big
said,
yourself up, Dermot. Really big yourself up. And again, thank you for recognizing all these gentlemen' hard work. And also thank you for being there for all of us as well, Dermot. And the guy is just such a loyal follower of this channel, such a loyal friend of David and I's. And again, he's also recognizing the class of the two gentlemen beneath us right here as well. So,
Yeah.
Dermot, you've been an absolute saint tonight, my man. And honestly, too many mic drops tonight, Dermot. Too many. You're going to have to find, a bit more floor space with all the mics you dropped on the floor today. So, big yourself
Legend.
up, Dermot.
Legend. Well, look, let's bring in Danny. Danny, what do you want to talk about, lad?
Mate, it's just a lot of people have pretty much touched on it. If I'm honest, I watched the second half of the West Ham game because I was out and tried to rush home to get back to see it on the other day, and
Oh, I think your internet's gone, Danny.
What a lovely freeze that is, though.
Get a screenshot.
It's like the theme tune now.
We'll leave him there for a minute, see if he comes back, see if he comes back. Brian, look, take over.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't want to talk all about, obviously, always to come on. Listen, I think we need to talk about a bit of positivity. There's two positivity things I can talk about. First one, I'm just going to plug. Brian Island and I have just done on Tottenham on Tour a brand new weekly show, which is pre-recorded. Like I said, that's why I didn't come on originally at the beginning, with Chris from Let's Talk Tottenham, where it's his dream team 11. So he's the manager. He gets to pick his dream Spurs team, but it's got to be from the time he was born. So you can't pick Greavesy or Hoddle, or you could pick Hoddle, but you know what I mean. It's got to be. Mm-hmm. And we had a lot of fun talking about his team and whatever it will be. So we're releasing that tomorrow. So that will be great to check that out on Tottenham on Tour. And the other thing I think we've got to talk about is just how good Ollie Skip is. Let's talk about something positive. Ollie Skip, there you go, mate. You had the great. We're just talking about Ollie Skip, but you had the greatest.
I sent it to him as well. Yeah.
Well, you're literally about to kiss the microphone, I believe.
Oh God.
What? So, do you have anything? Maybe I think that's a good segue, though, Brian. I mean, unless Danny, you were going to be on a whole different point. I mean, Ollie Skip.
No, my thing is I think there's positives to take, right? Romero, Ollie Skip. I mean, Ollie Skip, the balls he was playing during that match. One of the balls he did the kind of like a half volley kind of pass to Ndombele, where he was on the right hand side. And all he had to do was literally pass it to Kane, and he completely passed it to the keeper. And that was pretty much Ndombele's all match. Like he just couldn't string a pass together to save his life. And Skip, some of the stuff he was doing is brilliant, right? Romero, he's just world class.
I love stuck everything. In for a living, both of them.
Romero is world class. I don't care what anyone says. If we don't improve in the next couple of years, he's gone to a big team. Like I mean, a big team. Like he'll go to a Bayern Munich or a Real Madrid or a Boss. Like when they come back with the money in, and he'll go to one of them, right? Or even a Man City or someone like that. Do you know what I mean? That's what's going to happen because end of the day. That's a good screen freeze actually, but
that was sent to me, but anonymously.
It was like me and Brian have been saying this for ages, man. Harry Kane, right? I've been saying this for so long now, since the beginning of the season. The only thing that's left of Harry Kane, unfortunately, this season is his body. His heart, his mind, and his soul has gone. It went in the summer, right? And when you've got someone whose body's there, you might as well not have him on the pitch, like in all honesty, because he's not really doing anything. And it's sad because if you look at what he's actually done this season, he's trying one or two games where he's tried a bit more, but it's just his lack of desire and effort. He's literally gone to like the Dele Alli, or like he's gone into like the Harry Winks. Like, just doesn't give a shit anymore, really. Like he pretends to give a shit, but he doesn't. Like he can all talk this. Oh yeah, we're unlucky, this and that, and Harry Winks talking like his stupid interview that he did, and Ben Davies blaming the fucking pitch. I mean, these players are pathetic, man. They make me sick, honestly. And I'm like you guys. I've had enough of this shit, to be honest with you, because these guys don't deserve to be paid as football players because they deserve to be paid as garbage men because that's what they are, garbage, right? And yeah, I mean, they just don't deserve to do what they're doing to all these fans who are so invested and so passionate and in love with this team, and they're literally killing everyone's sort of passion and desire and their love and it's draining their mentality and everything, their energy, and it makes me sick. Like Brian said, it ties into the mental health side of things because honestly, if I didn't have this weekend that I was away with my girlfriend, visiting her in Amsterdam, I would have been fucking dwelling on it and thinking, what the fuck is this team about? Honestly, and I feel sorry for everyone who Tottenham's one of the only things they can focus on because it affects you a lot, and these players like Winks, like oh my god, honestly, don't get me started. I'm not gonna bother getting into the players, right? Because we all know the same situation. We all know the cause of the team and why we are where we are. I mean, look, Nuno's partly to blame, but again, I don't want him out, and I don't think he's all to blame because he hasn't done as bad as people are making out. Yes, he's done bad things. I've called him out for the substitution shit that he's doing. He's not making any substitutions. That is stupid. Now, I just want to point a fact, right, that Pochettino also used to do this as well. So if people have forgotten, don't forget that Pochettino on many of occasions used to do this where everyone be like, put on a fucking player, bring him on, and he doesn't come on and no one comes on. So it's not just Nuno that does it.
Correct.
Poch also used to do this, right? But the difference is Poch had a philosophy and a style which we got behind, right? He had this never die attitude. He put the belief into players. He put this he put this drive into them that they were better than what they were, and this belief they're better than what they were. Whereas with Nuno, you see nothing. You see no, and that's why I don't like about Nuno is you can't see his emotion. You can't see the players connecting with him. It's like he's a school teacher no one wants to talk to, or like he's just like that. Do you know what I mean? Like he's giving attention to players and no one gives a shit about him or no one respects him enough. And when you've got that with certain players in that team, and you're trying to build a sort of a family feel or continuity between players who pretty much half them, or a quarter of them don't want to be there, and a quarter of them just don't give a shit anymore. So it's very difficult, and you need someone completely who's just a complete character to kind of bring everyone together. And the problem is that and I've said this to someone on Twitter, one of these, I said this to a few people, and the only way this is ever going to get sorted is until all of the players, right, including Kane, Ndombele, all of them who don't want to play for Spurs, right, and who think they're better than they are, and ability-wise, like the Ben Davises, the Harry Winks, the Dele Allis, until they're all gone, nothing's ever going to change because you could bring in Klopp, you could bring in any manager. We've said it time and time again. Nuno is not the problem here. He really isn't. Like, if he had the tools to actually do his job, then he actually might be able to do his job and actually might be able to do a bit better than what he's doing.
Do you know what? I agree with everything you're saying there, Danny, but it's too late. We should have had this mentality under Jose Mourinho.
We should have
realized it sooner.
That's because, Dave, that's because the players that Daniel Levy, right? What he's doing is he's trying.
Look, I get it, right? We can say the players this, the players that, but you bring in someone that will butter the balls, and they're actually producing worse.
Yeah, I know, but that is the case, right? But it's also the fact that Daniel Levy, right, is the main cause of this. We all know this, and this is because what he's doing is every time there's a problem, right, he tries to find the cheapest way to fix a problem, right? And the cheapest way to do that is changing the manager. Well, in his mind, it's the cheapest way, but actually, the last two managers, it's cost him a hell of a lot of money to try and fix the problem, right? When really the problem was selling the players that he's so attached to, right? I can't remember if it was someone who said it before. It might have been Ellie actually, who said it's like, or it might have been Phil. Is it Phil? Who said that Daniel Levy's got this attachment to these players, and this is what's causing the massive problem. Like, it's the Harry Winks, is the dead. He's got a fucking hard on for Dele Alli, like for the last since he came into the club, right? And Ndombele as well, because he's their record signing. I mean, these guys don't really want to play for Spurs. They're not giving the attitude. Well, they're not showing on the pitch why they want to play for Spurs. And when you're not doing that, then go. You need to get out of the club. And until Daniel Levy changes that aspect of himself and lets Paratici say, look, mate, Dele Alli is shit. Ben Davis is shit. Harry Winks is shit. Ndombele doesn't want to be here. Get him out. Harry Kane doesn't want to be here. Get him out. Until he listens to that, then nothing's going to change. And until they, I even want Harry Kane to go, right? And even though I don't want him to go, I want him to go for the better of Tottenham, because unfortunately he doesn't want to be there, right? It is plain and sailing. Me and Brian sat there during the Aston Villa game and the Chelsea game, and we saw exactly what he was doing, which was nothing. His runs, his effort. We watched him the whole game. We scrutinized him, right? And you could see he's not in it, man. He doesn't want to be there.
Do you know what? Look, I get it. I can't condemn. I can't. You have to call Harry Kane's performance out yesterday. But here's my problem. Here's my big problem. As Spurs fans, we need to wake up, right? We're talking about about Nuno and everything else. We should have realized this under Jose Mourinho. We done it too late. We were too knee-jerk, and we wanted our players to be given free oil massages and everything else, right? And now we're going to put yesterday all on Harry Kane. And I'm not just saying you, Danny, and I'm not saying you are, but all I've seen over social media and on most streams is everybody attacking Kane.
It's not all Kane. It's
no,
all Kane.
This is what I'm saying. Why aren't people having a go at Son for his performance yesterday? Lucas Moura, Højbjerg, Reguilon, Emerson. It's a whole team.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I'm not being funny. I've heard people say Reguilon couldn't beat the first man for a cross. Most people couldn't beat the first man for a cross. Well, how do you expect Kane to get on the end of things if the crosses aren't coming in? I cannot put this all on Harry Kane.
I agree. But do you know what?
Performance is not excusable.
No, it's not.
It has to be held for it. But we cannot go down this path of just blaming Harry Kane for absolutely everything.
You know what it is, David? And I'll tell you, and I think, I'm not saying this is for sure the answer, but I'm sure people in the comments can let me know. Danny spoke very passionately about what we saw, and there is a big difference to what you see live and what you see, whether you like it or not, because you've got the whole view. And if I want to just watch Harry Kane as opposed to the game, we have the luxury of doing that at the game. Obviously, he had a great. I came on your show last week and said, you know what, hands up, Harry. But I remember I said, I've got to see a bit more from him to say he's back. That was, but I think the way the game was played, that derby against West Ham yesterday was not like your typical North London, Tottenham West Ham derby where it's fast paced, it's furious, it's tackles flying in. It was a game that was largely quite dull and was just back and forth in not really in the final third at all, but there. So you got to see Harry Kane in the picture, and when I say the picture, I mean your TV screen, a hell of a lot more than you would have at other games that have been back and forth. And when you got to see Harry Kane performing like that, and you got to remember, whether you're a huge fan, listen, we all love Harry Kane. We all love Harry. Danny said it just best. I want him to go, but I don't want him to go. But it's for the better of the club that I want him to go. And when you got to see that on a screen, what you got to remember with Harry Kane, when there's no creativity, he won the most creative player of the season last season. So when you're lacking creativity, you want him to grab the game by the scruff of the neck and say, listen, I may not win the game, I may not change the game, but I'm bloody well going to try. And whether he...
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is the thing. We had no shots on target yesterday. Yep. Now, we also had three other attacking players out there to help in that department. You cannot just rely on one player the whole time. Correct. You had Endon Fatass out there. You had Son and you had Lucas. Now, no one's condemning them for not having a shot. No one's condemning them for not grabbing the game by the neck. I haven't heard anybody do it. Everyone, as soon as yesterday's result happened, everyone, Harry Kane. No, I get it. You cannot condone his performance yesterday.
Do you know why, David?
This is the problem. As Spurs fans, you have to call it out. It wasn't. You have to be fair. It wasn't just Harry Kane yesterday. It was 9 of them players. 9 of them.
Yeah, I agree with you. David completely spot on, and I think it's fans that are not looking and analysing things properly, and they're just going on the Kane brigade sort of thing, on the Kane bus, like, oh, Kane this, Kane that. I'm saying my opinion on Kane because I've seen it when I've been to the stadium this season. I've seen exactly the same shit every single time, bar the Newcastle game, right, where he was more like himself, but he still wasn't fully himself, right, but a lot of the times this season, it hasn't just been Kane, it's been the whole team, right? Yesterday, you could point out Romero and Skip, and maybe even Eric Dyer was not bad yesterday as well. And I think Eric Dyer has actually been a lot better this season. And me and you, David, we're like one of his, we hate Eric Dyer, right? Like, well, you know how much we don't like Eric Dyer, moon boots. I mean, but this season, he's been a lot more sturdy, and you'd rather have him in the defense than not right now. And that's saying something, right? But the thing is, the player, it was all of the players. And I think it's also the way that Nuno's setting them up, because I saw a screenshot yesterday, right, of for the West Ham game, and it's literally an identical screenshot of the Chelsea game and one in the Arsenal game, where there's literally no one in the midfield. It's like a diamond, right? And there's no one in the midfield. You've got 6 players, right, on the forward line, and then you've got defense line, the four defenses, and there's no one in the midfield. And it's a screenshot of, I think, either Dyer or Romero trying to ping a ball forward. And it's like, how do you expect to win a game of football if you've got no midfield in the midfield? Like honestly, and for me, I think the way that Ndombele is and the players that we have around him, he's a luxury player we can't really afford, because at the moment he's had one good game the whole season, 1 or 2 good games the whole season.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Newcastle game, he scored the goal, which was a great goal, but the rest of the game he wasn't that great. He was all right. And yesterday he was calling out for Lo Celso. Like, it was calling out for someone else to get on that pitch, and Nuno didn't bring him on until it didn't even bring him on, did he? He brought on Bergwijn like 3 minutes ago. I mean, that's ridiculous. So there's a lot of things that are playing causes of the issues. I mean, a lot of us probably would like to have seen Lo Celso or Bergwijn come on a lot sooner. Moira was awful yesterday. Højbjerg didn't have the best games, but look, Højbjerg, man. Most of the 9 out of 10, he gives you an amazing performance. He had a one-off game. I know he had a bad game in the Arsenal game as well. He was awful that game. That was the worst I've seen him play. But look, it's a whole team thing, and I think there's obviously I think you hit the nail on the head, David. It's like there's too many players in that.
I feel like we have the benefit of hindsight, actually, Danny. That's what it is, because we all were saying we didn't want them sold, for the prices that they were offering, and now everybody's saying that they would take it, which I kind of to a degree maybe agree with. But at the same time, it's like hindsight is perfect vision. Hindsight is perfect vision,
right? So look on the team performance, right? So at the moment, there's too many individuals playing for themselves, right? They're not playing as a team, and this is why we're playing like we are. And there's shitter teams than us that are playing better as a team because they're actually playing as a team, right? That's just facts, right? Brighton, teams like that, even Brighton are fucking playing better than us. And even though we're above them in the table, but like West Ham have played better football than us this season, and that's saying something. They beat us, right? And they didn't really play that great against us either. It's just we didn't take the chances we had in the first half. And the second half, we couldn't get the final ball. Every single time we passed it, it was just off. It was to the keeper, or too far, or too short. And Ndombele, time and time again, he kept misplacing his passes. It was a joke, and you can see Harry Kane getting frustrated with it. And that's not Harry Kane's fault. That's Ndombele's fault, because he should be doing better. He's a £200,000 a week player. Right, he don't give a shit. He has a bad game because he's still going to go home in his Rolls Royce Phantom. He's still going to.
Here's another one, though, Danny. If someone would have squared that to Harry Kane yesterday when he should have, we would have been talking about a goal right now. But I don't hear anyone Son. I don't hear anyone pulling Son out.
No, I agree.
I'm not saying have a go at Son, but it's very easy to look at Harry Kane. Look at Tottenham, and this is just my opinion. We always seem to abuse our best people and the most world-class people at the club. And then when they're gone, people want to complain about, oh, well, we shouldn't have done that. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, this, that, and the other. And this is why I'm saying we need to stop being so knee-jerk. Look, Brian Ireland, I agree with you. His body language, I get that. But you cannot sit there and say to me that 9 other players' body language was shit yesterday.
Oh, no,
you can't just say it's one player.
It's definitely not one player. But the problem is, right, football is a team sport.
If Son squared that, hang on. If Son squared that yesterday, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about Harry Kane's performance today. We wouldn't be. Now, Kane squared one to Son last week against Newcastle. Why couldn't Son do the same yesterday?
Yeah, it's true. You're right. What I'm saying is for the Harry Kane side. So, like I said, as it was for yesterday, right? So, Harry Kane wasn't the worst player on the pitch. There was players that played worse than him, right? But I'm saying, as a whole, this season, Harry Kane has not done enough, right? And it's purely because of his mind and his heart and his soul is gone, it is not there for Tottenham anymore. He's the only thing that's left is his body. And
He's our top
when
scorer this season, Danny.
yeah, but it's in the Premier League. He's not.
It doesn't matter. In all competitions is which is what everybody's judged on every team.
But the problem
top
is,
scorer.
David. The problem is, it's the Premier League that we need to focus on because let's be honest, right? We ain't going to win any trophies.
I know it's the Premier League we need to focus on.
And if he's not going to score goals in the league, the league that where he's best in, right, where he really needs to turn it on, then we're in trouble because unless anyone else steps
what I'd
up,
say to you as well is look, when you're talking about Harry Kane, we create the least. I think we've created the least chances under Nuno than what we have under Mourinho and Poch.
No, I agree.
Now, as a striker, you feed off service, right? You feed off service. Every striker needs service to get to him. Now, if that service isn't coming, which it didn't yesterday because we didn't even have a shot on goal.
Yeah.
What do you expect the guy to do?
No, of course.
He's not God. He's not God.
Of course he's not.
Yeah, Brian.
So,
Brian.
do you know what? I'm just going to bring two. I want to talk first of all just about this Harry Kane thing, and then you mentioned the key word creativity. And I'm going to read you out. Danny, I've sent you this picture. I'm going to read out two stats, and I want you to try and guess, Dave and Jack, what I'm talking about. Okay, so the first one, when we look at Harry Kane, now this Harry Kane, I'm going to liken him to a player, but just not because of they're the same position or anything, because they're not, but what they mean to the club. And the person I'm talking about is Steven Gerrard. Steven Gerrard to Liverpool is without a doubt what Harry Kane is to us. Steven Gerrard almost went to Chelsea twice, and it sickened the Liverpool fans. But at the end, he said, "No, do you know what? I can't do it." Just like Harry Kane did right now, but for different circumstances. When Steven Gerrard came back, he came back better. He came, and don't get me right, he had better players around him than what Kane had right now.
Straight away, though, Brian.
Say again?
Did he come back better straight away? Did it take him time to get into the season? Because I've already looked at it. It took him time to get into that season.
Oh yeah, no. But what I'm saying is, it took him a bit. And that part I'm not, but he rose to the occasion in the big moments. What you remember how many times he saves Liverpool with a goal from here on? And so the only way I'm comparing it is what they mean to the club. And whereas Steven Gerrard on the big occasions did do it, Harry Kane isn't. And like Bob Spur famously said when this all happened, unfortunately, Harry Kane has opened himself. The way this has been handled, not just by Kane, but by the club of Man City, he's opened himself up to this. He is.
I get that. I get that. But the thing is, and I just hear people saying as well, you know, that I'm slating Son to protect Harry Kane. I'm not. I'm just saying everyone needs to be honest with themselves. He didn't put it in yesterday. Lucas didn't put it in yesterday. Ndombele. You can't, just because something goes bad and Kane wanted to do something in the summer, you can't keep putting every single thing on the guy. You can't do it.
No, that part you're right.
You're never going to fix the problems at the club if that's what you want to do.
So now we're talking about the creativity, which is obviously which is not helping Kane because there's no one to create for him. Obviously, he can't create for himself. So I'm going to read out. Danny, you've seen this, so you can't play in this game. So I'm going to read out. In this column, I'm talking about something. So this player or team has played 9 games. They've scored 9 goals, either a team or a player. Scored 3 or more goals in a game, 0. Has a shot conversion rate of 7%, and average minute per goal at the moment is 90 minutes. Who do you think I'm talking about? As a player or a club?
Average minute per goal is 90 minutes, so that's a goal game.
Yep.
And it's at this club at the moment?
Yep. Or actually, you've just said it. Those stats I've just read is Tottenham Hotspur. Played 9 games, scored 9 goals, haven't scored this is in the Premier League. Haven't scored more than 3 goals in a. Oh no! So you say 3 or more goals once, Newcastle. Shot conversion 7.
Yeah.
7%. Minutes per goal 90. The next column I'm going to read: 9 games, 10 goals, 1 hat trick, shot conversion 27%, minutes per goal 59 minutes. That is Mo Salah.
Wow.
That's the difference right now between
That's damning.
arguably the greatest player on earth and our entire team.
I mean, that also speaks to it. I wasn't able to say it this weekend, but there were moments when we saw it, I think, from all three players, where there were moments when our actual putting in either the final ball or even finishing that final chance has been woeful this season. Even
Yep.
Sonny, like in that moment, we did say Sonny either had to square it or he had to finish it. It had to go in the back of the net, but it didn't. And that just spoke, and again, it's not, some rip on Sonny or anything, but just speaks to this team. And that there have been also, I think, even performances, I think it was against Villa as well, Brian, where we had like 4 one-on-ones with, Emi Martinez that we just couldn't even put away. And that was Kane, that was Sonny, that was Tanguy. And then I know it was one other as well, where it was just, it's actually dead in the water this season. I completely agree. And that's why I was starting to maybe get alluded to it, where I was like, feel like this is just the whole team that, you might be talking about. But that is quite damning. That is quite damning. 7%.
It's the creativity is just beyond belief. We need
zilch.
And this is the thing as well. Like we said, what we've got at the moment, like you said, David, and like Danny was saying, like you've been saying in the street, we've just got players. We give them new contracts. We don't ship them out.
Yeah.
They just stay there, and they're like, do you know what? It doesn't matter what I do here. We can see off managers with our bad attitude.
Even Harry, even like, and so you got like Ndombele, Kane. You've got Harry Winks, players like that. They're just there. Like Harry Kane right now this season. It seems from what I've seen, obviously he looks like he doesn't want to be there, and the problem is he will still do more than what most players would do anyway. But it's early on in the season. He can still change it, right? There's no one's doubting that he's a world-class player, right? It's just that if he doesn't, then you can clearly see what the reasons are, and it's like then they have to address that in the summer, because you can't keep him another season, right? If he's like that, because no player, right? Look, it's like
just quickly though.
Someone,
what is just as maybe just
1 second before you say anything, right? It's like forcing someone to do a job you don't want to do, right? It's like me being in a job where I'm told, right, you have to do this now. It's like, no, I don't. I just quit my job, mate. I can go do something else. And it's like, but then no, you've got a contract. If you quit, you're gonna pay this much money or whatever. It's like, oh shit, now I have to stay. And it's like, I'm not gonna give my best performance in my work, right? Because I don't want to be there. And it's the same in football. They're humans at the end of the day, right? If you're not happy somewhere, you're not gonna give your 100%. It's simple. It's life. That is life.
I agree with that. I just want David. I just want to say I haven't spoken very much.
His move? Do you think he's going to sabotage a move this summer by playing crap? Because plays crap, the move's not coming. Look,
well, the only thing is it devalues him.
Problem too. It's an England problem too. It's not just a Tottenham. It's not just a Tottenham problem. It's an England problem too. But
I just want to get my point across, just in the fact, just because we speak a lot about body language, and I actually agree with you, Danny, but I just want to get what is the difference between Ronaldo's body language and Harry Kane's body language? Because we see Ronaldo every chance where he doesn't get the ball. We see him throw his hands into the air. We see him smack the ground. We see him pout every single moment. We see him kicking at players, when they're down. So I just want to get maybe what is the difference between that body language? Because if that were me and being on his team, I would absolutely hate the guy. Because that just pisses me off. It's like, because I didn't square it to you in that situation. You're honest, you're going to throw a hissy fit. So to a degree, Harry Kane, when he's not receiving the service, is more or less doing the same thing that Ronaldo does when he doesn't get the service. Just
the thing is, I agree with you. The difference between them two is Cristiano Ronaldo is a selfish, arrogant prick, right? Let's have it, right? That's what he is. He's a selfish, arrogant little prick. Right, he can't stand it if things aren't going the way he wants you to go. He cries like a little bitch. He throws little tantrums, right? But the problem is the guy can back it up with what he's done in the game. I mean, he's the record goal scorer in the Champions League. He's a record goal scorer at Real Madrid, the biggest club on the planet, right? He's got 5 Champions Leagues with 2 different clubs. I mean, his stats are phenomenal. He's won European Cup with his international trophies. I mean, he's won nearly everything you could possibly win in football, apart from the World Cup, right? So it's a very different to someone who has such a high level of desire and determination to always be the best, right? So that's a difference, right? Harry Kane is very different in terms of personality wise. So it's very hard. You can't compare the two because they're two very different players and they're two very different personalities, right? And that's where the difference is. Cristiano
But Danny,
is,
before this season, all you ever heard out of anybody, anyone that knows Harry Kane, anyone in and around the club, or any fan, all you would have heard is Harry Kane trains every day to be the best.
yeah, of course. No, yeah,
That
of
doesn't
course.
just suddenly go out the window.
Of course, but there's a difference, Dave. It's like what's gone out the window is his love. I've said it before. It's his heart, man. His heart has gone. It's not there anymore. He will, like I said, his body will be there. Some games he'll perform. A lot of games he probably won't perform to the level that he should do, right? Because we expect him to, because he is a world-class player, right? And if he's not, then the only thing you can point it to is that his heart is not there, because he's not giving the passion, or he's not playing the way he should do, because his heart and desire and passion is not there, right?
But we also have to understand what we're asking him to do. It's like sending a soldier to war with no bullets.
Correct.
I agree with that. Yeah.
How do you expect him to fight?
I agree, but that's been a problem at Spurs for years now. And the thing is, last season he was everything. He was everything for Tottenham. Without Kane last season, we were shit, right? Let's have it right. We couldn't win a game without Kane last season, right? He was our creator, he was our scorer, he was everything.
Talk about the last 5 years. It's been consistent.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And you can see a difference. And I know it's only 8, 9, 10 games, whatever it is, right? And it's we've still got a long way to go, and he can change it all. But so far, what we've seen is a Kane that his attitude is different, right? His attitude to playing for Spurs is different. His desire to, like, you see him all the time getting back and trying to make defensive clearances.
This is where I say I get what you're saying, but I've said this already. It's not just a Tottenham issue. He's playing the exact same way for England. So you can't say,
oh no, he is.
And this is where I say,
but do you know what's affecting
you can't
him,
really
Dave?
say his heart's not in it. He's not passionate for Tottenham. If it's to carry on the same at international level. Now, he loves England. I've heard the way he spoke about representing England.
Of course.
I don't hear any Spurs English fans say about England team that he has no heart or no passion.
No, I agree. Have you seen
it's happening on two teams, it's not just that he has no heart, no passion.
No, it's not. But what's happened? Yeah, what it is, right? It's that he didn't get the move that he really wanted. He wanted to leave Spurs, right? He didn't get it, and he's still coming to terms with him not getting the move that he wanted, right? And that's affecting his mentality, whether it's playing for England or not. It's affecting his mind because he can't concentrate or focus, because his focus is purely not on what's in front of him, whether that's for England
that's
or
fine.
in
But what I'm saying is, that's fine. I get that. But what I'm saying is, I wouldn't be questioning his heart and his loyalty if no one's going to question it for England. Because at the end of the day, what you're seeing at Tottenham is what you're seeing. What he's doing for England right now. No one questions his heart and his loyalty for England. So why would you question it for Tottenham if it's happening at both levels?
Do you know what it is again? This is let's get this right. Listen, if this has happened to me and I was Harry Kane, I think you know what will be happening between me and Levy. I don't want to be in the same postcode as him, let alone in the same gentleman's agreement. What I'd love to do with Harry, but we're not in a position to do it, is, let's just face it, we can all agree his head is somewhere else. Whether for England as well, David, I wish we had the ability, like when we had Keane, Defoe, Berbatov, Pavlyuchenko, to say, do you know what, Harry, you're obviously not here. Go take 3 weeks or go on holiday with Kate and the kids. Go just get away, sort your head out, and then come back. But when you come back, have this put to bed. But unfortunately, as we know with our lack of strength in depth, we don't have the flexibility to say, Harry Kane, go address this. Go, whether it's even not a holiday, but 3 weeks out or 2 weeks out, whatever. Just
come from the bench. Just come from the bench. Like
that's the thing, because we don't have this strength in depth. We can't. I always say to you, and I always say he's overplayed and undervalued. And when I say undervalued, when I say undervalued, I don't mean like the money he brings in or whatever. He doesn't. We're undervalued. Harry Kane is a human being. He may be. He may be on 200 grand a week. He may never have to work for the rest of his life. He may have. And he can go out tomorrow and buy whatever he wants, cash, whatever, no problem. I'll make it up in a week or month. But he's still human. He's still made of bones and blood and muscle and cartilage and whatever. He still has mental health issues, or could have. He suffers from everything like you and I do. But when we're like this, or with this, we have to take time out of work or time out of what, and that's what we have to do. Right? It may be to the detriment of earning or whatever. Harry Kane is going through that as well. We all go to work, or I haven't got a job at the moment, where we all hate our bosses or we hate our job. I've got some of my dad's friends that have been accountants for years and years and years. They absolutely hate their jobs, but because it pays a good wage and supports their family, they do that. But because Harry Kane is this multi-millionaire, he's not allowed these luxuries because, oh, Harry Kane, you earn so much and whatever. He is a human being. Danny and I absolutely love. I love Harry Kane. I hate what he is at the moment. But that's not a put down on him. There's loads of factors that have gone into this.
Exactly.
He's never. You look at him. In the whole time that he's been there, we have had. Okay, he took over Soldado and Adebayor. Out you go. That was good riddance. But since then, we've brought in Janssen, we've brought in Llorente, we've brought in Vinicius, and we've tried to stick Son up there. There has not been one time where you can say, "Do you know what, Harry Kane? You're being overplayed a bit. Have a rest." I think we're undervaluing just your common decency as a human and everything. You need to take a break. We can't risk you. And I think, do you know what it is? It's 6 years of being overplayed, 6 years of giving blood, sweat, and tears at the club. 6 years of being fed shit by Daniel Levy. And this summer, it all came to a head.
Yeah, I think
well
that's
said, Brian. I think
And
maybe,
maybe it was maybe COVID as well. Let's remember this thing has fucked up the entire world. And I'm not just talking financially, I'm talking mentally, physically. People are losing their homes, houses, jobs, whatever. It affects these footballers as well.
Well said, Brian. I was just going to say maybe final wrapping up is that we've taken them for granted, David. You know, I think what really they're trying to say, and, you know, maybe to get some wrapping up points, we've taken them for granted. And maybe what Danny and Brian are just trying to say is they just don't recognize him anymore. It's not the same. Maybe it's still the Harry Kane that we still love Harry Kane and we still know that he can come good, but maybe they just don't recognize the same Harry Kane. Like we've said today, we don't recognize our Tottenham Hotspur Football Club anymore. Maybe that's what
not
it
a
kind of
problem
is.
at all. I can accept that. But one thing I can't accept, and I said the same thing yesterday after the game, let's not make this a Harry Kane issue. If you're going to talk about Harry Kane's body language and Harry Kane not performing, talk about the rest of the team. My point is it's very quick to go to Harry Kane. It's very quick to go to Harry Kane. But if you're really being honest with yourself and you're being honest about Tottenham Hotspur, you've got to talk about the other players that didn't put it in yesterday. And that's where I'm coming from. I'm not saying Harry Kane's performance is good enough yesterday. It's not. I said that yesterday. I'm not defending him there. But where I am defending him is I don't think you should be questioning his love and his loyalty when he's performing the exact same way for England. I don't hear anyone coming out and saying he doesn't love England or his heart's not in it. And another thing I'm saying is you can't make it a Kane fault when loads of other players didn't turn up yesterday. And I've already said, when you're not giving him the service, what do you expect the guy to do? What do you expect the guy to do when you can't get the ball into the box to give him a chance at doing what he's supposed to do? It's a bit like Dane Scarlett during the week. The kid didn't have a chance because there was all long balls pumped up to him, because there was nothing going in behind, nothing coming into the box. We have to give our strikers a chance at this club. We can't just put everything on Harry Kane. That's where I'm coming from with it. You can't make everything a Harry Kane.
No, the player that deserves the biggest criticism, and I've been saying it for over a year now. I have to do it on your channel, and the one that is a disgusting mess, and I'm ashamed of him. I'm disgusted by him. Is Dele Alli. That's the guy that, if we're going to say a guy that deserves a hell of a lot of criticism, and the most criticism, because what Harry Kane has had to go through is, like I said, 6 years of delivering every single promise that he said, I'll be top goal scorer, I'll get us here, Dele Alli had 2 years, and for 3 years has been earning a living. In 1 year, he earns more, or say 1 month, he'll earn more than people will earn in a lifetime.
Yeah.
And he's done fuck all.
Yeah.
And it's a disgrace. And how many more times I'm really, really sorry, I'm going to come back better. Mate.
Yeah. I'm fed up with Dele Alli. I want him gone, man. I just want him out of the club. I want him, Winks, Davis, all of them. Even Ndombele. He's taking up too much money. Ndombele is a lazy prick, right? He turns up for 1 game in 10. I mean, come on, man. You're a fucking professional footballer who plays in the Premier League, right? And you just about started after 2.5 years. He's played his first couple of games for 90 minutes. I mean, really having a laugh, mate. I mean, he needs to go, right? I want him out. just get him out of the club and get all of these players out. I would still love to keep Harry Kane because I still believe that even if he is the way he is now, right? I've said it from the beginning. I've said he will still score 15 odd goals, if not more. He'll get around about the 15 goals in the Premier League. He will get it this season because we're not even a third of the way in yet, or just about a third of the way in, right? So it's just, yeah, he's going to score goals, but I just think that they need to look at this again in the summer because you cannot have him there again next season if his head is not there. Like, you just can't. As much as we love Harry Kane, as much as we all want him to stay and do well, you just can't. It's not good for the team, and it's not good for the people in the dressing room when your star player doesn't want to be at the club. That you need to have the whole team on the same page mentally to be able to play a team game and have team continuity. You all have to think the same and have the same ambition. And if one person's ambition is I want to leave the club, then you cannot play like a team. It's as simple as that. Any sport, any team sport, that's how it works. You can't have, like you said, David, you said it yourself. There's players in that team that are individually playing at the moment, right? You've got Dele Alli, you've got Harry Winks. I mean, Harry Winks, he's laughed me. He's a piece of shit. He's the worst player I've ever seen. Ben Davis as well, blaming the pitch when he's playing Vitesse, right? He's playing a Dutch team, right, who just got beat on the weekend by a team that's called Go Ahead Eagles or something like that. I mean, you fucking having a laugh. This team just got promoted to the Eredivisie League One. Yeah. The Eredivisie. They got promoted and they got beat, and Tottenham players like Harry Winks and Dele Alli, who's on $100,000 a week, can't put a performance in against players like that. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot wrong with this club.
Well, look,
well
guys,
said, gentlemen. Well said.
We are going to wrap it up there because Jack has to head off now, and I still have to go on eating a dinner. So,
can I just say one thing, David? And it's not about Tottenham player. There's someone in the chat I just want to speak to directly. This person that I'm talking about,
before you do, I'm just going to get these super chats.
Yeah, you do.
Tantrum says, just a quick one. Danny was doing Nuno when he froze. Sorry, Danny. Brian, to you, thank you for all your hard work. I can't get there as I live in Ireland. You are a legend, Jack. Just take that there for 1 sec.
No problem. Big yourself up, Dermot, honestly, as well. It was, I sent it over to Danny as well, the beautiful frozen face. It was a good one. And then also Brian, he's thanking you like, he even did earlier, Dermot, for all the hard work that you've done. Like I said, Brian, you traveled across the fucking planet in order to set up what you did. And there are people that, find excuses for not showing up and whatnot. And I think that's, just speaks volumes to how much more, you absolutely care about this club and how much you actually are willing to put in your hard work and your hard time into it. And Dermot is absolutely recognizing that. And he honestly seems like he can't wait to meet you. So big yourself up, Dermot. Big yourself up too, Brian, because he's recognizing real. The truth sets free. I think maybe this is, I'll just pick this one. He said a lot of comments. He says, would you have one striker in FIFA? What if he got hurt? No, I certainly wouldn't. Truth sets free. I certainly wouldn't. But clearly with the big man upstairs, he wouldn't be willing to do it. And then as well, some of the people that, we've supposedly could have gone after were too expensive for him and whatnot. It was an absolute shit show. The truth sets free, but I completely agree.
Quickly, just big up the truth set free. He's loving what I have to say lately. So big up, lad. But sorry, Brian, go on.
Yes, no, I'm hoping this guy's still in the chat because me and this guy had a falling out, let's just say, over social media, and we both said some silly things, but we sorted it out like grown-ups, and he's been in the chat the last couple of times I've been on your show and been speaking with him a hell of a lot via these live shows and in the chat. So I just want to say a big up to Harry Payne, who me and him get on famously now in these groups and Twitter, but we both said some nasty things, or not nasty, just I don't want to pick it up, but yeah. So if Harry Payne is still in the chat, I just want to say it's been a pleasure getting to know you better. I'm sorry for what happened when we first got off on the wrong foot, but this is the great thing about social media. Some people will argue and some people will shout and scream, and then it gets personal, and then it gets really, really dire. Well, it just goes to show that and this is all through Twitter as well, not Twitter, it was on YouTube, but it just goes to show when two grown adults realise that they've done something wrong, and I take my part in it as well. It just goes to show when you realise it, you can turn bad into good. So Harry Payne, if you're still in the chat, mate, big up to yourself.
There you are, my man.
Build
There you
yourself
are.
up, Harry.
Don't
Legend.
worry, everybody. Everyone's worried that I'm not going to get my dinner and that'll be breakfast before I have it. No, don't worry. I'm going now, guys. I am going now. Do not worry about that. So I am. But look, a massive thank you to everybody for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. It's been an absolute great show. 4.5 hours today. Look, everyone needed the therapy. A big shout out to everybody that came on today. Shared their
Big up to
opinions.
everyone.
A big shout out, to Jack for sitting here for the 4.5 hours with me. I really appreciate it. And a big shout out to everybody in the chat. Some people have stuck with us for the whole 4 hours. And just a massive thank you to everybody, who smashed that like button, helps out with the super chats, helps out sharing the streams and everything else. Look, as I always say, this channel is absolutely not without you guys. You play such a massive role in any success of any channel, and whatever YouTubers, whatever they go on to do, like you see expressions going off the Barstool Sports. That's because of the power of his followers and everything else. So look, guys, big yourself up. I really appreciate every single one of you. Look, no matter how bad things get, don't worry, we will be back. All this week. Tomorrow we're back with Kaniki Answer Me, starting at probably 9, half 9. Then we're back Wednesday with a bit of a pre build up to the Burnley game. Then I will have the watch along as well. And then look, I'll tell you from there what's expected for the rest of the week. But as always, no matter what, no matter how bad things we get, we always love Tottenham. And come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Leave you out.
He's not playing.